Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Could Tear Reality Apart. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. At age 5, Izuku Midoriya was excited to find out what his quirk was and why it had not appeared yet. Hand in hand with his mother, Inko, they walked to the clinic to see if he truly had a quirk. Inko said little but worried for her son. She did not care what kind of quirk he developed or if he developed one at all, but she knew what quirkless people endured growing up. Izuku had always wanted to be a hero, to stop the bad from hurting the innocent. Ever since he and his mother had watched a hero stop a villain from attacking a civilian at a mall, he had been enraptured with the idea of protecting the powerless. He admired All Might for being the best at keeping people safe, not for his ranking. They waited in the clinic for the doctor to call them in. Izuku asked his mother what she thought his quirk might be. Inko replied that she was not sure and that they were there to see if he had a quirk. They would discover what it was through trial and error. Izuku tilted his head in confusion and asked what trial and error meant. Inko smiled and explained that she had discovered her own quirk by accident as a child, reaching for a remote from the couch and suddenly finding it in her hand without getting up. A nurse called their name and they followed. After a couple of blood tests to check for a quirk factor, a doctor greeted them and smiled at the child's anticipation. The tests confirmed that Izuku did have a quirk, much to Inko's relief. Izuku beamed and his mother gently ruffled his hair to calm his excitement. The doctor explained that they could run further tests to try to find what the quirk did, or they could leave it for the family to discover on their own. The choice was theirs. Inko considered a moment, looked at her eager son, and asked him what he wanted to do. Izuku chose to proceed with the tests. They moved farther back into the clinic for a series of experiments. The staff tried tasks like lifting a rock without touching it and attempting to ignite a small object in a safe, controlled way. After many trials, a technician noticed cracks in the handle of some weights Izuku had tried earlier and thought the quirk might be related to his hands. They asked him to try a 10-pound weight. He could not lift it as it was too heavy for a 5-year-old. The doctor then handed Izuku a thin wood rod and asked him to try to bend it. Izuku bent and snapped it almost immediately. He was given increasingly thicker pieces of wood. The last, a wooden 2x4, required more effort, but he still broke it in half. Inko watched in confusion, wondering how he could be strong enough to break wood but not lift a weight. Next, the doctor handed Izuku a thin metal plate and asked him to try to tear it. With a mighty effort, Izuku worked at the metal until a creak sounded and half of the plate was sheared apart. He looked down in confusion at how he had ripped metal but could not lift the weight off the ground. The doctor examined the torn plate and noted that the metal was split cleanly rather than deformed, as if opposing forces had pulled it apart rather than a single blunt strength. Back in the office, the doctor handed 10 sheets of paper to Inko and another 10 to Izuku, asking them to tear them and report how much effort it took. Inko struggled and showed strain, while Izuku tore his stack with ease. Inko began to suspect what her son's quirk might be, an unusual ability that combined aspects of tearing force with unusual manifestations. Izuku asked how his quirk worked, if he could rip things apart but could not lift heavy objects. The doctor smiled and said that quirks could be strange and that Izuku's ability appeared to specialize in tearing things apart rather than in raw lifting power. When asked whether they had a name for it, Inko suggested naming it Rip and Tear, though she thought the name sounded a bit violent. Comforted that her son had a quirk, they left the clinic, and on the walk home Inko asked what he wanted for dinner. She already had a guess. Izuku eagerly said he wanted a pork cutlet bowl. The next day Izuku ran to school, excited to tell his friend Katsuki Bakugo, nicknamed Kakin, about his quirk. Katsuki already had his quirk, explosions, and had been getting louder and more confident as they grew. Izuku rushed up to him and announced that he knew what his quirk was. Katsuki responded with a look of superiority and said he was sure it could not compare to his own. Izuku then explained and demonstrated by tearing a few sheets of paper effortlessly, showing the class how his ability worked. The students reacted with curiosity and surprise as Izuku tried to imagine how he could harness his quirk to become the kind of hero who protected the powerless. Katsuki laughed at Izuku for having such a weak quirk and mocked him by ripping some paper. As the other kids began to join in, Izuku tried to explain that he could tear different things, but Katsuki pushed him and accused him of lying, saying he probably didn't even have a quirk. Frustrated at being unable to prove himself, Izuku pushed back and left in a fit of anger. Katsuki, furious at being pushed, used his quirk to blast Izuku to the ground while his friends laughed. Katsuki shouted that Izuku was nothing but quirkless. Teachers intervened to break it up. Izuku stared up at them with a mix of anger, betrayal, and sadness, wondering why someone he had considered a friend would attack him like that. Later that day, Izuku sat in his room and thought about what had happened. If Katsuki wanted to be mean, fine, Izuku would stop trying to be friends, but this would not stop him from pursuing his dream of becoming a hero. He began planning what he needed to train and improve. When his mother came in and saw how determined he was, she grew worried about how dangerous it could be, quirk or not. She left to think of ways to help him reach his goal. Finding a flyer for martial arts classes for kids, she decided it would be a perfect fit. Told Izuku about the classes and he eagerly agreed. While considering how to help him train his quirk, she imagined a beach with a lot of trash where he could practice safely. They signed him up for lessons and looked into what else he would need to become a hero. Time passed. At 8 years old, Izuku walked home after practicing his quirk on the trash-strewn beach and reflected on how much he had improved. The plate the doctor had given him to test his quirk could now be torn as easily as paper. He trained seriously, did well in his martial arts classes for his age group, and continued to push himself. He kept up with his studies too, remembering his mother's reminders that wanting to be a hero didn't excuse slacking at school. He remained near the top of his class. Katsuki had not changed, he still behaved like a bully. Izuku avoided him and felt he had nothing left to prove. If Katsuki wanted to keep believing Izuku was lying about having a quirk, so be it. When his mother called him to help in the kitchen, Izuku went to assist. While cutting pork into smaller pieces, he hit a bone he couldn't cut through and paused to ask his mother what to do. He realized he had never used his quirk on organic material before, always on metal and plastic, but decided to try. With clean hands, he grasped the bone and found he could snap it with ease. Inko turned around in surprise to see her son holding bone fragments. She warned him that quirks could be dangerous and told him not to try something like that on another person unless it was a true emergency. Izuku nodded and continued preparing the meal, careful and aware of how much power he could wield. About a year later, Izuku was walking home after dark in a neighborhood that was usually safe under the watch of heroes. He had stopped at a grocery store and slipped some sweets into his bag. While snacking, he heard a low growl from a dark alley and froze. A large stray dog stepped out and fixated on him. It had no collar and no one else was nearby. He backed away and reached for his phone to call for help. He was trained in martial arts but not confident about subduing a dog that size. As he weighed his options, the dog lunged and nearly missed his leg. When the dog latched onto his leg, Izuku felt panic but steadied himself with the thought of his mother waiting at home. He struck at the animal but it held on. With tears in his eyes and a firm resolve, he used his quirk to force the dog's bite to release. The dog dropped away and collapsed, unconscious and no longer a threat. Eraserhead was starting his patrol and finishing his coffee when he heard a cry. He sprinted toward the sound, moving swiftly from roof to roof. He arrived to find a young boy with a serious bite on his leg and an unconscious stray nearby. Eraserhead recognized reports of animal attacks in the area and paid close attention to the scene. He knelt beside the boy, applied pressure to the wound, and worked quickly to stabilize him as the child cried and trembled from shock and pain. Eraserhead knelt and tried to calm the child, explaining that he had already called an ambulance and asking the boy his name and why he was out so late. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Izuku said he had been getting something for his mother at the store when a dog attacked him. He whimpered and, partly to distract himself and partly from curiosity, asked the man who he was. Eraserhead identified himself as an underground hero and asked the child's name while continuing to apply first aid. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and admitted he hoped his mother would not be too upset. The hero huffed in amusement, handed Izuku a phone he had found on the ground, and suggested the boy call his mother since the ambulance was approaching. Izuku called his mother, who reacted with immediate worry. He explained the situation and reassured her that he was all right. After a brief back and forth, Izuku handed the phone to Eraserhead. Eraserhead accepted the grateful thanks with modesty, told her which hospital the ambulance would take her son, and then ended the call. While they waited, Eraserhead asked Izuku to explain exactly what had happened with the dog. Izuku described how his quirk had responded and that he was training to become a hero. The sleep-deprived hero encouraged him to keep working, and within minutes an ambulance and a police car arrived. The officers examined the scene, and when they learned a child had defended himself using his quirk, they were startled not because he had acted in self-defense, but because the situation had looked so intense. After Eraserhead explained the nature of the quirk, the officers came to understand what had occurred. At the hospital, Izuku's mother, Inko, burst into the emergency area looking for her son. Directed to a room, she found Izuku on a bed with a bandaged leg and rushed to his side, holding him tightly until he reassured her that he was okay. Because the wound was not severe, the staff recommended he stay overnight so the doctor could treat his leg properly in the morning. After the nurse explained the options, Inko sat beside Izuku and asked how he was feeling. Izuku told her that he was frightened but otherwise okay. Inko pressed further after hearing the details Eraserhead had relayed. She said she did not blame him, he had protected himself, but wanted to know how he actually felt about what had happened. Izuku admitted that the way he had defended himself had looked harsh, but his quirk operated in a manner that could cause serious damage, and if he had not used it he might have been badly hurt. He did not feel guilty, but he felt unsettled by how intense the encounter had been. He resolved that he needed to accept the responsibility that came with his power and considered studying biology to find less harmful ways to employ his quirk. He told his mother he felt okay. Relieved by her son's resilience, Inko went home to grab an overnight bag. For both of them, the next morning, after the pain medication began to wear off, they met with the doctor for a thorough check. Tests showed the dog carried no rabies or other diseases. The doctor explained that Izuku would be fine and that a scar would likely remain, but it would not be serious. The doctor offered a light, reassuring comment about scars being common and then provided the necessary release forms. Back at home, Izuku went straight to his room to research Eraserhead and to consider how his quirk might be used safely around people. He discovered that his ability specialized in tearing through material. Applied to a person it could cause severe harm. He resolved to double down on martial arts training to minimize the need to use his quirk against people, while continuing to experiment with non-lethal applications. At 10 o'clock, Izuku set out for a metal shop to test the limits of his quirk. He had been steadily improving, having torn apart old trash heaps, but those offered only soft or flimsy materials. The metal shop had a variety of metals he could use for a proper test. After explaining his quirk and his goal of becoming a hero, the shop owner agreed to let him work with some scrap metal. The owner first offered thicker steel. Izuku worked through pieces until he reached the thickest plate. His quirk began a small crack along its surface but did not fully pierce it. The owner was impressed and supplied other materials. Izuku found aluminum easy to tear, and brass and copper required only modest effort. When they tried several plates of a much denser metal, the plates required considerably more focus, but Izuku still managed to overcome them. When the tests were done, the owner repaired the materials as best he could and they returned to the counter. Izuku thanked the man for his help as he left. The man watched him go and thought about how terrifying the boy's quirk could be. Seeing someone tear through metal like paper had been incredible. He hoped Izuku would stay on the hero path, because if he turned to villainy, getting a grapple on an opponent would be enough to win. 13 years later, Izuku had grown and learned much about his quirk and its dangers. It was not a sudden realization from some isolated incident. He already understood how easy it would be to kill someone if he let himself. He had made a conscious decision about when and how to use his power, and he had come to terms with that. He no longer defined the danger of his quirk by simply imagining he could rip and tear anything he touched. He treated it as a tool that required discipline. He continued practicing at the beach and kept to a routine of cleaning as he worked. tearing apart old cars to drag them to dumpsters and collecting roadside trash. Progress had been steady, the pile was about half cleared. While practicing, he discovered a new technique. Instead of searching for an edge or prying things apart, he began jamming his hands directly into metal and pulling it apart from within. Since he was tearing into the material itself, this approach made practical sense, and it worked. He could now jam both hands in and split objects in two with less effort. He felt pleased with this development. Still, the question of how dangerous his quirk might be continued to occupy his thoughts. Sitting at his desk, he considered a theoretical test. In principle, he could try to tear a hole in the air in front of him. A few outcomes came to mind. He might create a portal, which would be an exciting new application of his power. He might tear a hole that behaved unpredictably and drew things toward it, like a dangerous vacuum. Or, worst in his imagination, he could break something fundamental. The last notion felt absurd and came from a movie he had watched with his mother, but the possibility of opening a portal thrilled him. If he wanted to be the best hero he could be, he needed to explore every capability he possessed. He decided to take the risk and headed to the beach. He began by focusing on the space ahead of him, picturing a point 5 feet beyond where he stood and imagining a pathway between those 2 points. He concentrated on point A and point B, then moved his hands into the air in front of him. At first it felt like nothing. Passers-by saw a young man moving his hands and continued on. He persisted through many attempts. After the 20th try, something changed. A muted green and black outline appeared around his hands. He stopped, examined his fingers, and felt nothing wrong, so he tried again. After a few more attempts, green and black lights sparked from the tips of his fingers. He pushed his hands deeper into that muted glow. It was difficult at first, but his hands sank until the light surrounded the centers of his palms. Then, with effort, he pulled them apart. A tear opened in the space before him, a green and black rupture with faint arcs of energy along its edge. He felt a surge of triumph and pumped his fist in the air. Looking through the tear, he saw a point 5 feet ahead, exactly where he had intended. He ran to the far side and observed. Smiling, he tested the portal by throwing objects through first. Being on a trashed beach made that easy. After a few items passed through without issue, he decided to test something organic. He brought out an apple he had been saving. He examined the apple after it passed through and found it unaltered. He bit into it and it tasted normal. Encouraged, he finished the apple and prepared for the ultimate test. He ran and jumped through the tear himself. He emerged on the other side with his heart pounding so hard it felt like a jackhammer. Relief and exhilaration washed over him, and he laughed aloud at having created a portal. The possibilities for helping people with a safe, instant route were suddenly clear. When he looked back, the tear had closed, which was a relief since he had no plan for how to shut one down. He practiced again and succeeded. On his third attempt at opening another tear, he knew he needed more practice to make them instantaneous. This time he opened the portal with the far end as far as he could see down the beach, roughly 125 feet away. Everything seemed fine, and he jumped through. After he passed through, the tear closed behind him. He wondered how to close a portal without passing through it, so he attempted a different test, opening a tear into the ocean to gauge his limits. It opened without strain and showed only blue. He did not step through. He did not want to risk unknown depths. Focusing on the edge of the tear, he tried to close it by will alone. At first nothing happened and it felt fixed in place, but when he concentrated and willed it to close, the portal sealed shut. How simple, Izuku thought as he celebrated his success. He received a message from his mother that dinner would be ready soon and, looking at the time, realized he had spent hours working on the experiment. With a happy smile he headed home, but decided to do one last test. He created a tear in the living room. He opened the tear on the second try and peered through it to see his mother standing in the kitchen looking straight at him. Izuku laughed in delight at the success and jumped through. His mother remained staring at him, waiting for an explanation. Izuku smiled even more and moved to hug her. His mother hugged him back but asked why there had been a hole in the living room that had frightened her and how he had come through it. Izuku, puzzled, wondered why she had been scared because it had seemed quiet to him. His mother explained that she had heard a tearing sound from the living room and had been startled. Thinking back, Izuku did not remember hearing a noise, perhaps only at the moment the tear opened. He went on to explain his theory that he could tear a hole in space, essentially creating a portal from one place to another, and he did not mention the possibility of danger in the process. His mother looked at him with a mixture of wonder and concern at how he had refined his quirk into such a practical use. Proud of her son, she hugged him and expressed how proud she was. The next morning he headed to school to face Katsuki and his loud proclamation that he was the best and that Izuku was useless. Izuku had long since given up on correcting him and simply endured whatever Katsuki yelled. He would defend himself when necessary but never with his quirk, because using it publicly could get him blacklisted from UA. The teachers were often confused, since Izuku's records showed he did have a quirk and was quite capable, so Katsuki's accusations didn't quite make sense. The teachers prevented Katsuki from assaulting Izuku outright, which was a relief. His routine continued: school, then the dojo, then the beach for cleaning and quirk practice. In martial arts he excelled at grappling and techniques that relied on getting close to an opponent. Izuku never used his quirk during standard class sessions for safety. Although the dojo allowed quirk use during sparring, he always encouraged his partners to use their quirks because real fights would not hold back. At 15 years old, Izuku once saw a giant villain near the train tracks on his way to school and considered intervening, but a hero was already on the scene using a powerful move. He kept writing quirks in his notebook less obsessively than before, recording only those he found unique. He arrived at school with time to spare. While waiting for the teacher, Katsuki arrived and sneered at Izuku for simply existing. At the end of the day, the teacher told everyone to think about their futures, which for most of them meant becoming heroes. Katsuki loudly declared that he would be the only one to go to UA. The teacher asked Izuku about his application, and Izuku shook his head to indicate that he wanted to keep it private. Class ended and everyone was told to start studying for the entrance exam. As Izuku left, Katsuki tried to grab his notebook. Izuku pulled it away and secured it in his backpack. Katsuki shouted something, but Izuku did not listen, descended the stairs, and when Katsuki was out of sight he opened a tier and stepped through, closing it behind him before continuing home. Walking under an underpass one day, Izuku heard a noise from the sewers and backed away as a sludge-based villain slid out. The villain made a strange demand about needing a suit of flesh, but Izuku focused on avoiding capture and thought about opening a tear beneath him to the middle of the ocean when the sewer lid popped open and All Might appeared. All Might quickly subdued the villain in a flashy, decisive display of strength and then restrained him until authorities could arrive. He asked Izuku to sign his notebook, and while Izuku was doing so he offered to open a tier to a police station for transport. All Might gratefully accepted and thanked Izuku for the help and the quick ride. In private, All Might was relieved to avoid overexerting himself on the clock. Izuku went to the dojo feeling that the day had gone well. He had met the #1 hero after all. He worried a little about how to tell his mother about being involved in a villain incident, but she was upset at the news and ultimately relieved that he was unharmed and that he had assisted All Might. 10 months passed with Izuku continuing to clean the beach and work on making his tiers faster and more reliable. He stayed fit through his dojo training and, after finishing the beach cleanup, brought his mother to see where he had started. Finally, the UA entrance exam arrived. As he walked to the test, Katsuki yelled that Izuku should not be there. After dodging a shove, Izuku followed the crowd to the entrance. He tripped on a loose brick and began to spin in midair, thinking he might have activated a part of his quirk he did not know about, when he heard a giggle. A girl his age with a bob of brown hair had apologized and said she did not want him to fall before the exam. She helped set him upright. Izuku was at a loss for words. He had only Katsuki as a friend and did not know how to talk to girls, so he went with his instincts and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. The girl smiled and introduced herself as Achiko Uraraka. As they made small talk, they headed toward their exams. After many written tests, Izuku arrived at the practical exam site. Looking around, he saw Uraraka and decided to head over to calm her down and bring some luck. A tall teen with square features approached, claiming Izuku would distract her, but Izuku decided to ignore him and focus. Before he could do anything else, the exam began and he opened a wide tear into the foe city. As he moved through it, mechanical enemies advanced. Izuku smiled, confident in how well he would fare. He began to tear through robots, separating panels and prying components free with quick, practiced movements. Sometimes he dismantled a machine completely, other times he distracted one to help another examinee. On occasion he moved his hands through a robot's torso and wrenched out circuitry and servos, never lingering on the damage. Years of practice had roughened his hands. His quirk worked with gloves but they shredded quickly, so he preferred bare hands. He relied on offense as his best defense. He was not unusually strong or especially durable, he was simply extremely skilled at pulling things apart. Rather than blocking a robot's swing, he would seize the limb and tear it free while ripping with the other hand. He had lost track of his score and focused on securing enough points. Observers felt a mixture of awe and unease at how effortlessly Izuku dismantled machines, and some assumed he possessed super strength. High above, the teachers watched the exam. Present Mike asked Nizu what the boy's quirk was. Nizu and the other faculty members answered with the name and a brief description. Rip and tear, the ability to pull things apart at will. Ectoplasm noted that it was not brute strength but a knack for dismantling. Midnight began to speculate about its limits but was interrupted by a paper cup that bounced off her head. Eraserhead watched with a quiet, familiar expression, remembering the kid from long ago and feeling relieved to see him doing well. The Proctor Chimera announced the next phase with a button press. Back in the exam area, Izuku finished disabling a three-pointer robot when the ground rumbled and a massive zero-pointer rounded a corner. He startled at how large the machine was. Other examinees scattered to escape the Goliath robot. Izuku noticed someone fall and become pinned under rubble. Thinking he could reach them before the robot crushed them, he sprinted over. Through the dust he recognized Uraraka. She was pinned and exhausted, and she explained that she had used her quirk too much and could not apply it to the rubble. Izuku tore into the block to create leverage, prying it aside until it could be shoved away. Once clear, he turned and saw the Goliath robot raising its fist to strike. He quickly opened a portal in the ground, the other side leading back toward the city's entrance, and swept Uraraka into a carry. She gasped in surprise and fear as he moved through. He made it across just in time as the robot's fist slammed into the spot they'd vacated. Falling on the other side, Izuku used his body to cushion Uraraka so she would not be hurt more than necessary. Both of them trembled from the near-death experience as he checked that she was all right. A buzzer faintly signaled the end of the exam. Uraraka, breathing shakily, said she was okay aside from a sore ankle and tried to laugh it off. Recovery Girl, the school nurse, appeared and asked if she should come back later. Both of them blushed at how close they had been. They separated quickly and Izuku asked the nurse to look at Uraraka's ankle. Recovery Girl healed it and handed out gummies, then told them that their results would arrive in a week and that they could leave. Izuku helped Uraraka up and they walked out together. He asked how she thought she had done on the exam, and she said she hoped it had gone well. He admitted that he had lost count and focused on getting enough points. They exchanged contact information to keep in touch before parting ways. Izuku went home pleased that he might have made a new friend. His mother asked how he had done and if he was all right. He smiled, said he was tired, and mentioned he had made a friend. She told him to take a shower and that dinner would be ready soon. As he headed down the hall, his phone buzzed with a message from Uraraka saying she had made it home and was ready to sleep for the rest of the week. He began to reply, standing in the hallway, when his mother caught sight of him and exclaimed with joyful tears that her son was growing up, pulling him into a tight hug. He tried to reassure her as she celebrated the moment. All Might's voice was briefly drowned out by more cries. A week later, Izuku was doing light exercises in his room, occasionally texting back to Uraraka. His mother burst in holding an envelope stamped with the UA emblem. Izuku told Uraraka that he had received his results and went to open the envelope with his mother in his room. A disc slipped out. Curious, Izuku set it down and it turned on loudly with All Might appearing on the screen, startling both Izuku and his mother. The disc landed upright and continued where it had left off. All Might announced that he was there to give the exam results and introduced himself as UA's newest teacher. He explained that Izuku had passed the written test, placing second overall behind a recommended student, then revealed the practical scores. Izuku had earned 78 villain points, placing first in that category. Izuku began to tear up with happiness at being one step closer to his dream. His mother hugged him, proud and moved. Might then showed clips of Izuku assisting other test takers and helping in rescues. One clip showed Izuku pulling Uraraka free from rubble. The footage cut out abruptly when he apparently used a portal quirk, leaving only the image of Uraraka atop him. Izuku's mother smirked and teased him lightly about how close they appeared in the clip. The video continued, awarding Izuku 70 rescue points for his actions. All Might concluded by congratulating him on a total of 148 points and expressing anticipation for seeing what kind of hero he would become before the device shut off. Izuku smiled at his mother, grateful and excited about being accepted into the hero program. His mother laughed at his embarrassment, hugged him again, and went to prepare a celebratory meal while wiggling her eyebrows playfully. Izuku calmed down and checked his phone to find that Uraraka had also passed and would be in the same class. He blushed at the memory of his mother's teasing. On the morning of the first day at UA, Izuku struggled with his tie and, frustrated, settled for a passable knot. He hugged his mother goodbye and took a short train ride to the campus. Standing beneath the UA gate, he finally found his classroom door after some searching and hoped that Katsuki would not be in the same class. When he opened the door, he was immediately greeted by shouting. Izuku sighed and took a few steps in. Uraraka appeared behind him, cheerful and glad to see him again. She noticed his messy tie and, reaching forward, fixed it properly, slightly surprised at how close she had gotten. She apologized for making him uncomfortable and stepped back, blushing. Izuku returned the thanks with a small blush of his own and promised to learn how to tie a tie properly. Scanning the classroom, Uraraka saw a mix of students speaking among themselves. One student with golden and black eyes smiled teasingly at her, and another pair of eyes stared coldly at Izuku with an intense glare. Before she could ask Izuku about the look, a large caterpillar-like creature shuffled across the floor. With a slight shriek, Uraraka stepped behind Izuku and stared at the creature. Izuku crouched and gently poked it. It wriggled in response. Uraraka wondered aloud whether it was a worm, and Izuku speculated that it might be a very large caterpillar or even someone's quirk. The rest of the class quieted and watched. Izuku patted the creature and reassured it that they would find its owner. As the creature shifted, a zipper sound came from a nearby sleeping bag and a tired black-haired man emerged, looking somewhat confused. He asked why anyone would think a caterpillar was roaming the halls. Embarrassed at having been caught patting what turned out to be their homeroom teacher, the boy blurted out a question about why the man had been crawling around in a sleeping bag, secretly fearing expulsion on his first day. The teacher pinched the bridge of his nose, sighed, and moved past the awkwardness. He introduced himself to the class as their homeroom teacher, Shoyuda Aizawa, and instructed them to change into their gym uniforms and meet him at the field. He dismissed the introduction ceremony as a waste of time. Izuku rubbed his face to dispel the lingering embarrassment, and Uraraka patted his shoulder while holding back a laugh and saying that things could have been worse. As the students lined up in front of their homeroom teacher, Aizawa explained that they would be taking a quirk apprehension test. Uraraka asked about the introduction ceremony, and Aizawa reiterated that it was unnecessary. He then tossed a ball toward Izuku to begin the test. Aizawa told Midoriya that he had come in first in the entrance exam and asked what his longest throw in middle school had been. Midoriya replied that it had been about 70 meters. Aizawa then instructed him to do it with his quirk and to make sure he did not leave the circle. Katsuki sneered that Deku did not have a quirk and that he could not understand how someone like him had placed first. Classmates muttered among themselves. Uraraka glowered at Katsuki, irritated by his attitude, while Izuku rolled his eyes. Izuku met Katsuki's glare with his own and, getting into the circle, thought about the farthest point he could remember seeing. An idea formed, and with a wild grin he asked Aizawa if the teacher had something to tie him down so he would not be swept away during his turn. Aizawa nodded, wrapped his capture scarf around Izuku's waist, and watched with curiosity. Izuku told everyone to brace themselves and began. He dropped the ball at his feet and focused, looking up toward the moon still visible in the daytime sky. He pushed harder than he ever had before and tore a hole in front of him. Beyond the tear he saw the black of space and a breathtaking view of Earth. The opening exerted a strong pull. Students gasped as the scarf held him in place and objects began to be drawn toward the tear. The ball shot through the portal and Izuku immediately closed the opening, cutting off the pull. He fell backward when the force stopped and thanked Aizawa for holding him. Aizawa, glaring at the dangerous stunt, checked his device, which beeped and displayed that the readout was out of range of the planet. He showed the students the warning and told them firmly not to attempt anything like that again. The class buzzed with excitement, but Katsuki was furious at being kept in the dark. He charged at Izuku, demanding to know how he had done it. With Aizawa's capture scarf still around Izuku's waist, the teacher could not stop him before he reached his target. Izuku reacted quickly and used a controlled hold to stop Katsuki's swing, pinning him to the ground and restraining his wrist to prevent the attack from continuing. Aizawa rushed forward and stepped between them before things could escalate further. When Aizawa drew near, Izuku released the hold and stepped back. Aizawa secured the scarf around Katsuki as he got to his feet. Katsuki struggled and shouted at the material, demanding to know what it was made of. Aizawa looked at him sternly and warned that he was on very thin ice. Another unprovoked attack would be reason to expel him from the class. Katsuki shot back that he was the best and the future #1 hero and that Deku did not belong, accusing him of lying about being quirkless all those years. Izuku remained calm and explained that he had never said he was quirkless. Katsuki had not believed him when he had shown his quirk, and Izuku had not felt compelled to correct someone who had refused to see the truth. Aizawa gave Katsuki one more chance but made it clear that any repeat would have serious consequences. Katsuki dismissed the warning and looked away. The other students murmured about how violent he had been, and Uraraka glared at him, piecing together what she had overheard. Izuku returned to his place and was met with widespread congratulations for the astonishing distance he had created. He stuttered a thank you and rejoined the line. Aizawa reminded the class that they were not there to have fun but to learn to be the best heroes they could be, and that the last place student in the course would be removed. Complaints rose, but there was no alternative and they moved on. Izuku did not worry about the tests, he expected to place well. Uraraka slipped next to him and praised his performance. He blushed slightly and thanked her. They completed the rest of the exercises together. For the 50-meter dash, Katsuki glared at Izuku and threatened to beat him. When the dash began, Izuku dove and opened a portal, rolling through it and emerging past the finish line to take first place, much to Katsuki's visible frustration. Throughout the trials, Izuku used his portals strategically for distance jumps and high jumps, and his conditioning put him in a strong position. Classmates responded to his friendliness, and he learned many of their names. Mina grew especially animated, grabbing his arm to gesture and trying to get a reaction from Uraraka. Uraraka paused, surprised, and when she felt his arm she noted that he was strong from constant practice and hard work. Izuku became increasingly embarrassed and asked Mina to let go. Mina apologized and released him, noticing Uraraka watching with an intense, sweaty look. A short student, Mineta, glared at Izuku with jealousy over the attention he was receiving. Izuku caught the stare and returned it, wondering what had caused it. At the end of the exams, Izuku placed first, which surprised him. Mineta finished last and reacted loudly, complaining about his luck. Izuku felt a little relieved, but Eraserhead then revealed the rankings had been a ruse to motivate them. After changing back into his school uniform, Izuku chatted with the other boys on the way home. He met Uraraka and they walked to the train station together. During the walk, Uraraka asked about his quirk. Izuku explained that his quirk allowed him to tear anything he touched. It was not flashy, but he had learned to make it his own. When Uraraka wondered how he had made portals, Izuku laughed and described his first attempt, which had been reckless and nearly disastrous. Uraraka looked alarmed and lightly swatted him, scolding him to be careful because he could hurt himself. Rubbing his arm, Izuku assured her that he had focused on the other side of the tear, which had helped him control it, and smiled at her. The next day on the walk to UA, Uraraka caught up with Izuku and fixed his tie. They laughed together. Izuku thought he might never learn to tie a tie properly if this became their ritual. They talked about nothing in particular, simply enjoying each other's company. Izuku had expected hero school to be more thrilling, with pro heroes teaching every class and a greater sense of spectacle after meeting a pro, but daily life felt fairly ordinary. Some teachers were straightforward, like Cementos and Ectoplasm. Others had their own styles. Mike liked to be extravagant and loud, while Midnight engaged the students with interactive lessons in her own way. Izuku sometimes wondered how she could teach as she did, but he respected the variety of approaches. After lunch, hero class assembled and All Might burst into the room in a ridiculous pose, announcing his arrival in his usual theatrical fashion. He instructed the class to meet him in the training city and said they would need the gear they had requested, then clicked a remote to activate the students' suits. Katsuki reacted intensely to the announcement of a battle trial, and Izuku hoped the situation would not turn dangerous for him. He grabbed his suitcase and headed to the locker room to change. Izuku had spent a long time considering his suit design and settled on practicality. He could not wear gloves because his quirk would pass through them, so he chose a sleeveless black vest designed to be resistant to bullets and piercing attacks, rising high to protect his vital area like a bomb unit's armor. He added a dark green helmet with a visor to match his hair, simple combat pants with knee pads, and sturdy combat boots. He requested only an emergency knife and a first aid kit attached to his lower back. He planned to refine the design as he progressed through his classes. Stepping out with his helmet in hand, he surveyed his classmates' costumes and found himself thinking logically about protection and utility. Many suits were skin-tight with minimal armor, and he questioned their practicality. He noticed a couple of questionable designs and hoped everyone was appropriately covered. Uraraka approached in her suit and complimented Izuku, saying he looked like he was ready for a cinematic battle, and she circled him to get a better look. Izuku returned the compliment. When he noticed a classmate staring inappropriately, he glared and the classmate quickly retreated. All Might praised the students' suits and explained the rules of the trial: 2-on-2 battles, hero teams versus villain teams, with partners assigned at random. He answered questions and issued a stern warning to Katsuki to keep things under control. Teams were chosen and Izuku discovered his partner would be Uraraka. They were to face Katsuki and another student. Izuku put on his helmet, sealing it with a hiss, and felt the familiar focus it gave him. Uraraka shot him a disapproving look, and he pulled her aside to plan. He proposed either a quick surgical approach using portals to get straight to the bomb and end the match quickly, or a straightforward confrontation to demonstrate their skills. Uraraka preferred to go through the front door, and they agreed to split up when Katsuki attacked. Uraraka would head for the bomb while Izuku distracted and dealt with Katsuki before joining her. As the plan unfolded, Katsuki leapt out and charged at Izuku, shouting accusations that Izuku had lied about his quirk, and Uraraka ran for the stairs. They fought with Izuku redirecting Katsuki's explosions and landing punches whenever he could. Katsuki only managed to singe Izuku slightly, and the frustration made him throw a heavy right hook while demanding to know where Izuku's quirk was and accusing him of looking down on him by calling him Deku. Izuku resented that name like a persistent fly buzzing in his ear. He grabbed Katsuki's gauntlet with his free hand and ripped it open, exposing his arm, and announced that his quirk was active now. Surprised, Katsuki was held and pinned to the ground just as before. The shock registered that he had been captured with tape. All Might's voice declared the trial over, but Katsuki kept screaming. Izuku hoped Katsuki would accept the loss, though he worried he had not knocked him out and feared what Katsuki might do next. Izuku ran up the stairs and asked Uraraka where she was. She reported one floor above, in a room with Ida, and that she couldn't catch him. Izuku instructed Uraraka to corner Ida by one wall and waited. When he received the signal that Ida was in position, Izuku tore through the wall and surprised Ida. Seeing the distraction, Uraraka leapt for the bomb and secured the trail for their team. Uraraka praised Izuku for his work and then froze at the use of his given name. Izuku reassured her that it was fine to call him Izuku, blushing under his helmet. Uraraka, flustered, asked him to call her Ochako. As All Might called them back, Katsuki burst through the doorway, declaring he would not lose and angrily raising his other gauntlet as if to fire. All Might warned him not to shoot because the trial was over and firing would risk someone's life. Someone protested that the target could dodge, and Katsuki pulled the pin. Izuku, with Ochako and Ida beside him, stepped in front of them to prevent escalation. Sensing Katsuki intended real harm, Izuku opened a large portal between them and the outside of the building, waiting until the heat diminished before closing it. Then he opened another portal behind Katsuki, struck the back of his head with a quick hit, and forcefully removed the remaining gauntlet. He pinned Katsuki to the ground, keeping him from moving, and watched Ochako tremble beside Ida. Adrenaline sharpened Izuku's control. He made sure Katsuki could not use his quirk again without hurting himself. All Might finally arrived at the bomb room and inspected the students, relieved to find them unharmed. He commended Izuku with a voice of steel and told him he would take over. All Might knocked out the howling Katsuki, secured him, and carried him away. On the way back to the observation room, Ochako and Ida thanked Izuku for saving them. He waved their thanks away modestly. When they opened the door, a crowd of classmates swarmed them. Izuku stepped back, told everyone they were all right, and gradually the group relented and gave them space. All Might reappeared after dropping Katsuki at the nurse's office to ensure he was secured and said he would handle the matter later. All Might then announced the MVP of the round. Yasuruzo raised her hand and declared Izuku the MVP for both planning and saving the 3 students from Katsuki's attack. All Might agreed, and they moved on to the next match. The rest of the day progressed with varying levels of excitement. Ochako stood beside Izuku, listening to him mutter to himself and absorbing what he said without interrupting. Mina smirked and pointed them out to Hagakure, who giggled with her new friend. The students looked forward to having fun together that year. The day ended with only minor bumps and bruises. Most of the class walked out of the gates together, chatting about the trials before splitting off. Meanwhile, All Might and Eraserhead sat with the principal and Katsuki to discuss what had happened during the trial. The principal imposed punishment. Katsuki would be suspended for a week and attend anger management classes, and he was warned that this was his second strike. One more would remove him from the hero course or UA entirely. Katsuki accepted the punishment but left plotting how to get even with Izuku. The next morning Izuku woke with a slight headache and got ready hurriedly, looping his tie loosely around his neck and letting the ends dangle. He had a nagging feeling that something was going to happen today. After finishing his coffee, he met Ochako. She noticed his disheveled appearance and reached to fix his tie. Her small gesture made him smile and eased the headache. Izuku explained that whenever he woke with a headache, something out of the ordinary tended to happen. He had lost his phone before, and once a villain had attacked. Ochako asked if he was all right with concern in her voice and eyes. Izuku brushed it off, saying the villain had never touched him and that All Might had intervened. As they walked, they came upon a crowd of reporters with cameras and microphones. They stopped at a distance, choosing not to get closer and risk being swarmed. Izuku waved his hands at the reporters to keep them away, and Ochako laughed, agreeing that he seemed to have a knack for sensing trouble. They considered various ways to get past the reporters without causing a scene, but before they could decide, students from other courses began to join them. Looking over, Izuku saw about 20 other students nearby, all trying to find a way past the reporters. A couple from his class joined him and Ochako. Checking the time, Izuku decided he was going to break the rule for the moment and threw his hands into the air to act. With the other students watching, Izuku pushed his hands forward and tore a hole through space to the other side of the UA gate, just beside the entrance doors. Aizawa, on his way to disperse the crowd, saw the portal open and braced for a villain, but he recognized the green-lit edge of the rift. Izuku gestured toward the tear and explained that it opened right next to the building and that he would be the last to go through. Kirishima and Kaminari thanked Izuku and stepped through. Once they saw it was safe, the rest of the crowd of UA students followed. Ochako asked Izuku if he was not going through. Izuku replied that he had to be last, or the tear would close behind him, and then allowed Ochako to go through before following her. On the other side they encountered their homeroom teacher, who looked tired and drained. Expecting a reprimand, Izuku relaxed when Aizawa simply turned to the reporters and tried to get them to leave. Relieved, Izuku and Ochako laughed softly and headed to class. Izuku noticed that Katsuki was absent and his seat was empty, but he set that aside and waited for the lesson to begin. A weary Aizawa arrived and reviewed how they had performed in the battle trials the previous day. He explained that Katsuki had been punished and would be out for a week. Izuku braced for a lecture about illegal quirk use or for how rough he had been with Katsuki, but Aizawa instead praised Izuku for his efforts, giving a simple acknowledgement. Izuku accepted it with a smile, unsure of the exact reason for the praise. Aizawa then instructed the class to choose a class president and returned to his sleeping bag. Ida suggested they vote, and after the students cast their ballots, Izuku was elected president with Momo as vice president. Izuku directed a wry look toward Ochako and conveyed his low expectations for the role as he rose to give a brief, tongue-in-cheek speech declaring his reservations about the position. Yorozu chuckled nearby and began composing a group chat for Class 1A by sharing her contact information. The students agreed and had a chat room set up within minutes. At lunch, Izuku sat with Ochako and sighed heavily as he ate. Ochako teased him gently about being dramatic, saying it was not that bad. Izuku explained that he was just worried about the extra responsibility. Mina, sitting at the table with Kaminari, Kirishima, and Ida, assured him that he would do fine and mentioned that she had voted for him, partly because he had opened the portal past the reporters. The others at the table agreed. An ear-piercing alarm sounded, and one of the older students called it an intrusion alarm and urged everyone to leave. Izuku looked around and saw the reporters moving in. As Ochako was swept along by the crowd, Izuku acted. He created a portal to the top of the door beside the exit sign and used a handhold in the wall to steady himself. He called out that it was only reporters and urged calm, then jumped down and checked on Ochako to find her all right. He gathered the rest of Class 1A and led them back to class. On the way, he noticed the gate had been reduced to dust, a clear sign that the situation was escalating. The next morning Izuku woke with a sense that something was about to happen. He did not have a headache, which made him more uneasy. Hoping it was just nerves or something he had eaten, he prepared and headed out to meet Ochako as usual. They walked in a peaceful silence until Mina appeared, bright and energetic. Mina greeted them with her usual exuberance and asked how their morning had been. She then teased that the two of them were always together and wondered aloud if they were close friends. Mina's teasing was light-hearted. Both Izuku and Ochako blushed and quickly clarified that they were just good friends who had met during the entrance exam. Mina pressed for confirmation, still in a teasing mood, and then fell into step beside them as they continued to school. Ochako reacted to Mina's familiarity by matching the friendly gesture to keep pace. Arriving at school, the sight of Izuku walking between Mina and Ochako drew a few curious looks. Mina let go at the classroom door and entered with a triumphant grin, while Ochako, still flushed, took her seat and shot Mina a glare as she plotted a playful response. Izuku sat down and tried to shake off the odd feeling of watching Ochako move away. Aizawa opened the door and announced that they would have a special class focused on rescue. He instructed them to take a bus to another facility, change into their suits, and meet him outside. Excited chatter filled the room as everyone filtered out to prepare. While changing in the locker room, the students completed their preparations and headed out to meet Aizawa. A peephole into the women's locker room was discovered. The students dealt with the issue quickly and secured the privacy. Izuku returned to changing while the others wondered what had happened. In the other locker room, Jair had one of her earphone jacks extended and felt relieved to hear that Izuku had intervened. Momo asked if she was all right. Jair said she was fine and asked Momo to make something to plug the hole. The girls finished changing and closed it up. When the class regrouped, Izuku approached Momo to report the incident, but Momo had already handled it. Ida blew a whistle and instructed the students to line up in alphabetical order to board the bus. Izuku told Ida to tone it down and pointed out that the bus layout would make the formal line unnecessary. They boarded. Izuku sat between Tsuyu and Ochako. Tsuyu asked Midoriya what his quirk was, noting it seemed to have two aspects, one for strength and another for creating portals. Izuku explained that his quirk, rip and tear, was a single ability. He could rip and tear anything he could grasp. He clarified that he could not simply lift a car or bend steel, but that if he grabbed a thick paper book he could tear it as if it were a single page. He had trained to apply that tearing ability to many different materials. When he closed his hands and demonstrated, Mineta looked away, visibly uncomfortable. Izuku elaborated that his portal ability had developed later when he experimented with tearing the space in front of him. Momo paled at the idea of tearing space. Kirishima asked why Izuku had not used his quirk on Bakugo during the trial. Izuku answered that using rip and tear on a person would maim them, and he did not want to cause that kind of harm. The class grasped how dangerous and powerful his abilities could be, and Kaminari expressed relief that Izuku was on their side. They arrived at the USJ Dome. Ochako excitedly spoke about her favorite hero as Hero 13 greeted them and spoke with Aizawa for a moment. 13 addressed the class and introduced her quirk, Black Hole, explaining that although it had been used to clear rubble and help people, it could also be used to harm. She emphasized that many quirks could be dangerous if misused, and that the facility was there to teach them how to control and apply their abilities responsibly. The class applauded as the lesson began. Suddenly, the lights went out and a purple mist gathered in the center of the plaza. Izuku shouted to get Aizawa's attention. Dozens of villains appeared from the mist, including a large bird-like creature, a lanky figure with twisted hands, and a form of mist that condensed into a man. One of the villains called for all might and suggested that attacking the students might draw him out. With that command, the villains rushed forward. Aizawa ordered an immediate evacuation and moved to hold off the tide of attackers. Izuku tore open a portal to the front of the UA main building and urged his classmates to go through. As the students ran, he looked back. Aizawa was holding his own but seemed to be slowing. A Nomu teleported through the combat zone and appeared in front of 13, putting itself between the villains and the escaping students. The Nomu struck the hero, and Izuku immediately grabbed Ochako and pushed her through the portal before the creature seized him. On the other side of the portal, the students watched the Nomu holding Izuku by the arm. Fearing the creature would pass through and endanger everyone on campus, Izuku shut the gate. Ochako tried to return but was unable to get back through. In time, after Aizawa finished off the last of the villains he was facing, the mist-formed man rushed toward him to finish the attack. Another hero stepped in and intercepted the assault, blocking the blow and forcing the attacker to stumble back as the hero caught his breath. Looking back up the stairs, he saw Izuku in the Nomu's grasp. Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to bring Izuku and eliminate the hero. The Nomu sped off with Izuku struggling to slip free but unable to do so. The Nomu struck him and sent him into the central fountain, where he did not rise. Seeing this, Izuku fought back with everything he had, prying the Nomu's hand off and disabling one leg. The creature fell to a knee and a remaining hand. Izuku backed away as he watched it begin to regenerate its limbs. The handler laughed and boasted that his bioengineered weapon possessed not only strength and speed but also rapid regeneration and shock-absorbing quirks. Hearing that and seeing Aizawa still down, Izuku resolved he would not die. He had promised his mother he would be careful. He charged the Nomu as it rose, ran past it and disabled the other leg, then leapt onto its back as it screeched, working to keep it from standing again. He moved quickly across its back toward its core, targeting the central unit that powered it. For a moment he paused to see if his efforts had shut it down. When he saw the creature beginning to repair itself, he attacked again. The Nomu stirred to its feet and thrashed. Izuku held on, climbed up, and managed to tear away the Nomu's head-like control component. The creature shuddered and collapsed, inert. Shigaraki saw the teenager, covered in debris and holding a detached component, and shouted in anger. The misty man, stunned by the brutal display, opened a portal for Shigaraki to reach through to finish him. Out of breath and stained from the fight, Izuku saw a hand reaching through the mist. Having trained against portals before, he grabbed the forearm and pulled it free, severing the connection. The man screamed in pain and withdrew his arm. Shigaraki declared that he would kill Izuku, but the front door burst open and gunfire rang out, further injuring Shigaraki. Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri to open a gate and, glowering at Izuku, disappeared. Izuku ran to Aizawa and found him injured but breathing steadily. He had simply been knocked out. Izuku let out a relieved breath. The heroes at the top of the stairs stared at the disabled Nomu, its detached limbs and components scattered around it. Snipe muttered in disbelief as he looked over the disabled machine. With the villains subdued, Nizu and All Might approached Izuku. Izuku stood and told them that the villains were gone and that Aizawa needed help, his adrenaline finally easing. Nizu then gestured toward Izuku's appearance and noted that he seemed to need assistance, and All Might asked if he was hurt. Looking down, Izuku saw his arms and visor stained with the Nomu's fluids and debris. He removed his helmet and explained shakily that none of the stains were his, that they belonged to the Nomu. He said that Shigaraki had claimed the creature was bioengineered with multiple quirks designed to kill heroes. All Might paled and took a small step back. Nizu's expression turned grave at the mention of multiple quirks. Izuku's legs gave out and he sank to his knees as paramedics tended to Aizawa. All Might and the principal rushed to support him. Nizu suggested he see medical and then tell the staff and the police exactly what had happened. As they helped him along, Izuku asked if everyone else was safe and how Recovery Girl was. Nizu replied that his classmates were uninjured and Recovery Girl would make a full recovery, but that Ochako Uraraka had been very distressed. Izuku winced at the thought of Ochako panicking and quickly pulled out his phone to notify his friends and his mother that he was all right and with the heroes. Arriving at UA a few minutes later, the class rushed toward him but paused when they saw his stained arms and chest. Izuku explained that the stains came from the Nomu and tried to reassure them that he would explain later, but Ochako Uraraka wrapped him in a tight, tearful hug. Izuku, embarrassed and concerned about getting her dirty, returned the hug briefly before she pulled away with a worried smile. All Might guided him to the nurse's office so he could clean up and be checked. Recovery Girl confirmed he was largely unharmed aside from a bruised arm from the Nomu's grip. Staff then led him to a conference room where most of the faculty were gathered. Nizu introduced the two additional men present as Detective Tsukachi and Yagi Tashinori, and said they wished to speak with Izuku about what had happened at the USJ. Izuku asked who the blonde man was. The man explained quickly that he was All Might's secretary and would be standing in for him. With the principal's nod, the meeting began and Recovery Girl finished her lecture on the dangers of quirks. Then Kurogyari appeared with a mob in tow, followed by Shigaraki and the Nomu, setting the scene for what had just occurred. He told them that Eraserhead had ordered him to evacuate the class because he knew Izuku had a portal ability. When the detective asked why he had not followed his classmates, Izuku explained that was his intention, but Shigaraki had ordered a Nomu to stop him. He could not get through the tear in time, so he pushed Uraraka through and closed it behind her to prevent the Nomu from getting through. He went on to describe how 13 had been injured, how the Nomu had dragged him close to Shigaraki, and how Eraserhead had been hurt but managed to free himself from the Nomu. Izuku then explained his quirk so the detective would understand how he had escaped. He said that when he had torn one of the Nomu's arms off, the limb began to regenerate, and Shigaraki had laughed, saying the creature had been created with multiple quirks meant to kill all might, rapid regeneration, shock absorption, enhanced strength and speed, and likely exceptional stamina. The room fell quiet. Nizu gestured for him to continue. Izuku described how he realized he would have to fight the creature to survive. He engaged it in close combat, using quick, decisive moves to disable its limbs and limit its mobility. When disabling the limbs did not stop it, he targeted its central structure and, after repeated strikes, managed to neutralize the threat. The action had been desperate and relentless, in an anime-like flurry of movement rather than any detailed or graphic violence. Vlad King asked whether he believed he had done the right thing by killing that Nomu. Izuku said that he had promised his mother he would be as safe as possible as a hero, and if that meant killing a monster, so be it. He looked at the teacher with anger, thinking about how else he was supposed to stop something designed to kill All Might. The detective noted that the multiple limbs matched the Nomu but asked about the normal arm found at the scene. Izuku explained that it had been Shigaraki's arm. After seeing him neutralize the Nomu, Shigaraki had become enraged and, with Kurogyari's help, warped his arm to attack. Izuku had removed the arm to stop the attack, and he spoke of it without remorse. After the questioning, he was sent to his mother. The reunion was tearful. His mother checked him over for any injury before they went home. Seeing that all his classmates had already left made him feel sick with worry about how he would explain his appearance. He feared they might see him as a ruthless killer. At least Ochako seemed to understand, and that comforted him, if only a little. The next morning, Izuku woke to his mother at his door telling him some of his classmates had come to visit. She scanned the visitors and asked which one was Ochako, then smiled playfully and left to greet them. He hurried to put on a shirt and hurried down the hall to stop his mother from embarrassing him, arriving to find Ochako and most of his classmates waiting, except Todoroki and Katsuki. He waved awkwardly and tried to tame his unruly hair while the others chuckled. They told him they had looked up his address, narrowing the search from where they knew he sometimes spent time. Yaoyorozu asked how he was doing. Realizing he would have to explain what had happened, Izuku led them all to change and then to a more suitable place to talk. He smiled at Ochako before running off to change, and his mother watched with a knowing look. After he changed, he opened a portal to the edge of the beach he had cleaned and trained on. When Mina asked where the portal led, he said it went to the beach and that the spot was private enough for quirk practice. He did not mention that he had spent years cleaning it up. His classmate stepped through, and he waved to his mother, who smiled. Ochako reached for his hand and gently pulled him through. He blushed but returned her squeeze, then turned to look over the pristine sand and water. Tsuyu and Mina remarked that it used to be a dump before it had been cleaned up. Izuku explained that someone had cleaned it, and he looked away when he realized how much of his past they were piecing together. He led them all onto the pier and began to tell them what had happened after he had evacuated them, how he could not keep the portal open without risking the Noma getting through, and how he had been forced to stop the creature to prevent it from reaching others. Ida protested strongly, insisting that heroes did not kill and asking how Izuku could have done such a thing. Izuku restrained his anger and answered that he had no other choice when facing something built to kill All Might. He emphasized that the creature's multiple quirks made it deadly and that he could not stand by and watch Eraserhead and 13 be left to die. He said he had done everything in his power to return safely, and he would not apologize for acting to protect others even if it made some uncomfortable. Ochako was the first to reassure him that he had done what he needed to, and others soon followed. In the end, his classmates were uneasy but understanding, grateful that they had a friend who had acted to keep them and their mentors safe. To lighten the mood, Hagakure suggested they relax and enjoy the beach. Yaoyorozu, excited to have a beach day with friends, began organizing towels and food, using her resources to make the outing comfortable. Izuku showed the class where to get supplies from a small shop whose owner greeted him warmly, thanking him for taking care of the beach. Curious, Kirishima asked what the owner meant by, "Good job on the beach." Izuku tried to step away, but Ochako held his arm, her gaze still on the owner. The owner explained that Izuku had been the one who had cleaned the beach over the years, and the group fell quiet for a moment, taking in this new piece of who he was. The shop owner smiled and said he had seen Izuku come almost every day and that business had picked up since Izuku started coming by. Izuku tried to look nonchalant while choosing a snack, and Ochako held his arm, watching him with wonder. Kaminari accused him of cleaning the beach and teased that he must have sent all the trash to the moon. Izuku explained that the exam had been the first time he opened a tier to the moon and that he had been cleaning the beach over a couple of years. His classmates praised his effort and determination. Back at the beach, Izuku sat on a towel while some classmates ran into the water. Tokoyami, Jairu, and Koda sat nearby, thinking similarly about the day. Yaoyorozu had made everything, including the bathing suits, and everyone was enjoying their day off while the school updated its security system. After a while, Ochako convinced Izuku to join her in the water. He removed his shirt to cool off, revealing the results of his training, and the others quietly admired his fitness. Ochako became flustered and excused herself for a moment while Mina and Hagakure laughed. Yaoyorozu just shook her head. At the end of the day they all relaxed, and Mineta ended up sunburned. After cleaning up, Izuku walked everyone to the train station and saw them off. He rode home with Ochako. She told him he did not have to walk her home, and he reassured her that it was fine and that he could portal home in a second if needed. They chatted about their beach day, enjoying the conversation. When they got off the train and walked to Ochako's apartment, Izuku asked if she lived alone. She explained that her parents worked farther away and that this place was closer to school and cheaper. Ochako grew quiet and hugged Izuku tightly, thinking back to how scared she had been when he had been pushed through a portal. Izuku hugged her back and she said quietly that she was glad he was okay. She gave him a quick, grateful kiss on the cheek and went inside with a smile. Izuku stood there a few minutes before teleporting back to his living room. His mother had grown used to his portals and had designated an area in the living room to avoid. She saw him arrive, holding his cheek and smiling, and poured some tea while teasing him about having had a good day. Startled by her question, Izuku realized his predicament and hurried to his room as his mother continued asking about his day. The next morning, classmates greeted Izuku and Ochako when they opened the door of Class 1A. Katsuki had returned and glared at Izuku, but Izuku ignored him. The class discussed who would be the substitute teacher, since Aizawa had been injured during the USJ incident after being thrown and struck into the central fountain by a Nomu. As class was about to start, Aizawa entered with bandages on his arm and head from the encounter with Shigaraki. He scanned the room and visibly relaxed when he saw Izuku. He had panicked when he first woke up and learned what had happened, but he had been informed that Izuku had survived the confrontation and that the League of Villains had escaped after the battle. The head villain had been seriously injured and the Nomu had been neutralized during the fight. Aizawa stood at the podium and, after assuring the students he could teach homeroom, informed them about the upcoming sports festival. At one point he asked Izuku to meet him after school, telling him he had an assignment that would help Izuku in his hero work. Izuku agreed, curious about what it could be. After class, friends asked him about the meeting. He blushed, remembering the brief goodbye moment with Ochako, and said he did not know but was willing if it would help. After school, Izuku found Aizawa in the teacher's lounge. Present Mike called for him to enter, and Izuku found Aizawa in a private office. Aizawa asked how he was doing and said he had received reports of what had happened after Aizawa had passed out. Izuku recalled a painful memory from his childhood when he had been forced to kill a dog that had attacked him. He said it had felt similar during the battle. He did not feel remorse for stopping that monster, but he had studied ways to use his quirk on people without causing lethal harm. He admitted that it was difficult to apply those methods when someone actively resisted or needed to be stopped without remaining unharmed. Aizawa acknowledged that he understood why lethal force had been necessary against the Nomu and commended Izuku for wanting to learn better methods. He explained the assignment. Izuku's quirk made him exceptionally valuable for moving people out of harm's way on the battlefield, so Aizawa wanted to help him develop that capability. Aizawa asked Izuku to explain exactly how his portal ability worked. Izuku explained that he could open portals to places he had been before or to locations within his line of sight. Izuku explained that the moon was the farthest and hardest to reach, but he already had a few portal points he could use. He told his teacher that his assignment idea was to establish as many portal destinations as possible: hospitals, populated areas, a web of safe points to send people to in an emergency. The teacher handed him a sheet listing locations across Japan and instructed him to collect more over time, perhaps even in other countries. They ended the meeting and Izuku left. He found Ochako waiting at the gate, and his stomach tightened at the thought of speaking with her. Izuku greeted her and then described the assignment. Ochako agreed it was a good plan and asked him if he could help her train for the sports festival. Izuku considered how their quirks could complement each other in combat: Ochako's ability to neutralize opponents with a touch and Izuku's grappling expertise. He brightened and told her he knew exactly how to help and offered to start right away. Ochako smiled and led him to her apartment through one of his portal points. At her doorway, Izuku explained that he would show her a fighting style that would suit her quirk. Ochako pulled him inside briefly and said she would change into training clothes. Izuku waited in the apartment, embarrassed but trying to stay composed. Ochako returned in comfortable athletic wear, tied her hair into a ponytail, and said they were ready to begin. They paused at Izuku's place on the way and found his mother on the couch with a close family friend. Ochako greeted them politely. Izuku's aunt teased that he had brought a girl home, which made him flustered. He quickly clarified that they were there to train for the festival. After a brief, warm exchange between the adults, Izuku and Ochako left, stepping through a portal to the beach, while the two women joked about how long the pair would remain just friends. At the beach they chose a quieter stretch and Izuku explained his grappling techniques and how those moves could enhance Ochako's approach. She listened carefully and they began practice. Over the next 2 weeks, their routine repeated training at each other's homes, at the beach, and with endurance drills, and their mutual trust and understanding deepened with every session. On the final day before the sports festival, Izuku told Ochako that he wanted it to be a rest day, but as they prepared to leave a group of other students gathered outside the door. Katsuki pushed past with his usual brash entrance, making it clear he saw himself as the primary competitor. A purple-haired student stepped forward and announced in a challenging tone that he intended to provoke the class, suggesting that poor performance could lead to replacement on the hero course. A blonde student joined in with mocking remarks about Class 1A's reputation. Izuku introduced himself calmly as the class representative of 1A and explained that he had evacuated civilians during a previous incident before being stopped by a monster. He made it clear that if there were grievances about heroic actions, the issue lay with him. When one student moved closer as if to provoke a physical confrontation, Izuku intercepted by holding the student's arm firmly to prevent escalation. Their classmates winced, worried the situation might spiral, but no one was hurt. Ochako stepped in, took Izuku's arm, and guided him away toward the park where they could relax before the festival. At the park, Ochako expressed her gratitude for his training assistance, and Izuku returned her smile, saying he was happy to help anytime. They spent the rest of the day enjoying the calm before the competition. Class 1A assembled in the waiting room before heading into the stadium. Ochako and Izuku stood near their classmates, both feeling the mixture of nerves and determination that accompanies the start of an important challenge. Ochako felt nervous because Izuku had helped her train with her quirk until she had almost beaten him in one of their spars. Their quirks were similar enough that she could mimic most of his moves. Grappling and throws were perfect for someone who needed a firm grip. While Izuku sat and focused on what lay ahead, he heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw Todoroki. Todoroki had never really spoken to Izuku, and the expression on his face made it clear he was not there to be friendly. Todoroki told Izuku that he considered himself stronger, that he did not care how Izuku had defeated that villain at the USJ, and that he intended to win today. Izuku, puzzled by Todoroki's challenge, replied that he did not know why Todoroki was upset and that he was not going to give up if they fought. He noted that Todoroki would be harder to beat if he used his fire, and he thought about a secret move he kept to himself. Todoroki turned away with an even colder expression and said that he would never use that fire, then walked off. Katsuki, who had overheard the exchange, bristled at the idea of someone else challenging Izuku, and began to prepare to shout that he would take the spot until the intercom cut him off and announced that all students were to move to the stadium. Izuku and Yaoyorozu led the class through the doors and into a stadium full of cheering fans. Izuku had never been in a setting like this before. Many of his classmates seemed similarly overwhelmed, though some, like Ishido, handled the attention with ease. Present Mike announced their class and mentioned the USJ incident, then introductions continued until an umpire walked out. Izuku wondered how Midnight had ended up as referee for the day. Midnight called for quiet and summoned Izuku to the stage by tapping her riding crop. Ochako quickly explained that Izuku had placed first in the entrance exam and would need to give a speech. Accepting his fate, Izuku walked to the stage and took the microphone. Through the speakers he thanked his homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, and Eraserhead's voice came back, muttering that he had forgotten something and that the mic was still on before trailing off. Izuku then told the crowd to give their best, not to give up until the bell had rung, and ended with his battle cry, Plus Ultra. The crowd cheered, and Midnight announced the first event, the obstacle race. The students surged toward the starting gate. Izuku grabbed Ochako's hand to keep her from being swept away. Ochako asked if he was planning to just tear through to the end, and Izuku smiled and said that wouldn't be any fun. The race began with a bang and the class streamed through a narrow exit. Izuku positioned a tear above the crowd and signaled for Ochako to pass through it. She went through, and Siro, who had noticed them and decided to cheat, followed. Izuku went through himself and was now officially in the race as quirks burst into action all around him. He sprinted toward the next obstacle, the robots from the entrance exam. Without hesitation, Izuku used his tearing quirk to slip through the machine's frames and emerged behind them, continuing at full speed. Ahead he saw a cluster of towering training robots. Todoroki had frozen them in a way that made them unstable, and one began to collapse onto a trapped student. Thinking quickly, Izuku opened a tier beside the student and pulled him to safety. After making sure the student was all right, Izuku wasted a moment on a bit of mischief toward Todoroki. He climbed onto one of the training machines and created an opening in front of Todoroki. With no time to stop, Todoroki ran through it and reappeared farther back. Izuku glared, but then saw another green-haired student follow through the same tear to reclaim the position Izuku had disrupted. The portal closed behind him and Izuku faced the pit. He opened a path and moved through without hesitation. The next challenge was a minefield. Izuku saw Katsuki skimming close to the finish line, propelled by explosions beneath him. Looking to complicate the path for Katsuki, Izuku placed a tear at the edge of the minefield and opened it in Katsuki's line. Katsuki tried to control his landing with his quirk, but it only triggered the mines and sent him tumbling uncontrollably through the air. Laughing to himself, Izuku ran through the still open tear and reached the approach to the finish. He strolled the last few steps, waved at the cheering crowd, and sat on a patch of grass to wait. Classmates continued to arrive, two of them in particular still visibly ready to confront him. Katsuki finished 7th and Todoroki 10th. Neither looked pleased, but Izuku did not let it bother him. When Ochako reached him, she plopped down beside him to rest. The last competitor crossed the line in 42nd place, and the announcer moved on to describe the next event. The roulette wheel was about to land on Cavalry Battle when it moved one spot further and landed on King of the Pillar. Midnight looked confused at the change but went along with it. Midnight explained that King of the Pillar was simple. There would be pillars, and the higher the pillar the more points one earned. By the end of the round, the top 16 would enter the tournament. There were no teams, although teamwork was not discouraged. With that, Midnight left the stage and Cementos created pillars of cement, the tallest 15 feet high with many shorter ones around it. From their arrangement, participants could reach the tallest pillar by climbing or jumping from one pillar to another. Each pillar had room for only 2 people to stand on top. Everyone scattered. Some formed teams while others, like Katsuki and Todoroki, operated alone. Ochako stayed close to Izuku and looked around. Ochako asked Izuku if he wanted to form a team in the sense that they would not attack each other if they ended up on the same pillar. Izuku considered it for a moment and agreed. After a short while, the countdown began for the round to start. Many classmates made teams, many others remained solo. When the countdown hit 1, Izuku tore a portal to the top pillar and Ochako went through first, as always. They landed on top to see fights breaking out on each pillar. Izuku looked around and saw Todoroki propelled by an ice pillar heading toward him, with Katsuki not far behind. Katsuki reached Izuku first with a shout and launched a powerful explosion at his pillar. Izuku ripped a portal next to Katsuki and redirected the blast back, sending Katsuki flying back. Todoroki then appeared and shaped a slope of ice to dislodge them from the top. Ochako, unable to stop, slid off but landed safely using her quirk. Izuku managed to stop himself by tearing into the ice slope with his hand. As he tried to get back up, he saw Todoroki's foot coming toward him. He decided instead to let go and land on a different pillar. He landed in front of Kendo, the class rep of 1B. Without hesitation, she swung her large hand to slap him away. Thinking quickly, Izuku moved his hand forward like a spear and hooked her hand. She jerked it back and retracted it to check the damage, noticing only a small scrape. Looking up, she saw Izuku grab her and push her off the pillar. Seeing that she landed safely, Izuku turned to face the next threat. Every time he attempted to reach the tallest pillar, Todoroki sent a small glacier toward him. Growing frustrated, he failed to notice the purple-haired student who had declared war on his class reach his pillar. Izuku saw the insomniac try to push him off, but the student seemed weak, as if he had never exercised. The purple-haired student sneered that Izuku had been lucky to get a strength quirk. Izuku tried to explain that he was not using his quirk, but the other student's quirk affected him as soon as he opened his mouth. Foggy but still aware, He heard the other demand that he get off the pillar. With no other option, Izuku obeyed. Jumping off, the shock of the drop carried him toward another pillar, and the contest continued. The thud of the landing jolted him awake. Looking up with an annoyed expression, he decided then that no one was getting the top pillar. He moved to the base of the tallest pillar and positioned himself so that when it came down it would strike the one he had just left. With his usual dramatic flair, he called out a lumberjack joke to draw attention. Many heads turned and people scrambled to avoid being caught under the falling pillars. Classmates shouted and some screamed in surprise. As the pillar toppled, he leapt onto the nearest one and began to climb, fingers digging into the wood. When he reached the top, he found Zero looking at the fallen pillars. Without a second thought, Sparta kicked him off and settled into the spot. A few minutes later, the end of the round was announced. Checking the leaderboard, he saw he was placed second, with Todoroki first and Katsuki fourth. The third spot belonged to Ochako, a surprising result that spoke to how much the training had helped her. The next set of tournament matches was displayed, including Midoriya versus Shinso and Todoroki versus Zero. Seeing Shinso's picture reminded him that Shinso had been the one to pry him off a pillar with his quirk earlier. He walked over to Ochako to congratulate her on her performance. He offered kind words, and she thanked him, telling him that his help had made the difference and suggesting they get some food. She took his arm and led the way to the lunchroom. While eating with Ochako and some friends, he replayed Shinso's quirk in his head. As an obvious quirk enthusiast, he was fascinated by the idea of a mind-affecting ability. It seemed to activate after a conversation with Shinso or when someone lingered close for long enough. If proximity was the trigger, he would need to end any encounter quickly before it could take hold. If it relied on verbal or nonverbal responses, he would have to be equally cautious. He did not care that Shinso was from 1C, a non-hero class. He knew of quirks that seemed harmless but became dangerous in a fight. He thought of his mother's quirk, which pulled small objects toward her. He had watched her use it for mundane household tasks 100 times. That same ability could have more serious applications in an emergency. Size was relative, and tiny things could still be harmful in the wrong context. Returning his focus to Shinso, he judged that Shinso did not seem physically imposing. There had been little visible muscle when Shinso confronted Class 1A or when he had used his quirk on him. Perhaps Shinso relied heavily on his ability. Either way, he resolved to finish the encounter quickly. When they finished eating, Izuku and Ochako found themselves leaning against each other absent-mindedly, both lost in thoughts about the upcoming matches. Ochako thinking about how to face Bakugo, Izuku planning strategy. They were unaware of their friends' amused snickering at how much like a couple they appeared. Mineta and Kaminari entered the lunch area with mischievous smiles, and some classmates watched them, guessing that the two were up to some scheme. Most notable was the green-haired combatant, but he withheld judgment until he knew what he was dealing with. Mineta approached Yaoyuruzo and asked when they would be ready for the cheerleaders tournament, a remark that sounded oddly timed and suspicious. Izuku, having watched Mineta and Yaoyuruzo discuss the tournament, had enough. He went to a window overlooking the arena and spotted the announcement booth, an enclosed room on the far side. He opened a rift in space and peered into a one-sided conversation where Present Mike was addressing a large figure on the floor. Present Mike shouted in surprise, and Aizawa's capture cloth shot through the opening and dragged Mineta through. With the problem dealt with, Izuku closed the tear and sat back down beside Ochako to rest before the fights. After a short while, Present Mike announced that the tournament would begin in 15 minutes. Izuku went down into the waiting room. Ochako hugged him for luck, and his classmates patted his back. Sitting there, Izuku thought about his feelings for Ochako and decided he would ask her out after the tournament so as not to distract her from her matches. With that decision made, he concentrated on his upcoming fight with Shinso. He wanted to end it quickly, by ring out or knockout, to prevent Shinso's ability from taking effect. The intercom called him to the arena. At the entrance he felt nervous under all those eyes but steeled himself and walked out to face his opponent. Midnight announced the rules: lose by knockout, ring out, or tap out, and no lethal attacks. She held her gaze on Izuku a moment longer than the others before the match began. Shinso taunted him, insinuating that Izuku had been handed everything on a silver platter and never had to fight to get what he wanted. Izuku gritted his teeth. Shinso did not know how hard he had trained. When midnight signaled the start, Shinso rushed forward while hurling insults. Izuku remembered past losses and dangers, flashing through memories of being pinned and the USJ incident, and focused on the fight. He caught a sloppy punch from Shinso, swept his feet to bring him down, and pinned an arm until Shinso tapped out. With Shinso face down on the mat, Izuku helped him to his feet and explained that his quirk had been weak at first and his body too, so he had trained both relentlessly with martial arts based on grappling. Shinso offered no response before Izuku walked away. The crowd cheered for Class 1A as he returned to the stands, and Ochako waved him over. The other matches were dramatic in their own ways. Todoroki and Shiro's bout ended in a spectacular display. Mina's match with Aoyama was lively, and then it was Ochako's turn. Izuku escorted her to the waiting room. She remarked that it would be a tough fight, and he encouraged her to give it her all, promising to support her. He hugged her briefly and smiled, then stayed near the entrance until she stepped into the arena, slipping into the stands through a small rift to get a better view and startling a few classmates. Ochako's match became a tense back and forth. Katsuki controlled the distance early and landed heavy blows, but Ochako refused to stay down and kept rising. When she began to toss rubble in the low gravity, several pieces struck Katsuki, staggering him and giving her an opening. She rushed forward, but Katsuki responded with a fierce explosion aimed at the sound of her movement. The blast sent her tumbling and she collapsed, unconscious. Katsuki smirked, glanced up toward the stands, and then headed off to get patched up for his next match. Medical staff loaded Ochako onto a stretcher and headed for the infirmary. Izuku followed to make sure she was all right, and on the way he bumped into Katsuki. Izuku tried to pass without engaging, but Katsuki sneered that she had stood no chance and that Izuku would be no different. Izuku turned to look at him and saw the boiling anger and the promise of a difficult fight ahead. He continued to look at his crush without saying a word. Arriving at the recovery area and seeing her battered but awake took a weight off his shoulders. She did not meet his eyes. Leaving the healing station, Izuku pulled her aside and asked if she was all right, worried she might still be hurt. She spoke in a sad voice that she had lost, but he could not hear all of it and asked her to repeat herself. She admitted she had lost, still not looking at her closest friend and crush. He wrapped his arms around her while she avoided his gaze and told her that she had done well out there, that she almost had her opponent with the last hit, and that her plan using the rubble had been brilliant. He told her he was proud of her. She cried and looked up at him, asking whether he was mad that she had lost despite all the training he had given her. He squeezed her tighter and reassured her that it had been a bad matchup and she had still done great, offering a comforting smile. She hugged him back, relieved that he did not think less of her even though a small voice in her head continued to whisper doubts. After her tears subsided, he steeled himself and asked Ochako if she wanted to go with him. She pulled away, glanced at him, and then rushed back into his arms, answering yes quietly. The rest of the class wondered where the two who were not a couple had gone when they heard a cheer and looked up to see the pair walk out of the portal holding hands, then froze as their classmates stared. Hagakure and Mina squealed and crowded around Ochako while some of the boys gave Izuku approving pats. Kirishima teased that they seemed to be getting closer, and Sato pretended to slide an invisible beard, calling Izuku a ladies' man with a grin. With Shoji and Tokoyami sitting nearby to offer quiet support, Izuku thanked everyone for their encouragement and turned his attention back to the matches. He noticed Kaminari suspended awkwardly by vines. Monoma popped his head over the divider to taunt the other class about losing their pedestal, but he was ignored and then promptly knocked out. Another student poked his head out to apologize but quickly saw that no one was paying attention. The class settled down with Izuku and Ochako sitting side by side, holding hands. Izuku analyzed each match as they progressed, while Ochako seemed relieved she had not had to take the first step. The outcomes followed Izuku's predictions. Ida's match had been difficult to judge but ultimately ended with Ida advancing by default. Next up were Izuku and Todoroki. Ochako wished him good luck before he left, and he walked away with a goofy smile. As he made his way to the waiting room, Endeavor turned a corner and saw his son's next opponent. Endeavor called out that Izuku was the one who had fought the beast at the USJ and told him to be a proper stepping stone for Shudo by putting up a good fight. Izuku replied sharply that he had faced that beast and would make sure to give a good fight. Endeavor's mood soured. He reached out as if to grab the boy. Izuku reacted faster, seizing Endeavor's wrist with a fierce grip that caused the hero to recoil and leave a small wound. Izuku's voice went cold as he accused Endeavor of behaving like Katsuki, thinking himself godlike, and suggested the press would not look kindly on a top hero who tried to rig a match for his son. Endeavor pulled his hand back, tending to his injured wrist, and after a moment of tension he turned and left, saying he would keep an eye on the situation. Izuku watched Endeavor disappear around the corner. Looking down at his own hand and the faint trace of blood he had left, he wondered what that intensity meant for the way Endeavor treated his son. Wiping his hands clean on his pants, Izuku stepped out into the arena and saw Todoroki across from him. He muttered just loud enough for Todoroki to hear that his father had been harsh, asking if he was like that at home as well. Todoroki, surprised, gave a small nod and glanced up at the stands where his father sat with a recently bandaged wrist. Todoroki noticed the blood stain on Izuku's pants and could only wonder what had transpired. Izuku said that he would not hold back and encouraged Todoroki not to either if he wanted to win. Todoroki replied with quiet resolve that he would win using only his mother's ice. Izuku decided he would make Todoroki see what it meant to hold himself back. When the officials signaled the start of the match, the two rushed forward. Todoroki began with a sweeping wave of ice. Seizing the moment, Izuku tore open a portal and appeared beside Todoroki, closing it before the ice user could fully track him. Todoroki dodged and was hit with a hard punch to the ribs as Izuku closed the distance. Now in close combat, Izuku aimed to demonstrate his skill but held back from finishing the fight. He intended to wait until Todoroki used his fire. Todoroki staggered back from the blow and sent another sheet of ice at his opponent. Izuku anticipated it, leapt over the cold onslaught, and rushed Todoroki, feeling the sharp chill bite at his hands whenever they touched the ice. Todoroki, unsettled by how close the combat specialist had gotten, prepared for hand-to-hand fighting despite his uncertainties, creating a layer of ice armor around his chest and fists to brace for impact. Izuku noticed the armor but did not see it as a major obstacle. It would only take a moment to tear the gauntlet off him. The icy gauntlet, however, would be dangerous if it connected. Izuku closed the distance, dodged a jab from Todoroki, and grabbed the icy fist. Before he could tear it apart, a sheet of ice crawled across the floor toward him. He jumped back, watched Todoroki for a beat, and then looked at the ice spikes Todoroki had sent during the first attack. From the smile on Izuku's face, Todoroki should have been worried. Spotting what he needed, Izuku tore the sleeves from his gym uniform to expose his forearms. He wrapped a sleeve around the tip of a spike, broke it off, and fashioned a crude club. Doing the same to another spike, he ran at Todoroki with two icy clubs. With a flurry of swings, Todoroki began to retreat. Unable to get close, Todoroki fired more ice, but Izuku relied on his improved speed and mobility to avoid it. Izuku taunted that fire sounded like a good counter to ice and asked why Todoroki did not use it. Todoroki insisted he would win with his ice alone, shivering as he spoke and growing more sluggish with each wave he sent. Izuku taunted again that Todoroki was slowing and demanded that he use his fire, swinging his makeshift clubs and managing to break Todoroki's chest armor and then the icy gauntlet. As Todoroki swung his good arm to send another blast of ice, one of Izuku's clubs struck it. Todoroki cried out in pain, examined his arm, and feared it was broken. Izuku urged Todoroki to show his fire and fight, backing away and preparing for another flurry. He admitted to himself that he did not normally use weapons, but he had grown attached to clubby and bludgeon. Hearing Izuku, Todoroki realized the fire he needed to unleash was his own, not his father's. He had been holding himself back. He fired a blast of flame at Izuku and braced for the next phase of the fight. Izuku smiled as the flames rushed toward him and used his clubs as a shield. Pushed back by the heat, he glanced at his clubs and watched the handles begin to melt. He addressed his makeshift weapons as if they were comrades and then rushed at Todoroki, battle-hungry. Realizing he could not close without being burned, Izuku began ripping small portals in the arena's surface around Todoroki, keeping Todoroki uncertain about where he would reappear. Todoroki heated the air and froze the ground, attempting to create an explosion of opposing elements. Knowing what happened when hot and cold collided, Izuku ran for cover. Concealed behind a wave of ice spikes and out of sight, he tore into the arena floor and dug a shallow trench. Lying flat, he braced his hand against the ground and waited for the explosion. With a deafening boom, the blast cleared the arena. The audience was pushed back. Ochako stood, worried for her friend. Aizawa in the announcer's booth looked on, tense at first over concern for his favorite student, then alert when he noticed something odd about the arena. Todoroki looked shocked at how strong the blast had been and glanced toward Midnight, wondering why the match had not been called. He worried he might have severely injured Izuku, since he could see nothing in the arena. Izuku's plan had worked. He was still in the match. He wrenched his fingers from the ground, peeked over the trench, and spotted Todoroki with his back to him. He sprang up, rushed forward, grabbed Todoroki by the neck with one hand and the uninjured arm with the other. He prepared a decisive move the way he had learned in martial arts, a reflex habit when he gained a grip on an opponent. Even if the match had not yet been called, he knew he had the advantage. Pinning Todoroki face down, Izuku asked whether Todoroki yielded. Todoroki answered that he did. Izuku rolled off to rest on the floor beside him, and the audience erupted in cheers as the two lay side by side. Todoroki was the first to speak after they caught their breath. He asked how Izuku had managed to remain in the arena. Izuku pointed to the shallow trench he had dug and explained that he had kept himself lower than the blast so it passed over him. He apologized for Todoroki's injured arm as he pushed himself into a sitting position. Todoroki waved the apology off and thanked Izuku for opening his eyes, offering a small smile as they prepared to head to the medical center. After being patched up and returning to the stands, Izuku and his classmates were met with a barrage of congratulations and praise for a good match. Ochako embraced Izuku and congratulated him on the win. The class settled in 4. The next matches. The competition continued with Ida defeating his opponent and Tokoyami advancing after beating Ashido. Katsuki won his match against Kirishima with a series of powerful explosions. Izuku sat in the stands next to Ochako, eating popcorn from a bucket she had brought. He soon rose to face his next match against Ida. Ochako waved him off with a supportive smile. Izuku had one plan for the speedster, and he trusted it would work. Stepping into the ring opposite Ida, Izuku wished silently that the best man win and took a ready stance. Ida answered confidently and the match began. Izuku immediately ripped a hole behind Ida that opened to the ring's edge, grabbed a handful of turf, and kept it clutched in his hand. When Ida turned and sprinted toward him, expecting a decisive kick, Izuku hurled the rubble into Ida's face. Momentarily blinded, Ida kicked instinctively without seeing his opponent. Izuku had anticipated this, dodged, and watched Ida sail over him and out of the ring. After helping Ida clear his eyes, they headed back to the stands together, though Ida separated when he received a call. Izuku waited for his next match, knowing it would be against Katsuki. He thought about Tokoyami's strength with dark shadow and its weakness to light. An explosion produced plenty of light. Ochako descended to the waiting room to chat with Izuku. They reflected on how well they had connected since meeting at the gates of UA and talked until the final fight was announced. When the time came, Ochako hugged Izuku and sent him off with a smile. Knowing Izuku did not like Katsuki, Ochako told him to be careful. Izuku smiled at her and promised that he would end it quickly so they could get something to eat together. He opened a portal to the stands for her. She walked through and he closed it. Walking out to the ring, he faced Katsuki, who sneered back and readied himself for the fight. Izuku hated being called that nickname, and he planned to win in a way that would frustrate Katsuki the most. When Aizawa had given him the assignment to find more portal locations, Izuku had also scoped out peaceful places he wanted to save for use. A beach, a quiet clearing by a river, and a spot about 20 feet under the ocean. When the match began, Izuku did not move until Katsuki closed the distance. At the last moment, Izuku opened a wide portal to the ocean and submerged himself, allowing a surge of seawater to flood the ring. The sudden rush knocked Katsuki off balance and swept him out of the arena. Izuku, who had grown up around Katsuki and understood his quirk inside and out, had planned to neutralize Katsuki's advantage in that moment. After ensuring Katsuki was out of the ring, Izuku closed the portal. A few small fish were drawn in by the current before he shut it, which made him wince, but he kept his focus. He looked toward Midnight, who was watching the water and the stunned audience, and then the announcer declared Izuku Midoriya the sports festival winner. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Izuku smiled as he left the ring. Before he could fully exit, Katsuki cursed and charged at Izuku, making a violent verbal threat as he came. Izuku had expected an aggressive response and met the charge by grabbing Katsuki's arm and pinning him down with a controlled, firm hold meant to restrain rather than injure. The crowd reacted with shock at Katsuki's behavior, and Midnight rushed in to prevent the situation from escalating. She tore at her costume to activate her quirk and released a lavender mist. Izuku held his breath and released his hold on Katsuki. Katsuki, fixated only on Izuku, inhaled the mist, fell asleep, and collapsed unconscious. Aizawa, watching from the announcement booth, was furious at Katsuki's conduct, especially since the incident had been broadcast widely. Several pro offers were withdrawn that afternoon, and in a dim bar elsewhere, people took note of how Katsuki's fall from favor might make him fit certain unsavory groups. Katsuki was lifted onto a stretcher and taken away. Izuku worried briefly about the repercussions, then felt Midnight's hand on his shoulder as she asked if he was injured. He assured her he was fine, and she let him know the award ceremony would be held soon. Deciding to be a bit lazy, Izuku opened a portal to the class stands to greet his classmates. On entering, Ochako greeted him with a big hug and an excited question about where the water had come from. Izuku explained that he had opened a portal to a spot roughly 20 feet below the surface of the beach they had visited, in case he needed to put out a fire or handle an emergency. Kaminari asked why he had not used it against Todoroki or someone else during the festival. Izuku said he had wanted a grand finale and to keep a trump card in reserve. Kirishima commented that it had worked a little too well on Katsuki, glancing at the flooded arena and wondering if the salt water would damage the grass. The finalists were called to the podiums. Only Izuku and Tokoyami were present. Ida had left for a family matter, and Katsuki had not returned after being taken from the arena. Midnight introduced All Might, who arrived dramatically and presented Tokoyami with his medal, offering words of encouragement. Izuku noticed a small sniffle from Tokoyami and realized the bird-headed student was quietly emotional. All Might then moved to Izuku and presented him with the first-place medal, praising him for his determination, bright tactical mind, and consistent strategic approach in battle. Izuku felt a few tears slip free. He imagined his mother celebrating back home. All Might thanked the crowd and departed with a flourish. Izuku walked away with Tokoyami, and they chatted about their performances while Dark Shadow chimed in occasionally. They returned to their classroom, where Aizawa was already waiting. Bakugo was not there, but no one spoke up. The absence hung in the room. Aizawa commended the students, saying UA had proven its teaching, and dismissed them for the day, warning them to be careful going home. He left with a private thought that this would be Katsuki's second strike and that one more mistake could mean expulsion. The students changed and headed out. Izuku sent a text to his mother to say he was dropping Ochako off at her apartment. He asked Ochako if she was ready. She said she was tired and hungry and asked what he had planned for their date. She linked her arm with his, and he said he had a good idea. He opened a portal and they stepped through to the front of her building. As Ochako unlocked the door and looked back, she saw two figures charging toward them and screamed in surprise. Izuku turned to see who had approached and recognized the two as his mother and father. Izuku startled when Ochako suddenly appeared and told him to calm down, explaining that it was only her parents. She brushed him off and went to greet them, and they all turned to Izuku standing there awkwardly. Kana, Ochako's mother, asked who he was and whether he was the Izuku her daughter had talked about on the phone, smiling in a way that made Ochako uneasy. Makuru, Ochako's father, stepped in and remarked that Izuku did not look very strong. Izuku remembered the USJ incident and the first-place medal still hanging on his chest and replied that while he could not lift a car, he could tear one apart if that was what Makura meant. Makura paused, then smiled and introduced himself, saying that Mako was fine and that he appreciated Izuku's spine as they exchanged the customary greeting. Ochako watched as her parents teased her. Makura led his wife inside while Kana pulled Izuku back and invited him in, mentioning that they had brought food. Kana teased that Izuku might be calling her mother-in-law before long. He accepted the invitation and sat down with Ochako as the family set out the meal. They had a pleasant dinner, talking about the festival and how the school year was going. Izuku relaxed as he met his girlfriend's parents. When it was time to leave, he told them he needed to head out to speak with his own mother. The Uraraka family stood to see him off. Izuku hugged Ochako and told her that he would pick her up the next day and message her a time. Kana's grin made him uneasy, and Makura questioned what Izuku meant by picking Ochako up the next day, asking Ochako to explain. Izuku stepped through a portal to his living room and left Ochako to handle the questioning. Before the portal closed, Ochako began to scold him, and then he arrived home and was met by his mother's tears. The weekend after the sports festival was short but enjoyable. After discussing a good time for their date, Izuku prepared a basket for the picnic he had planned while his mother teased him. From Ochako's account, her parents had teased her in a similar way. Her father's approval had come after seeing Izuku's strength and hearing about how he had saved their daughter twice, which had earned him Makura's favor. The picnic itself was simple and pleasant. A trail through the woods led to a clearing Izuku used for training that he had cleared for the occasion. Ochako wore a sundress and Izuku chose a darker button-up shirt. They spent the afternoon talking about everything and nothing, the reasons Ochako wanted to be a hero, the quality of the school food, and small comforts. As dusk fell, they packed up and Izuku brought the picnic basket back through a portal to his home, then walked Ochako to her door. They shared a warm, affectionate goodbye on her doorstep before parting ways for the night. They spent the following weekend close to each other, and Ochako grew comfortable visiting Izuku's house as if it were a second home. Inko treated her much like a member of the family, which embarrassed them both. The morning they were to return to school, Izuku was woken by his ringing phone. Assuming it was Ochako, he answered with a smile, but his mother was on the line, telling him that they were going to be late. He checked the clock and realized he had overslept and should have portaled to Ochako to walk to school. He hurried to get dressed and tore a portal to her living room. Ochako rushed through the portal as well and, seeing that he was ready, quickly straightened his tie. She warned him that their teacher would be angry if they were late. With only a minute before the bell, Izuku decided to move quickly. Ochako finished his tie and they tore a portal to the hallway outside Class 1A. They ran through and saw Aizawa at the other end. He stopped when he noticed them and glanced at the wall clock. As he started to count down, Izuku grabbed Ochako's hand and sprinted to the classroom door. They burst in and slid into their seats just as Aizawa entered the room. Aizawa welcomed them back and remarked that it was good to see everyone in their seats and ready for the day, casting a brief look at Izuku and Ochako as he spoke. He then explained the upcoming internships and how offers would be made depending on their sports festival performance or whether a professional hero took an interest. The class buzzed as students compared offers. Todoroki had received over 5,000 offers, Izuku had a little over 3,000, and Bakugo had just under 500. A classmate asked why Midobro had received fewer offers than Todoroki despite winning first place, adding that it was no offense to Todoroki. Todoroki waved it off and explained that the name mattered. Many people wanted to be attached to the number 2 hero. He suggested that some companies had seen how ready Izuku was to use the full part of his quirk and had assumed he would unleash its most destructive force. Izuku was not bothered by that assessment. When they received their offer packets, Izuku noticed that Katsuki was quieter than usual. He assumed Katsuki had gotten in trouble for what he had done in the final match. Their homeroom teacher reminded everyone to choose a primary hero name and backups before the week was out, and at that moment Midnight strode in holding her whip. She handed out white bards and the students began presenting their names to the class. Izuku talked things over with Ochako and settled on a name. Ochako also had a name in mind, and Izuku thought it was great. He was biased, but he liked it. As students held up their boards, some names were clever, like Froppy and Anima, while others were less fitting, such as King Murder Explosion and I Cannot Stop Twinkling. After Ochako revealed her choice, Izuku went to the front and presented his. He announced the name the hands-on hero, Rip N. Tear with pride. Midnight questioned whether he truly wanted a name that sounded so brutish, noting that although it might reflect his quirk, it came across intense. Izuku explained that he intended to embrace the forceful side of his quirk. There was a reason he had held back during the festival, but if a fight required it he would unleash its full strength to end the conflict quickly, believing overwhelming force could persuade villains to surrender. His smile was warm and confident, and a classmate quietly remarked that it sounded very manly. By the end of the naming session, only Katsuki, Tenya, and Shoto had kept their given names. The next PRD turned into quiet study hall as everyone read their offers, but Izuku's stomach nagged at him because in his rush to leave for the bell he had skipped breakfast. While his classmates pored over offers, he opened a small portal to the shop he frequented when cleaning the beach and grabbed some snacks. He closed that portal, opened another to the register, and paid. The owner, used to Izuku's unusual methods, barely glanced up before continuing his work. As Izuku cheered for his successful stealth snack run, he noticed Ochako watching him suspiciously. Holding eye contact, he slowly opened a bag of sweet bread and took a big bite. Ochako's expression could only be translated as please. He opened another portal near her desk and left another sweet bread within reach. Mina noticed the exchange and tossed an eraser to get Izuku's attention and possibly steal a bite. The eraser bounced off Izuku's desk, hit the floor, and lightly knocked a sleeping caterpillar-shaped object. The sudden disturbance startled Mina into going pale. Izuku froze mid-bite and Aizawa opened his eyes to see Izuku eating food he was certain had not been brought in, then glanced at Ochako who had the same bread. It was obvious what had happened, and even Aizawa asked if Izuku had enough for the whole class, using the familiar moniker Problem Child. Izuku took a moment to process and then stood up, opening a portal to the same shop to fetch enough sweet bread for the entire class and their teacher. He returned with a bag and first handed Aizawa a coffee-flavored loaf. A small hand appeared to take it and then retracted into the darkness. Izuku tossed the rest of the breads to his classmates, receiving murmured thanks in return. One throw hit Mina lightly in the face. She accepted it and mouthed sorry with a sheepish grin. He settled back down to eat and began to look through his offers. Many had come from small-time heroes, but a few stood out. To his surprise, Endeavor had sent an offer despite the aggressive confrontation they had during which Endeavor had threatened him. The bell rang and class changed. At lunch, Izuku grabbed food and sat next to Ochako. Several classmates joined them, Todoroki among the first. Izuku smiled at his friend as he continued to skin offers while they leaned toward each other and shared conversation. The ever-blunt frog posed a question about when Izuku and Ochako would start dating. Most of the class watched for a response. Many already assumed the two would end up together. Izuku, half focused on defending his food, said that they were already together and that he had taken her out that weekend. Realizing he had spoken without checking with Ochako, he looked up and registered the silence, remembering he had not discussed making their relationship public. Most of the class nodded in agreement that the revelation made sense. The more gossip-prone students like Mina and Hagakure squealed and ushered Ochako to the end of the table for girl talk, leaving Izuku to relax as Ochako smiled at him. The other boys gave him the appreciative nod that said nice work. After finishing his food, Izuku found an unexpected offer from Mirko. She had never taken an internship before, and he had not expected her to send one, but he appreciated the chance to learn from her direct fighting style. He liked the idea and made his choice. After completing the paperwork for his internship, he began packing up. Seeing Ida leave first with a solemn look reminded Izuku of Ida's brother's injury at the hands of the hero killer Stain. As class representative, he felt he should check on Ida. Finishing quickly, Izuku caught up to Ida and asked if he had a moment. Ida agreed and motioned to listen, still stiff from his earlier mood. He couldn't tell if it was just normal tension. Izuku pulled a classmate aside and asked where he planned to go for internships, deciding to break the ice. The classmate replied that he would be going with the pro-hero Manuel and hoped to learn a lot. He added that questions about his brother were unnecessary because he was fine, cutting off Izuku's next question, and then said he needed to leave. Izuku caught only a brief flash of anger on his face before he went off. Ochako caught up with him and asked what had happened. After Izuku told her about the brother, she fell into a gloomy mood. He understood no one could blame her for worrying about people she cared about. He pushed the thought aside and went with his girlfriend to the teacher's lounge to turn in paperwork. His girlfriend asked who he had chosen for his internship. When he told her, she reacted with a mix of excitement and jealous laughter at the idea that he would be working with Mirko, one of her favorite heroes. Ochako had chosen Gunhead for more combat training to complement the skills Izuku had been helping her develop. After waking a sleepy classmate, they left to have dinner at Izuku's house. His mother, Inko, immediately insisted that he come over every night for dinner now that he might be alone in his apartment, and Izuku was happy to reassure her that she was always welcome. The week passed quickly and the class gathered at the train station to head to their respective internships. Izuku tried to talk to Ida again, but Ida insisted he was all right. Not wanting to push further, Izuku hugged his girlfriend tightly to say goodbye. Jiro teased from the background, pointing out that he was not going off to war. They boarded their trains and set off to their mentors for the week. Soon Izuku found himself in front of a small building. Inside, a reception desk and a woman sat waiting. He introduced himself and asked about internships. As he reached to shake her hand, he felt a sudden bad instinct and pulled back. In an instant, the ground burst and debris scattered. The sound of impact filled the room and a dust cloud billowed up around a new crater where someone had landed. Izuku moved on instinct. He dashed forward to protect the receptionist, tearing a portal to the side closest to her to get between them and the source of the attack. He sprinted faster than he had before and lunged to grab the attacker, but the ambusher slipped free by inches. The dust made it hard to see, so Izuku ripped a portal to the front gates of UA and urged the receptionist to get to safety. She responded with an unnervingly calm expression, as if she had expected the disruption. Keeping a defensive stance and trying to read their quirks, Izuku watched as a figure stepped out of the dust with hands on their hips. Before he could make another move, a woman's voice announced that she was satisfied, and Mirko emerged from the haze with a wide, confident grin. Izuku recognized his mentor for the week. Mirko explained that the encounter had been a test to see what he was made of and that she had heard about his past accomplishments, including the defeat of the AM killer and his performance at the festival. She told him to grab his bag and go to his room down the hallway on the second floor, first door on the left, and to change into sportswear for training. As Izuku collected his things, he noticed the receptionist's apologetic expression and the worried glance she gave Mirko. After Izuku left, Mirko allowed herself to relax. The receptionist, a friend of hers, asked whether Mirko truly meant what she had said about her instincts. Mirko confirmed that she had read Izuku's file and that it had shown him to be extremely dangerous in close combat, someone whose quirk could make him lethal if he managed to grab an opponent. She admitted that when his hands had come near her earlier, her body had reacted instinctively to avoid them, an automatic fight-or-flight reaction she couldn't fully control. Izuku sent a text to Ochako to let her know he had arrived safely. He quickly changed into exercise clothes and returned to the lobby, where Mirko met him and led him to a large gym downtown. She asked about his quirk and fighting style, and he explained everything in hopes of improving. Mirko questioned why he seemed to need to think about tearing something for his quirk to work on contact, wondering why he didn't try to use his legs or his whole body. Izuku explained that he had tried to make it work over other parts of his body, imagining he could become an unstoppable force by tearing whatever touched him, but the effect only manifested in his hand. Mirko then asked whether he had ever tried opening portals with just one hand to be faster. That suggestion gave Izuku pause, and when he tried it he felt space tear as he extended a single hand into the air and created a portal. He realized he could not fit through the opening completely, but his hand could slip in. That made reaching his target easier. One hand opened a portal while the other reached for the strike. Remembering that he used both hands to form portals, he tried to open another with his free hand, but as before, creating a second portal closed the oldest one. He made a mental note of the limitation. Mirko watched with a slight shiver. Her files had said he learned quickly and was sharp-minded, She recognized a dangerous competence and a willingness to use decisive force. She felt a mixture of respect and concern, and a brief flicker of curiosity about his life outside of hero work. After experimenting with his quirk for a while, Mirko instructed him to prepare for a spar. Izuku brightened at the opportunity. He knew he would likely lose, but real fights taught him the most. A few hours later he was kneeling on the ground, breathing hard after many losses and one close win. They agreed to call it. The last match had lasted the longest, with Izuku dodging and weaving to land a hand on Mirko. Their rule was that if he landed a hand on any part of her body, that part would be out of the game. An arm would be disabled, a leg would cost a leg, and striking a vital area would decide the match. It ended with a kick to his chest and Mirko down a leg, but exhaustion had done most of the damage to him. He enjoyed every bout. He wanted to get faster and better so he could save more people. After catching his breath, he looked up to see his mentor tired but steady. Mirko suggested they get something to eat and clean up before heading out on patrol, and she helped him to his feet. A hot shower followed, then dinner and the fitting of their hero suits. Izuku was excited about his updated costume. The helmet's visor was similar to his original but equipped with an improved HUD. The rest of the suit was new, green metallic chest armor that stopped just below the ribs with interlocking plates over the abdomen, a green pauldron over the shoulder down to the biceps that still allowed full motion, and fully covered legs with armored patches over the thighs and calves. Once suited, he examined himself in the mirror and felt imposing. He took a photo to send to Ochako and his mother, then left for the meeting with Mirko without the helmet. Mirko whistled in appreciation when she saw the armor. After a brief spar to test mobility, the suit passed. When they finished sparring, Mirko asked why he had no gloves. Izuku explained that his quirk would tear them apart. He had tried once and they had been destroyed. He moved to test the suit's flexibility and noted it was only slightly heavier than his old costume while providing better protection. They left Mirko's modest office building. Izuku explained he wanted the local hospital to be a portal waypoint so they could send injured people directly there. Mirko agreed and sprinted to the roof, telling him to keep up. He created a quick portal and appeared on the roof behind her. Mirko called back that he was permitted to use his quirk whenever necessary while under her supervision, making it clear their responsibilities were in order as they neared the hospital. With the hospital set as a waypoint, they jogged along rooftops looking for trouble. They soon encountered a mugging in an alley, a single man threatening a woman with a knife. Mirko assessed the scene, then looked at Izuku and gestured that he should handle it. He dropped down behind the mugger with the speed of a falling object, causing the assailant to freeze and glance around. In green armor, Izuku moved faster than the mugger could react. He seized the hand holding the knife and pinned the attacker to the ground. The mugger attempted to use a small flame quirk with his other hand, but Izuku warned him to surrender. The small fireball fizzled harmlessly against Izuku's helmet and Izuku responded with a controlled takedown that rendered the mugger unconscious in a swift, non-graphic way. After securing the attacker, Izuku saw the woman frightened by the armored figure and raised his hands to show he meant no harm, then pointed up to Mirko sitting on the rooftop giving a thumbs up. The woman calmed quickly and asked who he was. Izuku identified himself as an intern with Mirko and said his hero name was Rip Tier, noting he was a first year at UA. Mirko jumped down and gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder, praising his effort and acknowledging that he had handled his first field scenario well. Izuku winced at the phrasing but took the encouragement. They reported the incident and ensured the woman was all right. She had a new story about a student hero named Rip Tier. They continued their patrol. Mirko hung back when appropriate and stepped in for more serious threats, intervening directly when lives were in immediate danger. At one point they reached the scene of a severe car crash where first responders struggled to open crushed doors. Izuku used a portal to remove a door and sent the injured occupant straight to the hospital. The other drivers were uninjured enough to wait for ambulance assistance. He felt particularly satisfied in that moment, doing the work he had always wanted. When night fell, Izuku and Mirko returned to base. Mirko considered offering him a more formal role after he created a portal directly to her building. After a shower and dinner, they relaxed in the lounge Mirko had set up. Izuku pulled out his phone to check on Ochako and discovered she enjoyed sparring and fighting as much as he did. One of his friends told him she had saved the image of him in his new armor and had sent a smiling, sweaty photo of herself with her hair tied back posing with gunhead. His mother reassured him that she was all right and told him how cool he looked. He checked in with his other classmates as a responsible class representative. Everyone seemed fine. Yaoyuruzo was upset that her hero was focusing too much on public appearances. Todoroki reported that things with his father were stable. Mineta complained about being stuck with chores, which Izuku thought was deserved. Katsuki did not reply, which Izuku expected. Ida did not respond, and that worried Izuku. He asked Mirko, who was lying on the couch next to him, about the hero Manuel. Mirko said she did not know much about Manuel but thought he was based in Hosu and asked why Izuku was asking. Izuku told her that Ida had gone with Manuel, a water hero traveling with someone normally focused on speed, and Mirko grew thoughtful. She mentioned that Stain was still reported to be in Hosu and wondered aloud whether Ida might be the sort of person to chase revenge. Izuku did not think so, but he acknowledged that loved ones could make people act recklessly. He asked Mirko if they could stop by Hosu that week to check on Ida, and she agreed without fuss. Izuku went to bed early to be ready for another long day of hero work ahead. 2 more days passed in the same rhythm with Mirko. They woke, sparred with ferocious intensity that looked life-or-death to any onlooker, showered, ate, and then headed out to patrol. In those 2 days Izuku began to build a small reputation. His imposing figure, enhanced by the armor, made some people nervous, but his kind, earnest way of helping others balanced that impression. A phone camera caught him arriving at a car crash, where he pried the door open and guided the injured driver to safety through a portal. Rip N-Tier was earning a name in the area he and Mirko patrolled as a frightening but effective savior. He enjoyed his time with his mentor. Mirko was always serious on patrol but slipped jokes in whenever she could. She taught him, in her own blunt way, how to handle specific situations. If he needed backup, contact dispatch immediately. He memorized her and dispatch's contact information in his helmet. At the base, she showed him the paperwork that followed a day's work, though she often offloaded that part to her friend and secretary. Izuku also met other local heroes. Hawks arrived carrying Tokoyami as he landed. Hawks greeted Izuku with a relaxed smile and commented that Izuku was larger than expected, asking whether Izuku had been learning anything from Mirko. Mirko disliked the nickname Hawks used and immediately moved to rough him up in a playful scuffle. While they wrestled, Tokoyami strolled up and watched them, and Izuku found Tokoyami easy to talk to. Tokoyami had been among the first not to blame Izuku for the USJ incident, which had been a violent and chaotic event, and that had made it easier for Izuku to relax around him. Izuku asked Tokoyami if he had taught Hawks to say, "nevermore," as a joke, and Tokoyami responded brusquely before turning away. Dark Shadow popped out and nodded. They traded internship stories while their mentors chatted, then parted to continue patrolling. The next day Izuku woke to spar with Mirko again. He felt himself getting faster and more skilled with each session. Every match brought him closer to victory. After their ritual training, Mirko told him to prepare for a trip to Hosu that afternoon. They would arrive by nightfall. When he finished changing into his armor, which showed only light scuffs from a few days of heroing, Izuku called his mother, Ochako, and Ida. His mother and Ochako were both well and wished him luck. Ida still did not answer, which made Izuku more anxious. Mirko asked whether Izuku had any portal points near Hosu. He did not, though he thought it would be useful to have another destination available. On their way to the train station they stopped once to help a young child who looked lost and guided her back to her mother. On the bullet train, a little girl approached and was initially startled by Izuku's armored appearance. Seeing her fear, Izuku removed his helmet. The girl recognized him as the sports festival winner and lit up with excitement. She asked for autographs and pictures, then ran back to her mother smiling. A few more people asked for brief interactions, but it never became an overwhelming crowd, and the train ride passed with helpful social hero experience. Arriving in Hosu, they walked through wider streets and under larger buildings. Mirko chose the rooftops and leaped up, tearing a portal and stepping through. Izuku followed and began to run after her. There were more heroes in Hosu than he had expected, and the city felt quiet and peaceful as the sun set. The calm shattered when an explosion ripped through the evening. A familiar type of Nomu burst from the blast, its features distorted and its movements unnatural. It was nearly as large as the creature Izuku had seen at the USJ. More of them appeared. One took flight while another lunged in a different direction. Mirko closed the distance and identified them as Nomu, similar to the one she had fought at the USJ but altered in troubling ways. She ordered Izuku to stay close and to help any civilians find safety while they moved to stop the threat. Mirko shouted that civilians came first, then leapt from the building toward the Nomu. Izuku Midoriya moved quickly, getting anyone he could off the streets and into nearby buildings. Once he confirmed the area was clear of civilians, he turned to help Mirko with her fight. Before he could reach her, he heard someone call Ida's name and recognized the voice as the hero who had been with Ida. He smiled at Mirko's hold on the Nomu and decided to follow the other hero. When he learned that Ida had run off, Izuku ran faster. Stain hunted heroes while alone and usually ambushed them in alleys, so Izuku raced rooftop to rooftop. While running, he heard the clang of metal and a scream. He opened a portal closer to the noise and found Ida below with Stain standing over him. Ida was alive and yelling at Stain about what had been done to his brother. Izuku noticed another hero beside them, unmoving but alive. While they argued, Izuku ripped a portal to the other hero and dragged him through. Seeing only a shallow cut, Izuku relaxed a little and asked what had happened. The wounded hero explained that, once he was cut, he couldn't move. Perhaps a quirk or toxin had caused temporary paralysis. Izuku resolved to avoid getting cut. He tore another portal to the hospital, called a nearby guard, then left the injured hero in their care. Returning to Ida, who was about to be struck down, Izuku jumped down between him and Stain. Stain did not have time to dodge before an armored boot struck him in the back, knocking him away from the prone classmate. Izuku told Stain that it was unbecoming of a hero not to respond to his class representative's call. Ida, still on the ground, demanded to know what Midoriya was doing there and insisted that it was his fight. Izuku noted that Ida had him right where he wanted him and mentioned that Rip N-Tier was active on the field as he kept his eyes fixed on Stain. He had requested backup but was told it would be a while. He regretted not saying it was Stain immediately, but he was distracted. Stain scoffed that the newcomer was Midoriya and ranted that Shigaraki had wanted him to kill Midoriya to join his group, a notion Stain rejected. He told them to walk away and live to fight another day while pointing his sword. Then he demanded to know where the other fake hero had gone. Izuku explained that the other hero was already at the hospital, away from Stain, and that he planned to do the same with Tenya Ida. Stain seemed surprised, perhaps sensing that this Midoriya might not be a fake. Ida continued to insist it was his fight, but Izuku ignored him. Quickly, Izuku created a portal to the hospital again, grabbed Ida, and threw him through, closing the portal as Stain tried to slash at it to finish off his target. The fight escalated. Stain threw 3 knives at Izuku, but Izuku opened a portal beside Stain with one hand so the knives passed through and struck Stain's arm. Stain, distracted by his own blades, barely dodged Izuku's grasping hands. Stain was faster and resorted to underhanded moves, throwing dirt in Izuku's face and attempting a low strike to destabilize him. While those moves did not seriously hurt Stain, Izuku began to rip weapons away from him. Stain's armor absorbed slashes, and he managed to keep his arms free before getting cut. Izuku finally got a hand on the hilt of Stain's sword and tore it away. The blade fell to the ground with a clatter. Stain retaliated by kicking Izuku back and in the struggle, a small cut appeared on Stain's arm. Stain reacted quickly, using his quirk in a way that produced a chilling effect that briefly immobilized Izuku. Stain then fell to the ground as well. Stain raved about what it meant to be a true hero, praising Izuku for saving others before attempting to attack him and denouncing those who sought attention or riches. He declared that Izuku truly deserved to live. Izuku asked why Shigaraki had wanted him dead, trying to buy time and failing to reach Mirko by phone. Stain explained that Shigaraki had been angry after Izuku had disarmed him and ruined a plan. Stain added that he had left Shigaraki wounded and planned to settle the score later. A voice called out that something was coming down the alley. Stain dismissed the approaching heroes as more targets and began to walk past the downed Izuku. He said he looked forward to seeing what Izuku would become. Izuku knew he had to move before Stain hurt anyone else. As Stain took another step, Izuku grabbed his foot. Before Stain could look down, Izuku forced him face first onto the ground, securing a hand at his neck and pinning his arms, one hand grabbed and the other held under a metal boot. When Stain tried to struggle, the grip tightened and Stain winced in pain. Izuku warned Stain to stay still, saying it would not end well if he moved, then knelt on his back, exhaustion settling in after another life-or-death battle. A small group of heroes arrived and froze at the sight of Stain on the ground with an armored student on top of him. Izuku told the stunned heroes that they were late and ordered them to stop staring and help tie Stain up. The command snapped them out of shock and they rushed forward to secure the serial killer. After a careful search for weapons, Izuku finally relaxed. He calmed down and called Mirko. Mirko answered, loudly demanding to know where he had been and berating him for his disappearance before Izuku interrupted. Izuku told Mirko that he was all right and that he had sent a ping to his location. She sounded more frazzled than he had ever heard her as she asked if everything was all right. He told her he would be there as soon as he could and asked her to keep an eye out for the flying Nomu, explaining they had neutralized the other two but were missing that one. She hung up and ran toward him. He scanned the sky for the Nomu and found nothing. Turning, he had only a moment before a winged figure fell onto him. He reacted without thinking, moving his armored hand forward to pin the attacker. The creature struggled, but his armor held, and he followed with a decisive strike that sent the Nomu crumpling and motionless. Mirko and Endeavor arrived just then and watched the aftermath of Izuku's takedown. Todoroki remembered what Izuku had likely done at the USJ. Izuku shook his arms to clear the mess and joked that he had no idea whether it was fashionable to show up late to parties. No one invited him anyway. He pointed out that Stain was captured, indicating the villain being loaded into a carrier for high-profile prisoners. Mirko approached with concern and asked if he was all right. Izuku said he was fine and not injured, feeling the echo of déjà vu from when the teachers had found him at the USJ. When Mirko asked about the captured villain, Izuku explained that he had taken Stain and another injured hero to the hospital and that he had used a waypoint near Mirko's base, but had not had a chance to search Hosu. He opened a small portal that released a fountain of seawater to rinse his arms and armor. Seeing only a small cut from the confrontation, Mirko relaxed and patted his shoulder, saying they should go do his debrief. He agreed, followed his mentor, and waved at Shoto as he left. He gave Endeavor a watchful look before getting into a car for the police station. Shoto waved and watched the scene settle. Endeavor felt uneasy watching the whole thing. It unsettled him to see Izuku defeat a dangerous target with such resolve and then remain composed afterward. At the police station, where Stain would be processed, Izuku sat in a conference room and quickly messaged his mother and Ochako to say he was all right and would talk later. Taking off his helmet, he wondered where Mirko had gone. The door opened to reveal the chief of police, who informed Izuku that by going after Stain he had broken the law and that the department planned to give credit to Endeavor to avoid acknowledging vigilantism. The chief warned that if Izuku did not cooperate he would face charges and possible expulsion from UA. Izuku listened without interruption. When the chief demanded a response, Izuku refused to accept the accusation and insisted he had not broken any laws. The chief accused him of using his quirk without a license and reiterated the threat. Before the argument could escalate further, Mirko arrived and stated that she had permitted Izuku to use his quirk while under her care and that he remained under her supervision for the week. She announced they were done and left with Izuku. He left the room without looking at the chief. Catching up to Mirko outside, she explained that Endeavor had tried to take credit for the takedown but that things had worked out. A message from his mother asking him to come home for dinner interrupted them. Mirko asked what was wrong. He showed her the message and invited them to dinner at his house. She quickly agreed. He opened a portal home and was nearly tackled to the ground as his mother burst through the doorway. After confirming he was unharmed, she pulled Mirko through as well and insisted on a family dinner. The rest of the week passed peacefully, with only minor villains causing trouble. He spent the time training with Mirko and learning as much as he could. Their sparring sessions were intense and amusing. One match ended with both of them caught in awkward holds and laughing rather than declaring a clear winner. He probably left those sessions with more scrapes from training than from patrols. After their final patrol for the internship, he said his goodbyes and kept Mirko's number. The next morning he used a portal to pick up Ochako. He approached her with a big hug. She punched him in the gut in a reflexive burst of worry after seeing his face on the news. Once he explained the situation and she had confirmation from him and Mirko, she broke down in relief and then scolded him for making her worry. He pretended to be devastated by the scolding. Ochako hugged him tightly and admonished him while straightening his tie. They headed back to UA together. He had already told her about the dinner with Mirko and his mother. She then shared stories about her time at Gunhead's agency. Chapter end. Mirko's training had built on what Izuku had taught her. She had even gone out on patrol a few times and, according to her, there had been a lot of guiding and close teamwork. Mirko's way of teaching was the equivalent of throwing someone into a pool and letting them learn to swim. They arrived at school hand in hand, Ochako still chatting about her experiences. When they opened the door, Kaminari, Shiro, and Mina greeted them with nervous giggles while trying not to stare at Katsuki's hairstyle, which now leaned toward Best Jeanist's trademark sidekick look. Katsuki sat at his desk, silent and clearly simmering. Ida sat in his seat but made a point of not looking at Izuku. Izuku had tried to visit Ida in the hospital, but the speedster had ignored him the entire time. That had annoyed Izuku, but he was not going to force a conversation. Otherwise, everyone seemed okay. Class soon started with Aizawa slipping through the door looking less tired than usual. A week away had done him some good. The day went on normally. At lunch, most of the class shared stories about their internships until Kaminari asked Izuku about his. They had all seen the news. Their classmate had stopped the hero killer and had fought a Nomu on camera. The footage had been blurred, and most of the students were surprisingly calm about it. As Izuku began to speak, Monoma jabbed him in the back with his elbow and sneered that Izuku should leave some of the spotlight to others and that he already had enough attention, adding a derogatory comment about Izuku's girlfriend. The venom in Monoma's tone made it clear he expected a furious reaction. Stepped in front of Izuku and defended him, launching into a sharp, exaggerated retort that counted off Monoma's shortcomings in a mocking way. Growing up on construction sites, she had learned plenty of trash talk, and she used it now without hesitation. The cafeteria fell silent for a moment before Kaminari burst out laughing, saying that he had expected a confrontation but not in that form, and then he was laughing so hard he was in tears. The laughter spread quickly through the room until most of the students were in stitches. Monoma turned red with embarrassment and anger, but Kendo came over, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, and escorted Monoma away. Izuku joined in the laughter and stayed close to a flushed Ochako. She rarely spoke up like that, and he thought it had been worth it. After lunch there were still chuckles drifting around the room as they settled back into homeroom. Aizawa entered with a deadpan expression that made a few students giggle. Aizawa looked down at a paper and asked whether Ochako had called Monoma a bowl-haired loser. When Ochako nodded, Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and reminded them that bullying was not tolerated at UA. He issued a warning and assigned detention after school, noting that Monoma had already received his own reprimand. Izuku stood up and offered to take the punishment himself, insisting that the situation had started because of him and that Ochako should not be punished alone. Aizawa asked whether Izuku had done anything to Monoma to deserve detention. Izuku fell silent and then whispered to Tokoyami to insult Monoma so Ochako would not have to face detention by herself. Tokoyami responded with a sharp expletive, and the class's attention shifted as another student snorted unexpectedly and then covered her face, apologizing through her blush. Laughter broke out again at the absurdity of the moment. Aizawa gave a tired warning that detention applied to everyone involved. When the laughter finally subsided, they changed for hero class. Izuku suited up and met his classmates in armor. Shiro turned as loud footsteps approached and nearly screamed when he saw Izuku's green, battle-worn armor marked with claw and blade marks that made him look like a seasoned veteran. Some students were wary at first, but Izuku removed his helmet and reassured them that it was just him. All Might drew everyone's attention and announced that they would be racing through an industrial zone. reminding them to keep collateral damage to a minimum and warning Izuku not to use portals during the exercise. With that, All Might leaped toward a silo to begin. Izuku was among the first off the line, racing against Ida, Shiro, Mina, and Ojiro. He did not win, but he finished ahead of Ojiro. After hero class they returned to homeroom. Aizawa told them to prepare for midterms and mentioned that the practical portion would require diligent preparation. He then flopped down with his sleeping bag. Izuku was not overly worried. He had placed second on the entrance exam and intended to keep doing his best. Ochako approached Izuku shyly and asked if he could help her study for midterms. Izuku responded by embracing her in a friendly, reassuring hug and promised to help. Over the next 2 weeks, the class alternated between group and individual study sessions. Izuku helped Ochako with studying and training for the practical. Sometimes Todoroki or another friend joined them, but most sessions were just the two of them. On several occasions, Ochako stayed late after studying and fell asleep. She would start on the couch and often end up resting in Izuku's room. His mother found them once and teased them good-naturedly about studying so late that they had dozed off. They only shared a bed. His mother often made awkward remarks. The day of the tests arrived with Ochako confident in her abilities. Izuku felt ready as well, and by the end of the session he believed he had performed well. For the practical, the whole class stood in their suits lined up before Aizawa. Nizu popped up and announced that this was the midterm, that they would be paired off and face their handicapped teachers as opponents. The class groaned at the seemingly impossible challenge. Pairings were made and Izuku found himself with Katsuki. A booming voice declared himself the villain for the exercise, and All Might descended into the mock city in full showmanship. Izuku threw his hands up and complained that this was ridiculous. Everyone's fights were interesting in their own ways. Some were quieter affairs, like Sato and Kirishima's bout against Cementos. Kaminari and Mina provided comic relief with frantic running and panicked coordination. Ochako's match with 13 was tougher than it looked but ended in her victory. Izuku and Katsuki's match was scheduled last, apparently so everyone could watch the number 1 hero spar with students. Izuku tried to think strategically while Katsuki ground his teeth in the corner. Izuku attempted to approach Katsuki and propose a plan but received a sharp glare and a curt dismissal. After all this time, Katsuki still seemed focused only on himself. Izuku had hoped he had changed, but that did not seem to be the case. Their match was about to begin. Ochako gave Izuku a quick hug before leaving. The pair received pats on the back for good luck as they boarded the bus to the exam site. Izuku continued turning tactics over in his head, hoping Katsuki might at least be open to cooperation. Izuku's first plan was to avoid confrontation altogether and escape. It was reasonable given who they were up against, although he doubted Katsuki would play along. Plan B involved Katsuki charging in while Izuku remained backup, ready to grab a wounded Katsuki and drag him to the exit. Plan C was to use Katsuki as a distraction and slip away the most viable but the least honorable. Plan D, the least likely, imagined overpowering All Might entirely, which would be disastrous. When the bus stopped, All Might stood ready with his iconic smile and costume. He gave them 5 minutes to plan before the exercise began and then leaped into the mock city. Katsuki sneered at Izuku and told him to stay out of the way, declaring the match would be over quickly. He strode into the faux streets, cutting off their planning. Izuku made a last attempt to reason with him, only for Katsuki to strike at his face and wrench a gauntlet away, warning him again to keep back. A sudden wall of wind swept down the main avenue as All Might began his performance. Izuku dropped to the ground and dug his fingers into the pavement to avoid being tossed. The blast scoured the street like a storm. Everything not secured was flung aside. Katsuki barely kept his footing, though he was knocked to the ground a few times. When the gust subsided, All Might's laughter and theatrical monologue made it clear he was playing the villain role energetically, and the damage showed how convincing he could be. Katsuki did not hesitate and charged straight at All Might. Izuku scanned for a vantage point and found a 10-story building overlooking the skirmish. He opened a portal to the roof and then set another so the exam exit sat within easy reach. He could have left immediately and passed the test, but he did not like how that would look. Instead he positioned a portal near the gate and another back on the roof, keeping his escape route ready. From the roof he watched All Might spar with Katsuki, who looked increasingly battered. All Might absorbed explosions and traded barbs, deliberately holding back. Izuku considered providing support but realized his portals were fixed once opened and that explosions could cause dangerous friendly fire. He waited for an opening, hoping to catch Katsuki off guard and protect him if needed. Eventually Katsuki wore down. All Might reached out and grabbed his face. Katsuki responded with small detonations from his palm. All Might chided him about teamwork, and Katsuki answered only with a tired growl. The teacher tossed him to the side, not gently, and then began to turn toward the exit to look for Izuku. Before All Might could fully pivot, a hand clamped around his neck, pulling him partially off balance. The grip was firm enough to pin him, and the sudden, tight control made him feel the same kind of danger he had only felt against the most threatening opponents. He relaxed slightly when he saw Izuku with one hand slipping through a portal. Any movement drew a warning squeeze from the hand on his throat. Izuku, armored in green, made it clear that moving could leave All Might immobilized or result in worse consequences. All Might, caught in the hold and taken aback by the sudden seriousness of the situation, regarded the restraint as excessive. Said that it was a test after all. Izuku tilted his head in confusion and explained that he was treating the exercise like a real-life battle. He described as a villain, capable of immense destruction, and said that, given his quirk and the potential threat, his only options were to take him down decisively or attempt negotiation. Replied that there were other ways besides lethal force, but Izuku countered that with his quirk and the possibility of a city-ending threat, he had to consider the worst. He gestured toward the empty street and the ruined building as an example of how quickly things could escalate. Izuku then produced a pair of HNDCFFS and offered them to as a surrender option. Accepted and secured them quickly. Izuku kept his grip firm until the announcement signaled the end of the simulation. Exhaled in relief and winced when he touched a sore spot on his neck. They did not notice Katsuki waking from the announcement. Katsuki seethed silently. He could not accept losing again, especially to Izuku. He resented being outdone and vowed to remove that obstacle so he could be the best. Izuku did not notice Katsuki's inner turmoil at first, but he did notice when Katsuki suddenly stood and aimed his fully charged gauntlet at him with crazed eyes. Did not have time to intervene before Katsuki fired. Izuku reacted instinctively, using one hand to create a small protective barrier, but the blast was too close. He was driven through a wall and tumbled out the other side. The armor he wore absorbed most of the impact, but his arms suffered a severe fracture. Still conscious and in pain, he made to stand while moved to pin Katsuki to the ground. The class in the observation room watched in shocked silence, then frantic activity followed. Ochako immediately ran out to fetch Recovery Girl. Asked if Izuku was all right. Teachers Aizawa and Present Mike arrived on the scene. Izuku, breathing heavily and clearly in pain, joked that bones did not belong on the outside as he knelt and tried not to cry out. Present Mike moved to assist while Aizawa restrained a thrashing Katsuki and secured him. Present Mike noticed Recovery Girl being carried by a sprinting Ochako and reacted with surprise at how much force and weight Izuku's armor involved. Izuku managed a strained laugh through the pain before losing consciousness. Present Mike attempted to catch him, but the armor's weight caused him to stagger and Izuku fell to the ground. Aizawa and Recovery Girl called out in alarm at Present Mike, who complained about the weight of the armor as he rolled to his back with effort. Ochako set Recovery Girl down and deactivated her quirk. When she saw Izuku collapse, she feared the worst. Recovery Girl quickly examined him and reassured the others that Izuku had simply passed out from pain and blood loss, and that he would need a short procedure to set his arm but would recover. Her calm helped soothe Ochako, who had been on the verge of panic. Recovery Girl then fixed a furious glare on Katsuki that made Aizawa wonder if she might need to be restrained from doing something rash, but instead she focused on helping get Izuku onto a stretcher to take him to the infirmary. Once the students left with Recovery Girl and Present Mike as escort, Aizawa and escorted the now quiet Bakugo down the hall. Aizawa told him that this had been his last chance as they walked him toward the principal's office for a final disciplinary meeting. Bakugo seethed inwardly, blaming Izuku for his fall from favor and vowing, in his own head, that things would be different without him. 2 hours later, Izuku woke in the infirmary bed to find Ochako and his mother quietly chatting at his side. He shifted to get their attention and to stop his mother from sharing embarrassing stories. Moving his bandaged arm made him wince. His mother and Ochako cautioned him to be careful and helped him sit up gently. Izuku asked what had happened after he passed out. Ochako admitted that she had grabbed Recovery Girl and carried her over quickly because she thought it would be faster. She explained that Recovery Girl had set his arm as well as she could and had helped stabilize him, and that they had called his mother to be with him while he recovered. Izuku asked about Katsuki. Aizawa entered the room with a tired expression and explained that Katsuki had been expelled. He said that Katsuki had been given multiple chances to change his behavior but had chosen aggression instead, and that he was now blacklisted from hero schools. Izuku had expected such a consequence and accepted it with a heavy heart. Ochako's expression, however, clearly conveyed relief and the sentiment of good riddance. Inko was slightly troubled. Mitsuki was her close friend and the mother of Katsuki, and she hoped Mitsuki would be all right. Izuku broke the silence and asked what the plan was. Aizawa replied with a shrug that class would continue tomorrow as normal, that Izuku would be discharged when Recovery Girl said so, and that everything would otherwise remain the same. Recovery Girl jabbed Aizawa's leg with her cane, demanded to know who he was calling an old lady, and told Izuku he could head home. 15 minutes later, the Midoriyas and Ochako stepped through a portal to the apartment for dinner. Inko got to work in the kitchen with Ochako helping where she could. Izuku saw the kitchen full and decided to take a nap on the couch. Aside from an earlier tense encounter with a childhood friend, it had been a good day. Ochako decided to stay the night at Izuku's. They had slept in the same bed before but had never taken anything further, neither felt ready for a bigger step. Ochako woke first as usual and shook Izuku gently to wake him. She was surprised the first time because his eyes opened wide. It turned out he was a light sleeper and would not wake unless he heard something in the night. After waking him, Ochako walked to the bathroom in pajamas borrowed from Izuku's closet. They freshened up, ate, and followed their small ritual of Ochako straightening Izuku's tie. On their walk to school, Izuku absent-mindedly touched the new scar on his forearm. It was not large, but it was noticeable, something he would have to get used to. He had never minded scars before. They walked hand in hand, talking about nothing in particular and enjoying each other's company. When they arrived at the doors of Class 1A, Izuku was greeted by everyone shouting his name. He had forgotten the class had seen him knocked back and taken to the infirmary. Izuku reassured them that he was all right and stretched out his arms to show he was unharmed. Mina complained that a message would have been nice. Kirishima asked if he was okay and glanced at the new scar. Tsuyu noted that the footage had shown a dramatic takedown and that Aizawa had not given them any details. Izuku explained he had suffered a broken bone but had been treated and sent home. He felt touched by how many classmates had worried about him. That warmth froze when Aizawa asked why they were not in their seats and then announced that Bakugo Katsuki had been expelled the previous day for his actions and for prior warnings. Aizawa warned the class that no one was guaranteed safety and that others had not been expelled simply because they had not broken rules warranting such action. The class shivered at the news but was not overly surprised. Aizawa moved on to the midterms. He noted that everyone had passed the written test, barely, and that those who had failed the practical would have extra lessons with him at the training camp over break. He handed out reviews of each student's fight, and some students began to cry quietly at not having passed the practical. He also distributed a list of supplies needed for the camp and dismissed the rest of the class to study hall. After the lists were passed out, Mina suggested they go shopping together and began making plans for a group trip. Todoroki explained he could not go because he visited his mother on Saturdays. The rest of the day passed without further incident. As Izuku packed to leave at the end of the day, a call came from Mirko. He almost opened a message when the phone started ringing. Everyone watched the call come in, and Ochako briefly thought it might be Inko. Izuku answered, And Mirko's voice came through sharply as she scolded him for taking so long to respond and demanded to know whether he had been expelled. He pulled the phone away from his ear at the volume. The class grew curious, and Ochako's expression hardened. Izuku explained to the class that Mirko had called to check on him because she had heard someone had been expelled. He clarified that the expelled person was the one who had placed second at the festival and that that person had attacked Mirko during the midterm practical, which had led to expulsion. Mirko said she was just checking in and asked why he had answered. Izuku invited her to dinner and said his mother would be happy to have her, then ended the call. Ochako glared at him, feeling a sharp mix of jealousy and confusion for a moment. Izuku sent a quick text to his mother to set an extra plate at the table, and turned to find the room silent with 19 pairs of eyes on him. Ochako asked who had called in a strained voice. Izuku replied that it had been Mirko calling to check on him and that she was coming over for dinner. Ochako's tone brightened as she said she had always wanted to meet Mirko, and internally she felt relieved that there was nothing untoward going on. The class exhaled in relief, convinced that Izuku would not betray Ochako. They all left the two lovebirds alone, relieved not to witness another argument. Later in the day, closer to dinner, Izuku sent a message and then opened a portal to Mirko's building lobby. Mirko stepped through wearing plain jeans and a light jacket and approached Izuku. She inspected him and, satisfied, stepped back to compliment him on his appearance and say she was glad he was not slacking. Izuku thanked her and asked how she had been, relieved to have passed whatever test she had given him. Mirko explained that Rumi was fine and that hero work had been the same. She then waved toward a girl nearby and asked who she was. Izuku proudly presented Ochako Uraraka as his girlfriend. Ochako stood nervously in front of one of her favorite heroes. Rumi, remembering Ochako from the festival and how well she had performed, extended a hand in greeting and then pulled Ochako close, warning her not to hurt Izuku. Ochako responded seriously that she would never, and Izuku watched with a little worry that something might escalate. They stared at each other until Rumi broke into a smile, concluding that Ochako would be good for him. Ochako smiled as well, happy that Izuku had such a strong older sister figure. Izuku felt even more nervous at how quickly they had bonded without much conversation. The staring contest ended and the group went to have a nice dinner with Izuku seated comfortably between the two women. After dinner they sat and Izuku recounted the midterms. Inko sat quietly, enjoying the homely atmosphere. Rumi talked about her recent missions, only small-time criminals and nothing major. They moved to the living room, where Inko picked a scrapbook off the shelf and mentioned something from Izuku's childhood that she had caught on camera. She produced the scrapbook, and Izuku went pale while Ochako and Rumi reacted with excitement. Ochako quickly used her quirk playfully to keep Izuku from grabbing the book, and Rumi nudged him away in a light, teasing manner when he reached for the scrapbook on Inko's lap. As he spiraled backward, he caught the delighted murmurs from the others. Eventually he returned to his seat, embarrassed by the photos, and the trio laughed together. Izuku felt grateful for the warmth of the family. When it was time for Rumi to leave, Izuku opened a portal for her, and she gave him a quick hug before stepping through. The rest of the evening was spent relaxing and watching movies while leaning on each other. Inko went to bed early, leaving Izuku and Ochako alone on the couch. They received a group chat message from Mina about meeting time at the mall, and after some back and forth the group settled on early mid-morning. They returned to the movie and soon dozed off. Izuku fell asleep first, and Ochako ended up sleeping on top of him. Everyone agreed to meet at the mall around 10 in the morning for shopping. Izuku only needed a few small items, and Ochako was in a similar situation. Both were happy to spend the day together. With internships and midterms behind them, they had not had many chances to go out, so they treated the mall trip as a small date, mostly shopping and hanging out. Izuku noticed Ochako seemed a little nervous about shopping. He knew about her family's financial difficulties. As they sat on the couch, Inko approached Ochako and pressed a wad of cash into her hands, explaining that it was for her to have fun shopping. Izuku raised an eyebrow while Ochako stared at the money, unsure what to do. Inko insisted that Ochako take it, telling her to buy something nice and teasing that it was a sort of small gift for the future, leaving both teenagers blushing. They changed and headed to the train, where they found Mina already on board. They chatted, with Mina and Ochako doing most of the talking while Izuku enjoyed the rare time off. Some passengers recognized them and waved or tried to take discreet photos. A small boy with deer-like horns approached and shyly asked Mina for a photo. Mina happily posed, smiling the whole time, and the boy returned to his mother grinning. They arrived at the mall to find almost the whole class gathered and chatting. Momo greeted them and asked what the plan was. Izuku, mindful of his role as class president, looked to Mina, who had organized the outing. Mina suggested they split into groups and meet at the food court in 2 hours, then outlined a few playful rules, including that everyone should check the mall rules and to stay safe. Before she could say anything more attention-grabbing, Izuku gently cut her off to keep things from getting out of hand. With that, everyone split into groups and dispersed. Izuku and Ochako wandered the mall hand in hand, picking up what they needed for camp. They talked about what the camp might be like, and Ochako expressed hope that they would get to make s'mores. Ochako admitted she had never tried them, drool already forming. Izuku shrugged and said he had never been camping either, so it would be a new experience for him. Snapping out of her food fantasy, Ochako looked at Izuku and asked if he had never gone with friends or family. Izuku replied that it had always been him and his mother, that he had never met his father, and that Katsuki had made having friends difficult. He added that he attended martial arts classes but had not made friends there. Ochako apologized and said she would have been his friend, teasing that she would have stolen his lunch first, then hugged his arm with a smile. Izuku laughed, hugged her back, and called her a little thief. They continued walking. After finding a discreet area and seeing no one looking their way, Izuku opened a portal and dropped their bags off at home. Ochako picked out some nice clothes and Izuku told her to use the money Inko had given her. She protested a little but accepted it. With only 15 minutes left before their class was due to meet at the food court, they began heading there. As they walked, Izuku relaxed and took in the calm atmosphere. His mood shifted when his eyes met a pair of red eyes in a black hoodie. Izuku froze and Ochako stopped with him. Izuku handed his phone to Ochako and instructed her, in a serious tone that made her worry, to call the police and tell them Shigaraki was at the mall, and then to call Eraserhead. Ochako hesitated but obeyed and started the call, not willing to leave his side. She scanned the area for anyone else with Shigaraki while she spoke. Shigaraki pulled his hands out of his pockets. One was clearly mechanical. Izuku could not see his face under the hood, but the presence of that quirk in a crowded mall made him uneasy. He stepped forward and asked what Shigaraki was doing there, hoping to keep him talking rather than allow an immediate attack. Shigaraki accused Izuku of killing his Nomu and lashed out, raising the prosthetic hand. Izuku shouted for everyone to get back, warning the crowd and Ochako. People began to run. Izuku dodged, but a sharp swipe from the mechanical hand grazed his temple and staggered him. At the same moment, something splashed into his eye, blurring his vision, and a kick to his stomach sent him tumbling. He recovered quickly and met Shigaraki mid-lunge. The villain crashed through a shop's glass doors, eliciting screams from inside. Instead of fleeing, a mother and her child had hidden in the shop, cowering. Shigaraki looked at the pair with a cruel grin and rushed for them. Izuku warned him not to move, then acted. He created a green portal and pulled the mother and child through to safety, grabbing both of Shigaraki's hands as they passed and dragging them back through the portal to keep the pair out of reach. Shigaraki thrashed and tried to pull his arms free, shouting threats, but the mechanical hand suddenly went limp as if it had been damaged. Ochako came up beside Izuku, keeping watch for any further surprises. Ochako noticed a smear on Izuku and asked, worried if he was hurt. Izuku replied that this time it was his blood and grumbled that it always seemed heroes arrived after the fight was over. One of his eyes was closed because his vision was still blurred. He asked Ochako to watch his left side since he could not see well. Ochako panicked at the idea that he might be blind and hurried to cover him, worried about how Inko would react. Izuku tried to reassure her that he was only temporarily unable to see. Footsteps approached and 6 police officers arrived with their guns drawn. Present Mike appeared as well, shouting for everyone to freeze. Present Mike insisted that Izuku was not the villain and pointed to the shop to identify the real threat. He admonished the officers for their reaction and then announced that Izuku was his student at UA, which prompted the officers to lower their weapons. The police moved into the open shop, secured Shigaraki with suppression cuffs, and led him away. Izuku let go of the villain and sank down onto the ground, exhausted from the adrenaline. Ochako knelt beside him with tears in her eyes, asking if he had lost his sight. Izuku explained that he had only been temporarily blinded by whatever had splashed into his eye and that he would be fine. Ochako slapped his shoulder in relief and frustration, wiping away tears, and Izuku protested with a weak grin. Present Mike sat down near them and asked how they were doing and what had happened. Ochako and Izuku explained that they had been at the mall when Shigaraki had appeared and attacked. Izuku said he thought he was losing too much blood and felt dizzy. A nearby officer said it was not the worst he had seen, handed Izuku gauze to stanch the wound, and helped him up. The officer added that they would need to go to the police station for an interview and some first aid. Ochako supported Izuku on the other side as they were escorted to the street. A crowd of people stood behind a police barricade, some of them classmates, and they shouted at the pair. Mina threw her hands up and demanded to know what had happened to Rule 2. Izuku shouted back, confused, asking if no one had died. They left soon after, seated in the back of the police car. Ochako leaned on Izuku, relieved they were all alive. She took out his phone, opened the camera app, and snapped a picture of them in the back of the car, Izuku with his bandage and Ochako leaning on him. Seeing the phone made Izuku remember, and he quickly said they needed to tell his mother, which made present Mike in the passenger seat laugh softly. The officer driving suggested that perhaps his mother would not take it too badly. Izuku declined to call, explaining that he could not with his head injury, and he gestured at his bandage. Present Mike and the officer snorted. Ochako gave him a mischievous look, dialed Inko and waited. She told Inko they were fine, though they had been attacked at the mall, and then pulled the phone away when Inko began to yell. Ochako told Inko they were going to the police station for an interview and first aid, then quickly hung up. Ochako exclaimed that she had hung up and tried to dial again, but Izuku took the phone and sent Inko a text with the police station's location. Izuku commented that Ochako could have been more delicate. Ochako replied that someone had not wanted to make the call and unlocked the phone to send another message. Izuku could not see who she was texting. Aizawa was waiting at the police station when they arrived. Tako helped Izuku out of the car and they stopped in front of Aizawa. Aizawa stood with his arms crossed, pinched the bridge of his nose, and accused Izuku, calling him problem child. They went inside to a conference room that contained a first aid kit. Aizawa took the kit and began tending to Izuku's injuries. Izuku winced as the wound was cleaned and dressed. Aizawa said the dressing would do for the moment but that Izuku would need stitches or a healing quirk at the hospital once they were finished. Ochako and Izuku were interviewed together with Aizawa present as guardian for the time being. The situation was clearly self-defense, since a quirk had been used only when Izuku opened a portal to protect the civilians. The interview wrapped up quickly so they could get Izuku to the hospital. Inko waited in the lobby, pacing. The moment she saw them, she rushed over, hugged them both tightly, and inspected them for injuries. Aizawa told Inko that Izuku would need to go to the hospital for stitches. Inko's eyes filled with tears when she saw Izuku's bandaged head and stained shirt. She declared they should go at once and asked Izuku to open a portal. Izuku complied and opened a portal inside the police station to a hospital near their apartment. They all stepped through with Izuku last. When the portal closed, Aizawa shook his head and muttered that it was illegal quirk use in front of him and inside a police station. They arrived at the hospital and were seen quickly since it was a quiet night. While waiting in the doctor's office for the nurse to return with supplies, Izuku felt his phone buzz. A string of missed calls and a short, urgent message had arrived from Rumi. The message ordered a portal to him immediately. Izuku glanced at Ochako, who looked away quickly. He tossed his phone toward her, intending to hurry, then opened a portal to Mirko's lobby. Mirko arrived swiftly and zeroed in on him. Mirko inspected him, noted the bandage, and gave him a sharp admonishing jab to the stomach as a scolding. Mirko told him he was lucky Ochako had alerted her instead of her finding out another way. Izuku lay clutching his stomach and wondered why the women in his life were always so tough on him. The nurse came in with the supplies and saw Mirko standing over Izuku while Inko and Ochako talked nearby. After Izuku received stitches and the nurse used her quirk to speed his healing while he rested, they left together. Rumi decided to stay for dinner with the Midoriyas. Izuku's head remained bandaged and he felt exhausted. He sent a text to the group chat to say he was all right, then headed home, receiving many well wishes in return. Back home, Izuku fell asleep immediately on the couch to the sound of his mother Inko, his partner Ochako, and his mentor Aizawa chatting and cooking in the kitchen. The women left him to sleep and continued talking about the sleeping boy. Inko praised his dedication and drive, saying he never gave a second thought to being anything but a hero. Tako recalled their first meeting at the entrance exam and how well they had clicked. She said how happy she was with him and how much she enjoyed watching him fight. Rumi added that she had first wondered if Izuku was single after his impressive showing at the sports festival and during their practice in her gym, which made Ochako choke on her rice in surprise. Inko was pleased that a strong, admirable woman had taken an interest in Izuku so quickly. Ochako briefly worried about competing for Izuku's attention, but Rumi explained that as they fought and she taught him, it had ultimately felt more like having a sibling. Rumi finished with a smile, saying that she liked that more than chasing after him. Ochako tried to relax without showing it, but Inko noticed everything. Izuku woke not long after, still groggy from his nap. He ate what had been set aside for him, then cleaned up and showered. When he returned, he saw the girls getting along very well. He sat and listened as they chatted. After a while it was time for Rumi to head home. Izuku opened a portal to her building lobby. As they said their goodbyes, Rumi stopped and looked into his eyes, taking his face in her hands and warning him to stop attracting villains. Izuku protested as he gently batted her hands away. Rumi told him to take care and not to slack off, then stepped through. The others prepared for sleep. Izuku collapsed onto his bed and scrolled through his phone until Ochako joined him and lay down beside him. Ochako admitted that she was worried the League of Villains had not been finished with them, remembering the mall incident. Izuku patted her on the back and shared that same concern, reassuring her that they would handle whatever came next. They fell asleep close together, comforting each other. They spent a week like that, with minor training and quiet relaxation. They were cautious about going out, wary that a villain might interrupt any outing. Izuku's cuts healed completely by the third day, and they removed his stitches at home. Ochako carefully took out the threads without any problems. He still had 3 marks that ran from his hairline above his eyebrow, and he thought they looked cool. Inko cried a little at the thought of Izuku nearly losing an eye, while Ochako quietly admired how the marks made him look resilient and determined. When the weekend came, they packed for the UA trip to camp and sent their duffels through the portal to the school. On the other side, most of Class 1A watched as 2 bags appeared out of nowhere and then the 2 students stepped through to greet their classmates. Mina immediately scolded Izuku, wagging a finger and accusing him of being terrible at following rules. Izuku defended himself, insisting that no one had died to his knowledge. Mina pouted about their class trip being cut short. Tsuyu noticed the marks on Izuku's forehead and asked about the blood she had seen when he left. Izuku reassured everyone that he was fine and had only needed stitches. Monoma sneered from nearby, saying that it was not surprising for a 1A student to be in trouble and suggesting that they should be expelled. His tone was sharp and smug. Izuku glanced around, opened a portal, and sent Monoma through it before the boy could react, then closed the portal. Kendo froze, intending to intervene, worried that Monoma had been sent to the middle of the forest or worse. The students of the sister class merely nodded and continued their conversations, as if the incident had not happened. Moments later, a shout came from the roof of U. Monoma was calling to be let down. Kendo considered asking Izuku to bring him back and offered to take responsibility for Monoma. Izuku replied that the boy was in timeout. Kendo accepted that and stepped away. About 5 minutes later, the teachers arrived and herded the students onto the buses. Izuku counted everyone to make sure no one was missing. He was about to board when Vlad King approached with an angry expression and demanded to know if Izuku had put his student on the roof. Izuku replied calmly that Monoma should learn to keep his mouth shut instead of letting it run, implying that such behavior could land him in an unfortunate situation. He opened a portal and Monoma stumbled out. Vlad warned Izuku to watch his tone, but Aizawa leaned over and told Vlad that he should be teaching his student better conduct and to board the bus because they had a schedule to keep. Vlad left with his student, giving Izuku one last glare. Ever since the USJ incident, Vlad had given Izuku a suspicious look. Izuku suspected the man spoke poorly of him behind his back, but he pushed the thought aside and boarded the bus. Ochako sat next to Tsuyu and they chatted. Izuku took the seat beside Todoroki, who had headphones on. Todoroki offered a small smile and nod in acknowledgement. The bus rolled out and the class settled into the road trip. As they drove, Izuku's thoughts wandered to random images, whether Todoroki's beard would split like his hair, what would happen if he opened a portal on a moving bus, and why Aizawa had not taken them directly to the camp location earlier. He finally asked Aizawa why they had not been taken straight to the camp, suggesting they could already be there. Aizawa, half asleep and reserved, met Izuku's gaze for a moment before turning his attention forward without answering. A classmate teased Izuku, calling him problem child, and another tried to hide a smile. Aizawa remained silent and sank deeper into his sleeping bag. The rest of the trip was spent relaxing. At some point Izuku dozed off and was woken by the brakes of the bus. Aizawa announced in his usual monotone voice that they had arrived and to get off. Izuku waited for everyone to disembark to make sure no one was left behind, acting like the responsible class president. Ochako was the last besides him. She approached and motioned for him to bend down as if to share a secret. She placed a gentle, reassuring kiss on his forehead and smiled, which made Izuku grin widely. He stepped off the bus behind her. What met their eyes was not a camp but a roadside cliff stop. Suspicion rose among the students when Aizawa calmly waited for a black car to pull up. Two adult women in Pussycat's uniforms stepped out, accompanied by a sullen child. Mandalay and Pixie Bob introduced themselves as the Wild Pussycats, and the child was made known as their nephew, Koda. When Izuku asked where the camp was, Aizawa pointed into the distance at a barely visible building deep in the forest. Izuku approached the guardrail and looked toward the building. He decided against a long hike and attempted to open a portal directly to the campsite, but the portal felt unusually resistant. He managed only a small tear large enough for his hand. Izuku strained and frowned, confused at the difficulty, and realized that Aizawa was using his quirk to suppress him. Aizawa had anticipated Izuku trying to portal to the camp and had prepared to apply his quirk. He did not expect Izuku to force a partial portal at all. Both of them were surprised at the attempt and its limited success. Pixie Bob, unsettled by the fact that Izuku had pushed against Aizawa's quirk, decided it was time to start their training immediately. She directed them toward a cliffside path and told them that heading northwest would lead to the camp in a few hours. With that, she sent them down the cliffside. The students tumbled down the slope in a chaotic descent. Some reacted quickly and used their quirks to soften the landing, others improvised. Momo formed a makeshift parachute and Ochako used her ability to steady herself. Izuku skidded past a tree, dug his fingers into the bark to slow his fall, and dropped the final few feet to the forest floor. The tree had been split down the middle by the impact. Groans rose from the group as everyone picked themselves up. Kirishima emerged from a hole in the ground with comical timing. Izuku paused to admire the split tree, then checked the group and called for anyone who was unhurt to respond. After a brief moment they readied themselves and began a trek through the forest. Only a few steps in, a large creature made of dirt and stone roared and charged at them. Koda attempted to communicate with it, but the creature did not respond. The students were forced into action. Someone nearby was pulled back through a small portal next to Izuku, alarming the group. Izuku took command of the formation, placing heavy hitters on the front and sides, ranged fighters behind, and sending anyone who needed rest into the center. The class fell into formation and moved as he instructed, and he relished the responsibility. Izuku rushed forward and opened a portal to the creature's back, riding onto it and delivering a flurry of decisive, practice strikes until the creature stopped moving. The fight was energetic and intense but non-graphic, resembling high-impact anime combat. Rather than anything gruesome, more roars echoed through the forest as additional Earth-based creatures appeared. explaining the sustained skirmishes. After 5 hours of continuous encounters and travel, the class finally arrived at the camp clearing. They were exhausted, most of them moved with heavy steps. Izuku managed to stand upright but looked spent. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Aizawa waited for them at the clearing. Mandalay praised the students for their performance and singled out 4 in particular for special commendation: Izuku, Ida, Todoroki, and Ochako. Ochako's recent training with Izuku had been effective, evident in the way she had improvised against the earth creatures. One of the pussycats rushed forward in a playful manner and claimed dibs on Izuku, embracing him in a friendly hug. Ochako reacted possessively and used her ability to pull Izuku back. In doing so, she overextended herself. Her quirk reached its limit and she collapsed to the side, clearly exhausted and ill. Izuku steadied her, holding her hair back so she could recover. Mandalay explained that Ochako was entering the age where small worries and anxieties tended to surface. Aizawa announced that the teachers would provide lunch only for that day and that for the rest of the camp the students would be responsible for procuring their own food. The class cheered weakly, lacking energy. Izuku noticed the sulking boy by the adults and asked whose child he was. Mandalay identified him as her nephew, Koda, and invited him to say hello. Koda merely sneered and turned away. Despite his exhaustion, Izuku introduced himself and extended his hand. Koda reacted by throwing a quick punch that struck Izuku in the abdomen. The impact knocked Izuku to the ground and several of the boys winced at the sight. Kirishima was the first to rush over, lifting Izuku into his arms and making an exaggerated, sympathetic remark that drew the attention and concern of their classmates. Koda muttered something that went unheard over the bustle. Kirishima and Sato carried the still ailing Izuku to the dining area, determined not to leave a friend behind. They sat him down in a chair and Izuku slumped forward, one of his arms draped over him unconsciously. The others, relieved that he was alive and well enough, went to get food. Izuku, hungry and aching, considered getting up to fetch something to eat but surrendered to his tired state. He half-joked to himself that he might as well starve, and the moment passed as the camp settled into its routine. Izuku rested his head on the table and said he had expected to die a glorious death, his voice muffled. Ochako told him to stop being dramatic as she brought him food, setting down his tray and then hers. Izuku said he did not deserve her, tears in his eyes as he ate. Everyone grabbed food and ate hungrily. At first there was little chatter, but after about an hour they began to talk among themselves. Mandalay noticed they were ready to wind down and told them to get cleaned up and head to bed, because training would start early the next morning. She then led them to the bathhouses, which were split by gender. All the boys sat in the hot spring, letting their sore muscles relax in the steaming water. Kirishima asked how Izuku looked so defined and whether he had used drags, puzzled by how everyone's bodies had developed differently. Narration described Kaminari and Aoyama as having more lithe, swimmer-like builds, while Sato and Shoji were more rounded and muscular. Izuku, who relied heavily on his arms for his quirk, had developed particularly large arms and a tightly packed torso from balancing workouts. Izuku told Kirishima that he did not use drags and that he had worked for his physique, and he quietly appreciated how manly it felt. Looking toward the wall that separated the boys and girls, Izuku saw Ochako on the other side and shook his head to dispel an intrusive thought. He reminded himself he was a gentleman. Noticing Mineta staring at the wall, Izuku decided as class president to curb his tendency toward misbehavior. Izuku created a small portal above Mineta's head, picked him up, turned him to face inward away from the wall, and set him back down. Mineta nodded and sank into the spring. Izuku felt pleased with the correction. A scream drew everyone's attention. Koda, who had been peeking from the other side of the wall, stumbled and then fell backward off the lip. Thinking quickly, Izuku leapt from the pool and formed a portal with one end above and the other under the falling boy. Koda passed through and rose briefly before beginning to fall again. With the momentum lessened by the portal, Izuku was able to catch him gently. Koda was unconscious from shock. Shiro asked if Koda was all right. Izuku confirmed that Koda was okay, just passed out from the scare, and said he would take him to Mandalay. From the girl's side, Hagakure worried and asked if Kota had fallen and if he was all right. Kaminari called back that Kota was fine and that Izuku had caught him. Izuku protested the nickname used in jest as he carried Kota to Mandalay. Once he arrived, he learned why the boy was so withdrawn. The boy had lost his hero parents to a villain, which left him deeply upset and distrustful of heroes. Back in their quarters, Izuku changed into sleepwear while others spread out around the room playing games. On the girl's side, Ochako put on one of Izuku's shirts that hung down almost like a skirt and said she liked it. Tsuyu bluntly asked if it belonged to him. Mina and Hagakure teased and asked whose it was and whether it might be Izuku's. Ochako explained that she often stayed over and found it easier to borrow his clothes because they were comfortable. Jairu noted that they sometimes shared a bed, which made everyone blush. Ochako quickly clarified that they were not NTMT, they simply liked sharing a bed and had agreed they were not ready to take things further. Mina joked about trying her luck earlier, and Ochako, protective, said that Izuku was hers. Mina laughed it off and playfully retracted her tease. Across the room, Izuku scolded Tokoyami for ruining their friendship in an Uno game by playing a game-changing card. Tokoyami only smiled smugly, while Todoroki concentrated on the cards before him. They all fell asleep, and the next morning they were woken early for training. As they lined up, Monoma began to taunt them about getting started, and Izuku used a portal to deliver a spray of salt water that interrupted him. The students, some still half asleep, then arranged themselves before Aizawa. Aizawa explained that they had been brought to train their quirks and to stretch those quirks to new limits, reminding them of the quirk apprehension test from earlier in the year. He considered tossing a baseball to Izuku but instead tossed it to Sato, who caught it, consumed a sugar boost, and threw it with a shout. Aizawa measured the distance and noted that the improvement was less than 2 meters. After the demonstration, the students were divided for specialized training. Izuku was grouped with Tiger, a member of the WWPCs, because Izuku's quirk relied heavily on precise use of his body. He had been too weak before, so he trained his body and the speed at which he could open and close tiers to different locations in rapid succession. Throughout a day of grueling practice, people saw a flash of a green portal appear, watched Izuku sprint out, and then disappear into another. Many were spooked, and Izuku let out a chuckle when he could still catch his breath. Izuku was not the only one pushing herself. Ochako refused to be left behind by the person she cared about and pushed her quirk past its limits. Stones hovered around her as she practiced floating between them. When she could no longer hold her quirk, she joined Tiger for combat drills. Izuku taught her the basics of his style of martial arts, and her ability complemented it well. As the sun began to set, everyone dragged themselves to the cooking area to prepare dinner. Pots, pans, and utensils were laid out, and they agreed on a simple stew. Starting the fires came first, and Izuku, not wanting to use flint and steel, opened a small portal to the kitchen counter to retrieve a lighter from the drawer. Momo raised an eyebrow and told him that she could have made a flame if he had asked. Izuku admitted sheepishly that he had forgotten. Meanwhile, many gathered around Ochako to watch her skilled cooking. Todoroki asked where she had learned to cook so well, and Ochako explained that her mother and Inko had taught her and that she enjoyed cooking when she had the chance. Hagakure wondered aloud whether Inko was an aunt, and Ochako clarified that Inko was Izuku's mother. Kaminari teased that Inko was grooming her to be a housewife. Ochako froze and flushed at the thought of marriage. She then spun, pointed a wooden spoon at Kaminari, and demanded that he either help or leave, not denying that the idea made her uncomfortable. The stew was finished, and everyone sat down to eat. Only a few people managed to get servings from Ochako's pot before it was emptied. Everyone agreed it was the best. Izuku took the first bowl. While they ate, Izuku noticed the small boy, Kota, walk into the woods alone. Worried that Kota might not have eaten yet, Izuku took a bowl and followed him. Izuku called out to the boy so as not to startle him, and Kota glared, telling him to leave. Izuku offered the bowl, explaining that he had come because he was not sure whether Kota had eaten. Kota insisted he did not want their food and told them to leave him alone. Izuku asked why Kota hated them. He was curious because Kota's hatred seemed misdirected. Kota shouted that it was stupid for them to train only to show off and then die. Izuku frowned and gently corrected him, saying that he trained to survive, not to show off, and that Koda's parents had seemed to be good people from what he had read. Izuku expressed sympathy that they had died. Koda looked down and muttered that it hurt. Izuku offered the bowl again, and Koda took it without speaking further. Izuku left him to be alone for a while. He returned to the others feeling heavy-hearted and sympathetic. He had never experienced deep personal loss and hoped not to, so his attempts to comfort Koda had been practical rather than pitying. He sensed that Koda had enough of pity. Ochako noticed his expression as he sat down, and Izuku reassured her with a smile that everything was fine. After everyone finished, they cleaned up, took showers, and turned in for another day of hard training. The next morning, Izuku found himself surrounded by dirt golems attacking from every angle. He fought through them, disassembling and dispersing so many that he was standing on a pile of scattered earth. He continued for what felt like hours. Pixie Bob stayed close to oversee the many dirt and stone creations and watched in awe at how proficient he had become in combat. Aizawa joined her to observe and acknowledged the student's frightening progress. Pixie Bob told Aizawa that his student was terrifying. Aizawa replied that he was aware, and what truly unsettled him was that the student could power through his quirk. Hours later, after everyone had rested from the day's training, Ragdoll approached the recovering students with a bright energy and announced that they would have a fun activity that night as a reward. She explained that the classes would be split up. Class 1B would hide along a trail while Class 1A walked through it and tried to be spooked. Mina cheered at the idea, only to be stopped when Aizawa intervened. He told Mina that she and the students who had failed would be joining him for remedial lessons. Mina's disappointment was obvious as she was led away, followed by Sato, Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari with their heads down. Class 1B was guided down the trail while Class 1A was paired off in the fading light. Ochako was paired with Tsuyu, and Izuku was paired with Todoroki. Ochako pouted at not being paired with the person she cared about, and Tsuyu offered a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. One pair at a time was sent off along the trail. As Izuku walked, he noticed the forest growing darker. The next pair consisted of Shoji and Tokoyami. Tokoyami looked uneasy in the darkness, since his quirk grew more aggressive there. Izuku jogged up to them and offered a small comfort. He opened a portal and produced a pair of flares, saying that they might help. Tokoyami accepted them gratefully and asked why Izuku had flares on hand. Izuku admitted, a little embarrassed, that they had seemed cool and he had bought a bunch. They moved on and Izuku rejoined Todoroki, who at first seemed bored. As they were about to leave, Izuku caught a scent on the air that Todoroki immediately recognized as burning wood. Both of them saw a blue glow in the forest and smoke rising ahead. Mandalay was alerted to the fire by Izuku. A villain with a reptile-like quirk attacked, wielding a large sword formed from smaller blades. Mandalay managed to dodge, but another villain slammed into her and pulled her off her feet. Tiger stepped in to distract the attackers long enough for Mandalay to recover. While the skirmish continued, Izuku scanned the forest for more threats. None had appeared yet. Todoroki was told to stay and help where he could, but Mandalay urgently interrupted to demand that someone find Koda. Izuku swore and opened a portal to the ledge where Koda had been hiding. He ran through and found a cloaked man approaching the trembling boy. Both froze when Izuku arrived. The cloaked villain, gloating, revealed himself as a blond man with a prosthetic eye and identified Izuku as someone on his kill list. Koda froze with recognition and fear when he saw the man he remembered as the killer of his parents. Izuku stepped protectively in front of the boy. The villain, muscular, sneered and declared that he would finish the family's bloodline. Then he began to grow, muscles swelling until he towered over them both. Muscular lunged and threw a massive punch at Izuku. Izuku reacted by opening a wide portal, directing the incoming blow away from himself and toward another location. He closed the portal at the right moment, leaving the attacker incapacitated and seriously hurt. The wounded villain reeled and became frenzied, charging after them, but Muscular and his companions slipped back through a portal toward Todoroki before they could reach them. Izuku returned to the camp area with Koda in his arms. Nearby, one villain lay immobilized in ice and another was pinned under Tiger. Mandalay rushed forward and embraced them, while Koda trembled in shock. Mandalay fired off a rapid string of questions about injuries and what had happened. Izuku explained that Muscular had been present but was badly injured, and that the blood on him belonged to that villain. Koda clung to Izuku like a frightened child. Izuku tried to hand him to Mandalay, explaining gently that he needed both hands to help, and encouraged Koda to go with her. Koda nodded and allowed Mandalay to take him. Izuku opened a portal to the camp building but closed it immediately when he realized a raging fire had reached the entrance. He created another portal to the edge of the woods and slipped through alone. Inside, he found Aizawa engaged with a villain emitting blue flames. Without hesitation, Izuku opened a small portal near the villain's arm, cutting off the limb's ability to strike and rendering the attacker incapacitated. The villain collapsed and was neutralized. Izuku sprinted back and reopened a portal for Koda and the others. They ran through to safety. Tiger and Todoroki dragged the two immobilized villains through the entrance and set them aside. Aizawa hurried over and, seeing Izuku stained from the encounter, demanded why he was bloody. Izuku motioned toward the distant smoke and explained that they were under attack. Aizawa quickly ordered Mandalay to use her quirk to inform the students that they had permission to use their abilities to defend themselves, and to retreat to the camp immediately. He instructed Izuku to open a portal to the UA entrance. Some of the Class 1B students stumbled out of the forest and exhaled in relief at the sight of the building. Izuku told them to go through the portal to safety. Shoji emerged soon after, carrying a weary Tokoyami with one arm while Tokoyami held a lit flare. Shoji handed Tokoyami to Tiger for a quick check. Tokoyami was okay but quirk exhausted. He explained that Dark Shadow had gone aggressive when they were attacked, and that he had managed to calm it down afterward. Izuku anxiously waited for one brown-haired girl to appear. She burst from the trees in the middle of an intense confrontation. She was fighting a blonde girl who moved with an unsettling, obsessive violence and spoke of Izuku in a disturbing way that angered the brown-haired girl. Tsuyu and a classmate had been ambushed by Toga when they saw the smoke. Toga had pinned Tsuyu to a tree by the hair with one of her needles, leaving the brown-haired girl on her own for the moment. Toga launched more needles attached by lines. The brown-haired girl dodged and searched for a way to turn the tide. Toga taunted that she wanted Izuku and made a chilling comment about him being covered in blood. The brown-haired girl seized one of the needles and pulled Toga toward her, preparing to end the confrontation. Ochako received a slash on her arm but she achieved what she wanted. With a palm strike to the chest, Toga was sent floating. Not letting up, Ochako grabbed some of the needles and used them to hurl Toga through the air into the ground at high speed. Toga cried out as she hit the earth. Ochako heard harsh impacts and feared the villain had been seriously hurt. Huffing and staring at the crumpled opponent, Ochako turned to Tsuyu. Tsuyu stared at Ochako and told her that Midoriya seemed to have a strong influence on her, unsure if that was good or not. She then looked back at the villain, who was groaning and not getting back up. Tsuyu helped to pull the needle out of Ochako's arm. Ochako said she liked Midoriya's influence and wanted to return to camp. Tsuyu asked what they should do about the villain. Ochako said to leave her. They needed to go and figure out how bad things were elsewhere. Tsuyu was also worried about Izuku. Back with Izuku, more and more students emerged from the forest. Some were carried by others, but everyone was still alive. Aizawa and Vlad King went into the forest to find their students. They were checked over by Tiger before moving through the portal, which took time. Mandalay was about to go through with Koda when something landed nearby. A massive, one-armed man with a feral look in his one eye. It was clear he recognized Koda and he focused on the child with a vicious intent. Koda was terrified. Izuku intervened and announced that the fight was his. He landed on the large man's back by the portal and launched into a fierce assault, aiming to disable him. The man's muscles pulsed and reformed in ways that made him difficult to subdue. The villain grabbed and threw Izuku away when he could. Shoji dove in to tackle him but was overpowered and punched back. Izuku used a portal to return to the fray, targeted the man's leg to limit his mobility, and struck again to prevent him from reaching Koda. Izuku then leapt back onto the man and delivered a rapid, relentless sequence of blows that finally left the attacker unconscious from exhaustion and concussive impacts. The villain was immobile, and the fight ended without graphic injury. Izuku looked around and saw most people were alright. Class 1B regarded him warily, but he did not care. Showing signs of the fight, he checked Shoji, who had a broken arm and some bruised ribs. Izuku helped Shoji through a new portal to the arriving ambulance on the other side. More students emerged, some aided by Aizawa or Vlad. Aizawa reacted with shock when he saw the subdued attacker but calmed when he learned no one had died and when he saw Izuku alive, though battered. The class president reassured him that Shoji was the only one with serious injuries and that he would be okay. Aizawa returned to the forest. A recurring villain with blue flames tried to strike again, but Todoroki and Izuku used coordinated portals and tactics to neutralize that threat quickly. When the heroes decided to pass back through the UA portal, Ochako arrived with Tsuyu. Izuku rushed to Ochako and embraced her tightly, both of them relieved. He set her down and checked her over, noting a cut on her arm and otherwise minor injuries. Ochako glanced at Izuku and noted that he was stained from the fight, and she hugged him again with that same relief. Izuku joked that his mother would be angry about another ruined set of clothes, and Ochako laughed. Tsuyu stepped away to give them space. They followed Tsuyu closer to the portal. Izuku had kept the portal open the whole time, never passing through it, so it remained active. More heroes came through, searching the woods and assisting survivors. The subdued attacker was strapped to a gurney and taken away. The other villains, Spinner and Magna, were arrested and moved into transport. Soon both classes were accounted for. Many headed to the hospital for smoke inhalation treatment and other non-life-threatening injuries. Aizawa looked tired and singed but alive. He found Izuku sitting on the stairs being checked by a first responder and Ochako leaning on him, refusing to leave his side. It turned out that being thrown by a super-strong opponent and landing hard left Izuku bruised. He needed low-priority care. Aizawa approached the two students and sat down after the first responder left. Aizawa asked if their parents knew what had happened. Ochako answered that her parents were worried but had relaxed when they learned she had been with Izuku and that everything had passed. Izuku said his mother had cried but trusted he could take care of himself, and she had been annoyed about his ruined shirt. Aizawa said he was glad they were alive. Izuku returned the sentiment and Aizawa got up to continue coordinating the rescue. Once the essential personnel were in camp, Izuku and Ochako were sent back through the portal to close it and head to the hospital for a more thorough checkup. While they were loaded onto a van bound for the hospital, Ochako asked to see Izuku's phone. She said she had left hers at camp. Izuku narrowed his eyes and asked why. He remembered the last time he had lent it after a villain attack, when she had messaged Rumi, and he hesitated. Ochako tried to reach for the phone but Izuku pulled it away before she could take it. She nearly climbed on top of him as the van stopped and the door opened. The person who opened the door was Mirko. She looked at the two students in their awkward position and then closed the door, offering to give them privacy. Izuku and Ochako protested with flushed faces, insisting it was not what it looked like. Mirko explained that she had come because she heard their class had been attacked. Ochako told Izuku that she had called Inko to find out which hospital they were going to, since she knew he would not call, and jabbed a finger into his chest. They all headed inside. Many of their classmates were on the same floor, and many others had already left with their parents. Rumi stayed nearby in case villains attacked again but did not comment. The students were looked over, cleaned up, and cleared. The hero lookout was present and was awkward about Mirko doing her job, but Mirko left with Izuku and Ochako. Izuku checked on all his classmates and left once they were in good hands. He opened a portal home and the group arrived to a fierce, relieved embrace from Inko, who checked them over and hugged them again. After most of the tears had dried, Ochako asked if her parents could come over because they were worried and waiting at her empty apartment. Inko agreed immediately and told Izuku to bring them through. Two people arrived cautiously, having never used a portal before, and rushed forward when they saw their daughter. They held her tightly. She tolerated the overwhelming welcome. After they examined their daughter, Meiko, her father, stared at Izuku's shirt, which was heavily stained with blood, and reacted with alarm, asking what had happened. Izuku looked down at the ruined shirt and reassured him that it was not his blood and that he was all right. Kana, her mother, paid no mind to the stains and hugged Izuku. expressing relief that he was okay and gratitude for taking care of her daughter. Inko suggested that Ochako take a shower and that Izuku could go afterward. Inko introduced herself as Izuku Midoriya and asked to be called Inko. Kana introduced herself and Mako, teasing that she had hoped to meet Inko under calmer circumstances to plan a wedding, and the two women quickly bonded. Rumi appeared behind the embarrassed teens, eating a carrot she had taken from the fridge, and asked what was going on. Mako asked whether the visitor was Mirko, but the comment went mostly ignored. Izuku urged them to leave before family stories started to come out and guided Ochako away. Rumi was called away but promised to check on her adopted younger brother and his girlfriend later. Izuku and Ochako showered and cleaned up separately. They returned to find Kana and Inko on the couch, talking and laughing like old friends, while Mako relaxed in a recliner with tea. Izuku sat heavily on the couch and Ochako rested her head on his shoulder. They both replayed the events at the training camp and considered how close things had come to being much worse. To their knowledge, no one in their class or the other class had been critically injured. The adults noticed the teens' quiet solemnness. Mako watched them with concern for how much more they might have to face before graduation, and the two mothers discussed ways to distract them. Food was suggested as the easiest remedy. Inko offered to make something and Kana enthusiastically agreed. They all moved into the kitchen and prepared a comforting meal of katsudon with plenty of mochi for dessert. The food helped take their minds off the incident for a while, though the memory returned in fits and starts. Izuku focused on checking up on classmates, while Ochako wrestled with the aftermath of a hard fight that had left an opponent unconscious on the forest floor. Being close to Izuku had made her braver in facing violent situations, but using force against another person for the first time had been difficult. She accepted it as necessary while still disliking it. Later, everyone settled down to watch a movie. It grew late and there was a knock at the door. The room tensed. Izuku opened the door ready to be careful, but found their homeroom teacher Aizawa and a police detective, the same one from the USJ interview. Aizawa and the detective explained that they were there to take statements from the students and had some information to relay. Aizawa asked whether Inko was home. Izuku called inside that their teacher and a detective had arrived, and Inko welcomed them to the kitchen table. The detective noted the convenience of taking Ochako's statement while they were all assembled and moved the conversation to the living room. Ochako sat and answered questions about where she had been during the attack, who had been with her, and who she had fought. Her parents squeezed her hand as she described taking down Toga, and Izuku felt proud of her while comforting her when her hand trembled. Aizawa reported that most classmates were home and safe, though a few remained in the hospital due to a smoke-related quirk. When it was Izuku's turn, he took a bit longer to recount his experience, encountering Muscular and saving Koda, and then having to confront the same threat again while overseeing the evacuation at the portal. The statements continued as they worked to piece together what had happened and to ensure everyone's safety. The detective asked mostly the same questions but with a more serious tone. Mako and Kana both looked pale at the story of someone attempting to harm a child. Inko observed her son with pride for protecting someone so bravely, but the looks on the faces of the police and the teacher warned that there was more. The detective explained that his quirk was lie detector and that it had shown no deception. He then told them the difficult part. Muscular, the villain they had fought, later died at the hospital from the injuries he had sustained. The detective made it clear that the matter would be treated as self-defense to protect a child and that no legal action would be expected. The Urarakas reacted with shock and sorrow that someone so young had been involved in a death. Inko grew anxious not because of the villain but out of concern for how her son would cope. Aizawa observed Izuku carefully, then spoke gently as a parent would, offering that there was therapy and support available and that avoiding the matter would not help. Izuku stayed quiet for a moment and then spoke in a calm, matter-of-fact way that he did not regret what had happened. He reiterated his resolve to be as safe as possible while fulfilling his duties as a hero, even if that meant taking a life to stop a dangerous threat. Inko felt some relief at his apparent steadiness, while Mako worried about the emotional toll of such decisive action. Kana, sharing Inko's relief, hoped everything would be all right. Ochako accepted that her partner might face such moral burdens, since they had discussed their beliefs and limits. Aizawa looked at Izuku for a long moment, searching for any sign of falsehood and finding none. He decided to move forward. He told them that he did not yet have a timeline for returning to UA and that they would be contacted when plans were finalized. For now, he advised them to stay at home when possible and take care of themselves. The detective tipped his hat and left alongside Aizawa. Later, Izuku suggested getting back to the movie, and everyone agreed. Izuku and Ochako leaned on each other as they settled in. When they grew tired, Meiko and Kana decided it was time to head home. Ochako did not want to leave, but Izuku compromised. He would go to their home and create a portal waypoint so Ochako could visit her parents whenever she wished. That way her parents would have time with their daughter, and she could come back to Izuku whenever she liked. After Izuku used a portal to retrieve Ochako's bag from the camp, they arrived at her home a few hours later. Meiko patted Izuku's shoulder with a warm smile and Kana gave him a friendly squeeze goodbye. Ochako, pouty and reluctant to sleep alone, received reassurance from Izuku that it would only be for a short while. They said their goodbyes, and Izuku returned to his own room through a portal, announcing his arrival before flopping into bed. The next morning Izuku awoke to find Ochako asleep beside him, her arms around him. He stared in confusion, wondering how she had come back from her parents' house. He gently shook her awake to ask, still puzzled by her presence. She rubbed her eyes and explained that she had asked to be portaled over in the middle of the night and showed him the messages on her phone. Izuku realized he must have created the portal in his sleep and, admitting he did not remember it, accepted it with a tired smile before wrapping an arm around her and lying back down. Their privacy was interrupted when Inko burst in with her phone in hand. She had been on a call but ended it quickly when she saw Ochako was okay. Inko raised an eyebrow at the scene of Izuku on the floor holding his side and Ochako in bed with bed hair. Izuku blamed Ochako for coming over in the night. Ochako responded with a playful, half-annoyed nudge, and Kana, who stood in the doorway, dryly observed that her daughter could be physically assertive. After everyone was cleaned up and they had breakfast, Izuku asked Ochako if she wanted to visit their classmates in the hospital. They set out and reached the hospital in about 30 minutes. Deciding against using a portal to avoid causing alarm. They entered Yaoyorozu's room. She had been affected by inhaling smoke during the attack and had been unconscious but was now awake. Many classmates were already gathered and conversations focused on the events at the training camp. Those assigned to remedial lessons felt guilty for not being more involved, and Izuku reassured them that things had worked out. When most of their classmates left, only Izuku, Ochako, Todoroki, and Ida remained with Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu then mentioned that she had placed a tracker on one of the Nomu that had been at the camp and that the device showed it had left the area when the villains withdrew. The woman told them that the heroes had the tracker and were planning to rescue Ragdoll. She had been taken during the attack while she was separated from everyone else. Izuku praised her quick thinking, but he noticed a look in Ida's eyes that made him uneasy, the same intensity he had seen when he had rescued Ida from Stain. He waited until the others left so that only he, Yaoyorozu, and Ochako remained in the room. When he was sure they were alone, Izuku told Ochako that if Ida asked for another tracker for the Nomu, she should give it to him with an additional tracker installed, and then call Izuku once Ida had left the room. Ochako was shocked and asked why he would suggest that Ida might request another tracker. Izuku reminded her that he had explained the Stain incident and how Ida had briefly gone vigilante, which made Ochako understand his concern immediately. Izuku said that Ida's look had made him wary and asked only that Ochako make sure they could track Ida's location so that he would be safe. Ochako looked confused but agreed to follow his plan. They left wishing the woman a good recovery. The woman said she doubted Ida would ask for a tracker but that she would take Izuku's advice. They said their goodbyes, Ochako hugged them, and then Izuku and Ochako headed home. While they walked, Ochako held Izuku's hand and asked if he thought Ida would actually do something reckless. Izuku admitted that he hoped he was wrong but that he had not liked the look in Ida's eye when Yaoyorozu mentioned the tracker. He added that the ongoing attacks on their class had made him more cautious, and for now he wanted to enjoy their time off from classes and train when they could. Izuku pulled Ochako into a hug to reassure her. Ochako laughed softly and appreciated the comfort of his arms. She noticed Izuku looked thoughtful, and he explained that if heroes were planning a rescue operation at a villain base, portals could be extremely useful for transportation. He said he was considering contacting Eraserhead to offer help with moving people in and out, noting that portal quirks were rare in Japan and around the world. Ochako fell quiet as they continued walking. She worried about his safety but recognized how useful his quirk could be for an operation and hugged him tightly, asking him to be careful. At home, Izuku told his mother about his plan. She was unhappy at first, and it took considerable convincing before she reluctantly agreed. Izuku went to his room and called Aizawa to offer his assistance. As class president, he had everyone's contact numbers, including his teachers. After 4 rings, Aizawa answered with a tired but alert voice and immediately asked if Izuku had had another villain encounter. Izuku clarified that he had not been attacked this time and that most incidents had been unavoidable. Aizawa asked what Izuku needed, and Izuku stated firmly that he wanted to help in the operation to rescue Ragdoll in a non-combat role, offering only transportation. There was a long silence, then Aizawa sighed and said he would bring the request up and would contact Izuku if it was approved. Izuku said he would wait. When the call ended, he noticed 2 women peeking around the doorway to his room, family members who had overheard. Izuku and Ochako spent some days training and relaxing at the beach while they waited for school to resume or for Aizawa to call back. Izuku could not be certain his quirk had improved without proper testing, but Ochako seemed to have gained greater endurance and an increased weight limit for her power. They demonstrated this by having Ochako lift and float a large boulder at the water's edge, and the sight felt almost magical. Rumi stopped by to check on them. She had been hesitant at first after learning about the encounter with Muscular, unsure how he might react, but once she saw he was fine, she returned to her usual, teasing self. Rumi sparred with them, pushing Izuku hard in a way that felt encouraging and teasing, the kind of rough support an older sister figure would give. She grew upset when Izuku mentioned that he had offered his help for the operation, likely because he had not asked her to join. Another day later, Aizawa called and told Izuku to come to UA to discuss his role in the operation, then ended the call abruptly. Izuku prepared immediately, hugged his mother and Ochako goodbye, and tore a portal to the area just outside the UA gates. Aizawa waited there to escort him to the office and scanned Izuku as if expecting new injuries from their last encounter. They entered the principal's office together, where more people were assembled than Izuku had expected. The same stand-in for All Might was present, and Yagi Tashinori sat near Principal Nizu, looking unwell. Nizu welcomed Izuku and offered tea, which Izuku accepted. Nizu explained that the situation was highly unusual. While students with provisional licenses were sometimes allowed to participate in raids and other hero operations, Izuku did not hold such a license, so the school would treat his involvement as an impromptu internship. In that capacity, he would be required to use his quirk to transport heroes and personnel to and from the combat zone and should not engage in combat unless he was in direct danger, which would be a direct order. Nizu emphasized that Izuku's role was to open portals when requested and to assist wherever needed, and asked if he understood. Izuku acknowledged that he understood, but he still wondered why All Might's representative was present and had a question about the representative's involvement. Izuku pointed to the blonde man and asked who he was. Yagi grew nervous and explained that he was one of the planners of the operation to rescue Ragdoll. Izuku stared for a moment and then asked whether Yagi was not All Might's representative, wondering aloud why he would lie and why he seemed so nervous. Before Yagi could answer, Izuku opened a portal with one hand to retrieve his notebook, which contained extensive information about heroes and their major staff. Yagi flinched to the side as if expecting a hand to reach for his neck. Izuku froze and studied the man, who gave the impression of someone who had never fought. Nizu offered a strained smile, and Aizawa kept a hand over his eyes. Izuku retracted his hand from the portal and commented that, judging from everyone's reactions, the blonde man probably was not All Might's representative, or if he was, there was more to the story. Aizawa, standing beside him, confirmed that they would leave it at that and asked if there were any more questions about Izuku's role in the operation. Eraserhead added that he wanted details about Izuku's gear and whether portal waypoints, hospitals, evacuation points, or jail cells should be prepared beforehand. Izuku asked whether he should have the portal waypoints before they began. Aizawa pushed his suitcase forward with some effort and told him that he would be taken to the necessary locations the following day, right before the operation. Nizu and Aizawa would not participate in the raid, they would be doing a live interview while it was happening. Aizawa emphasized that they were placing a great deal of trust in Izuku and asked him not to make them regret it. Izuku nodded, picked up the case with no effort, promised that he would not let them down, and then opened a portal back to his apartment. All Might sighed in relief at that, and Aizawa tapped the back of All Might's head and chided him for being obvious. Yagi admitted that he was frightened by Izuku's portals and offensive power and that he enjoyed watching a good fight. At Izuku's apartment, he set the case down and found Ochako and his mother looking up from their tea. Inko asked how the meeting had gone. Izuku explained that he would be doing an internship mission the next day and suggested they keep the matter private. They gathered on the living room couch and relaxed, watching movies and eating junk food. As evening fell, everyone went to bed. Ochako decided to stay over. In bed, Ochako urged him to be careful the following day and told him she did not want to lose him. Izuku promised to be careful, hugged her, and fell asleep. The next day, there was a knock at the door at noon. Izuku opened it to find Endeavor with his usual scowl. Endeavor informed him that he had been tasked with bringing Izuku to receive his portal locations and that they should leave immediately. Izuku returned inside to collect his suitcase and say goodbye to his loved ones. They exchanged heartfelt farewells. Ochako held him especially long before letting go. Izuku met Endeavor and they drove to Endeavor's agency so Izuku could change before they headed to the designated locations. Along the way he received curious looks and even saw Shudo, who did not appear to notice him. Once changed into his hero suit, which still bore scratches and dents from previous internships, they departed for the scouting stops. Izuku liked that his suits gave it character. Their first stops were a hero-specific hospital and then a civilian hospital, both located in the Kamino district, which Endeavor confirmed was near the suspected villain base. They then visited a large park near a police station chosen as an evacuation point for civilians. A second evacuation point for heroes and raid personnel would be revealed once the raid was underway. As dusk approached and the operation drew nearer, Izuku and the number 2 hero spoke only when necessary. They took a quick lunch together before heading to meet the rest of the heroes participating in the raid. They arrived at a large police station and entered a meeting room filled with heroes and police. Before going in, Izuku tapped Endeavor's arm to ask discreetly whether he should remove his helmet, unsure if leaving it on would be rude. Endeavor only scoffed, so Izuku decided to keep it on. Izuku sat beside Endeavor and waited for the briefing to start. He recognized Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Tiger, Impy Lady, and Kamui Woods. One unfamiliar figure stood out, a short, grouchy-looking older man in a white suit with yellow gloves, boots, and a cape. Curious, Izuku tried to get Endeavor's attention to ask who the man was, but Endeavor did not look his way. A detective who had interviewed Izuku earlier that week approached the podium to begin the briefing. The detective thanked everyone for coming and explained that they were launching a rescue operation on the League of Villains' lair to recover Ragdoll, who had been kidnapped during an attack on a training camp for UA classes 1A and 1B. During the attack, one student, with help from another, had placed a tracker on Anomu, and they now had a possible location for her. The detective provided background on the League, noting that their former leader, Tamura Shigaraki, was now behind bars after an incident in which he attacked a UA student during an outing. That student had subdued him before the police arrived, and the student and surrounding area sustained only minor injuries. The old man at the back interrupted and demanded to know who had taken Shigaraki down. The detective's eyes flicked to Izuku before he stated that the student's name was Izuku Midoriya, a first year at UA's hero course. Murmurs rippled through the room. The old man who had asked the question noticed Izuku and followed his glance. The detective explained that even after Shigaraki's capture, the attack on the training camp had continued, which suggested either someone was acting behind Shigaraki or the attack had been planned in advance. He added that All Might would appear at the start of the raid in case the hidden instigator showed up, and he looked serious when he mentioned the man behind the curtain. Izuku found that odd. The detective continued by listing the remaining members of The League of Villains: Kurogiri, Dabi, Twice, Toga, and Compress. He described Kurogiri as someone who could teleport multiple people using a dark mist, and Dabi as a powerful fire quirk user. He warned that Twice could create copies of others, possibly including himself, and that Compress could compress objects and people by touch into small blue spheres and release them at will. He explained that Toga could take on another person's appearance by ingesting a sample, though she could not copy their quirk, and that Toga had reportedly been severely injured during the training camp. MT Lady asked whether that injury meant a broken leg or something worse. The detective replied that a student had slingshot Toga into the ground, and by their account she had not risen afterward. The room fell quiet. Someone swore under their breath, and Izuku's soft chuckle attracted the attention of both the detective and the old man, who began looking at him more closely. The detective went on to describe the final expected threat: the Nomu, bioengineered creatures with multiple quirks and a single-minded drive to carry out orders. He reminded the room that the first Nomu had appeared at the USJ during the League of Villains' first major attack, and that a student had fought and ultimately destroyed it after a brutal struggle. The silence in the room deepened when that was mentioned. Kamui Woods demanded who that student had been and what had been happening with that batch of hero students. Izuku grew embarrassed at being the subject of so much talk while he stood among so many heroes. Even Endeavor shot him a wary glance. Edge Shot observed that the student in question seemed to be the same Izuku Midoriya who had won the sports festival that year. The detective confirmed that and then outlined the raid plan. The Nomu would be captured if possible and killed if not. The heroes would split into two teams, one targeting the bar where Dabi and other suspicious characters had been coming and going, and the other heading to a warehouse indicated by the tracker. Team Bar would consist of Kamui Woods, Edge Shot, Gran Torino, Endeavor, and All Might. Team Warehouse would be Best Jeanist, Emi Lady, and Tiger. Lady pointed at Izuku and asked where the green-armored youth would be placed, noting that he seemed familiar. The detective identified Izuku as Rip N Tier and explained that he would operate between both teams, helping where needed. His primary role would be to get people from point A to point B as quickly as possible, including evacuations once Ragdoll was located and moving units rapidly. Emi Lady then recognized him for his role in taking down Stain the hero killer and trailed off, pointing at Izuku. Gran Torino asserted that he was certain the young man under the helmet was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku obliged by removing his helmet and offering a small wave and a polite greeting. The detective emphasized that, unusual as it might be, Izuku's portal ability would be an invaluable resource. Kamui Woods questioned how Izuku would defend himself in the field if things went wrong, noting that teleporting to one of the heroes might not always be viable. Izuku acknowledged the concern and explained that he had been the student who dealt with the Nomu at the USJ. He described his quirk as one that could tear space to open portals and said he had used it to bring the Nomu down and to incapacitate Muscular during the encounter. He assured them that his main objective would be to assist with portals and evacuations, and that he had permission to defend himself if necessary. The detective confirmed that Rip N Tier had designated portal locations for evacuating civilians and heroes and that Izuku would report to Endeavor, with communications links so he could be directed where needed. Izuku grimaced at the idea of serving under Endeavor, and the old man snorted at their expressions. The detective concluded the briefing by announcing that the raid would begin in 1 hour. The two hero teams split up and moved to their assigned locations. Izuku quickly opened a portal between the bar and the warehouse to allow easier access, then returned to the detective's side. Endeavor monitored the warehouse feed on a computer, positioned to intercept any villains who tried to flee the initial assault. The areas around both the bar and the warehouse had been discreetly cleared of civilians so the operation could proceed without risk of uncontainable collateral damage. While they waited, Izuku watched a live interview with UA on another screen. Aizawa appeared composed, joined by Nizu and Vlad King, and they were apologizing to the public for the failure to keep their students safe. The press peppered them with questions about UA's reputation and training. One reporter asked about what had happened at the UA training camp. A voice in the room asked why he had permitted his students to fight back with their quirks. Aizawa explained that he had wanted them to be able to defend themselves rather than try to escape unarmed while their attackers had every advantage. A woman then questioned whether he approved of one of his students being held responsible for the death of a villain. A man glancing at the screens asked the detective whether Muscular's death had been announced yet, which drew quiet curses from Izuku. Aizawa defended his student, saying that although the death was unfortunate, it was preferable to the alternative of losing a child who had been targeted. He described the deceased as closer to a monster than a man and said his student had done everything he could to protect others and had acted heroically. The woman pressed on, listing Izuku Midoriya's accomplishments and asking again if Aizawa approved of his student's actions. Another person made a flippant remark about the leak growing bigger, and some of the heroes looked at Izuku with pity or horror. Izuku waved to reassure them. Nizu stood and warned the reporters that shouting out information about specific students would have consequences if it happened again. Aizawa then spoke up to defend Izuku, calling him one of the best students he had ever had and praising the way Izuku evacuated people in danger before neutralizing threats. Aizawa said he expected Izuku to become a great hero. After that, there were no more questions about Izuku. Izuku, wiping away tears of pride, joked that he would need to get Aizawa a coffee mug. A headset in Izuku's ear announced that they would start in 1 minute. He put his helmet on and focused. He opened a portal to the warehouse and prepared to lead the raid. His brief was to get Ragdoll out as soon as she was located. MT Lady began the operation by smashing through the warehouse, and the heroes rushed in to find Ragdoll unconscious and unresponsive. Izuku opened a portal to Tiger and his teammate and then to the hospital to move her. The detective then ordered him to create a portal to the bar and to send the captured villains to the civilian evacuation point so the police could take them into custody. Only a few villains remained. They were sent through with Kamui Woods still restraining one of them. The police were waiting on the other side with suppression cuffs. Toga looked injured but stabilized. Kurogyari and Dabi were unconscious and Twice was rambling. Once the villains were cleared and the portal had closed, an explosion rocked the area and strange beings began emerging from sludge across the site. One appeared right over Izuku. He reacted immediately, striking it down to protect himself. All Might moved away after Endeavor instructed him to check on another team. The Nomu continued to appear, attacking heroes and police in chaotic waves. Unknown to Izuku, the creators of the Nomu had adjusted them to target a particular scent, and that scent was his. The Nomu began to focus on him. Izuku fought with intense speed and precision, using powerful strikes and rapid maneuvers to disable the Nomu that closed on him. The scene became a blur of motion as he moved through the attackers, each encounter brief and decisive in the heightened, stylized way of an intense battle. Other heroes and police tried to thin the numbers and protect bystanders, but the combat zone was crowded and chaotic, and the detective watched with mounting alarm as Izuku remained the primary focus of the Nomu. Reports also reached them that All Might was engaged and holding his own. When the last of the Nomu were finally neutralized, Izuku stood breathing heavily amid the wreckage of the battlefield, his gear scraped and smeared with grime. He looked like a tired but resolute warrior standing over the defeated machines, and even Endeavor appeared momentarily speechless at the sight. Once the area cleared, Izuku made his way off the tangle of disabled Nomu and into a clearer street, where he assessed himself and prepared to help others. The detective urged him to get cleaned up before anything could worsen. Izuku replied that he had planned for this and opened a long, narrow portal to the ocean, stepping into salt water to wash off the grime. His armor had been designed to be water-resistant for a reason. After cleaning up, he accepted a first aid kit from Endeavor and bandaged several cuts on his arms. His armor was scratched but still functional. When he was ready, Izuku asked for a portal back to the warehouse. Endeavor nodded, and they returned together. The police were still in shock over the earlier events. Many muttered words like monster, but they were all relieved that the teen was okay. At the warehouse, the scene remained a war zone. The whole area was flattened. In the middle, All Might fought a villain who seemed to pull a new trick every moment, and Izuku suspected this enemy was the mastermind behind the League of Villains. The supervillain appeared to possess more than one quirk, which explained how the Nomu had been created. Endeavor ordered the others to clear the area and launched himself into the fight to support All Might. Izuku opened portals beside fallen heroes and dragged them through to safety, a blast of wind from the clash buffeting him. Once he had gotten the members of Team Warehouse through, he opened another portal to the hospital, where medical personnel were already prepared. They began placing the heroes into stretchers, and Izuku resumed searching for anyone trapped in the debris. He pulled out about 5 people before the wind subsided. Looking back at the battle, the situation did not look good. Endeavor was out of sight and All Might was smoking and suddenly reverted to his true, diminished form as Toshinori Yagi. Izuku understood why the hero had flinched when he suddenly opened a portal earlier. The supervillain resumed his monologue and seemed to grow more menacing, preparing for another attack. Even Izuku could see All Might would struggle to win, so he moved to help where he could. From his vantage he could see a complex mask and a system on the man's back. Izuku used his special technique and ripped a portal toward the villain's back, moving his hand toward the enemy's spine. The villain reacted, surrounding his back with multiple shields composed of energy and other materials. He believed the threat dealt with and returned his attention to his archenemy. When the shields abruptly shattered and Izuku's strike connected, the villain lost control of his lower body and collapsed, rendered unable to continue fighting. In that moment of distraction, All Might struck him once more with everything he had. Izuku had broken through the protective barriers the villain had set up, striking precisely enough to incapacitate the foe without graphic detail. Startled by the impact and the force of All Might's follow-up, Izuku ducked and pressed his hand into the ground. A tremendous gust of air swept past him, stronger than anything he'd experienced in the provisional exams. When the air cleared, All Might stood over the prone villain, having reverted to his true form but steady on his feet. Distant cheering reached Izuku, and relief washed over him. He would not have been able to defeat that monster alone. He returned to searching for people trapped under rubble and did not stop until All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku greeted him and removed his helmet to wipe sweat from his eyes. All Might thanked him for continuing to search for victims but insisted that Izuku needed rest and medical attention, pointing toward a bandaged wound. Izuku agreed and admitted he was glad All Might had survived. His adrenaline finally crashed and he could feel every bruise and cut. As the sun began to rise, Izuku headed to the medical center. Many civilians were receiving care, some in serious condition. Izuku informed the medical staff about his quirk and sent the worst cases through to the hospital. The detective soon located him and instructed him to go through a portal to the hospital as well, praising him and patting his armored shoulder before he left. Izuku sighed and obeyed. At the hospital, they pried off his dented and slashed armor for repair and examined him. The armor had protected him well, but his arms had been exposed and bore most of the cuts and bruises. He had many more bruises across his body from impacts the suit couldn't absorb. Overall, he was all right. Aizawa entered with Nizu perched on his shoulder as a nurse finished bandaging Izuku. Izuku made a joke about his damaged suit, but Aizawa scolded him in his usual blunt way, asked how he was feeling, and relayed that the detective had praised his performance. Under his armor, Izuku wore a black tank top and leggings for comfort. His torso showed many small bruises. Izuku said he would have been better off if the Nomu had not swarmed him like a pack of ravenous animals, annoyed that they had all targeted him. Aizawa and Nizu exchanged concern over the swarm, worried about what it implied, though somewhat relieved since the source supplying the quirks had been captured. Nizu added that someone had filmed the end of the Nomu attack and posted it online, making Izuku something of a public figure. He showed a paused frame of Izuku standing on a mound of defeated Nomu while police and other heroes looked on. In the image, Izuku appeared impressive. Izuku muttered about his exploits being publicized and rubbed his face. At that moment, 3 women burst into the room, startling everyone. Izuku braced for trouble but was instead tackled into a hug by Ochako and his mother, who brought him to the floor while Rumi stood over them. Rumi commented that he did not look too bad. Ochako and Inko got off his chest and used Ochako's quirk to set him upright, then the 3 of them checked him over as the doctors had done. Once satisfied, Ochako punched Izuku in the ribs hard enough to bend him over. Izuku wheezed, trying to get air. Ochako reprimanded him, reminding him that they had seen him on the news, running around pulling people out of danger in a war zone and that, while they were proud, It had been incredibly dangerous, especially with the footage of those Nomu swarming him. Inko stood back and took a few pictures as Ochako continued to mother him. Izuku defended himself, explaining that the Nomu had targeted him and that he had done what he thought he had to. Ochako deflated a bit but hugged him again, unconcerned about his bare chest. Aizawa then cleared his throat, startling everyone but Izuku, and said that while the reunion was touching, they still needed to debrief Izuku and have him checked out of the hospital. The group agreed and left the room, passing a tired-looking detective. Since Izuku was effectively in an impromptu internship, they treated this as an official matter and arranged an interview with a police official. Izuku changed into clothes Rumi had left and they sat down to get started. The interview was straightforward at first because Izuku had been close to the detective during the events. After the Nomu attack, the questions grew more direct. The detective asked what Izuku had done when he went to the warehouse area. Izuku responded that he had helped get heroes and civilians to safety, pulled people onto stretchers, and searched under rubble for anyone who needed to be rescued. The detective then asked if Izuku had done anything else in the area. Izuku hesitated, thinking about how to answer without admitting he had gone against orders and confronted a villain. He admitted that, in the heat of the moment, he had impulsively struck the main villain in the back to create an opening for All Might. There was a stunned silence before Aizawa reacted in disbelief, asking him to repeat it. Izuku explained his reasoning. He had not believed All Might would necessarily win, and by that logic he would have been in grave danger if All Might had fallen, so he had nudged the fight in All Might's favor. The detective noted that this explained the injury they had assumed came from landing on debris. Aizawa muttered that Izuku was a problem child while shaking his head. Nizu, by contrast, seemed quietly pleased by the development and said that, given Izuku's logic and the rules placed on him, he had not technically done anything wrong. Izuku asked if he was in trouble, and Nizu answered that he was not. They finished the interview shortly after. The detective thanked Izuku for his help and left to find his friend and tell him who he had to thank for the win. Izuku was discharged and met up with his loved ones to head home. He was exhausted. His battered armor in the suitcase was heavy, but Ochako, who could manipulate gravity, helped with the load. As they stepped out of the hospital, they were met by a wall of reporters snapping pictures and shouting questions. Izuku immediately refused to deal with that and created a portal to their apartment, breaking the hospital rule against quirk use. The three girls and Izuku ran through. Before anyone could stop them. Once inside, Izuku sat down and sighed in relief. Ochako urged him to take a shower and get into bed if he wanted to sleep so badly. He dragged his feet to the bathroom but the hot water made it worth it. It was mid-morning, but Izuku did not care and fell asleep on his bed before his head reached the pillow. Izuku woke in mid-morning, confused to find he had slept far longer than intended and starving. He got up feeling refreshed but sore all over. In the living room, Ochako and his mother were relaxing and reading. Inko told him that he had been asleep for about a full day. He had fallen asleep after the shower and stayed out for roughly 24 hours, and not even Ochako had been able to wake him. Food and water were his priority. After a whole chicken and a liter of water, he felt satisfied. While the food settled, Inko mentioned that she had received an email from UA addressed to parents and guessed that Ochako's parents had received one as well. Inko explained that UA planned to become a boarding school and that a UA representative would arrive that day. Izuku suddenly remembered he needed to get a nice mug for Aizawa because he had been prominent on TV, and Ochako corrected him about when the broadcast had been. Inko hugged Izuku and, when Ochako was within reach, pulled her into the embrace as well and reminded him to take care of himself even if he pursued hero work. About an hour later, Ochako needed to go home because the UA representative was with her parents. Izuku created a portal to her front door and surprised a young fan known as Small Might. Aizawa showed a brief tense reaction but otherwise remained composed. Izuku greeted Aizawa, addressing him as Yagi and expressing that it was good to see him well. Ochako gave Izuku a quick, affectionate peck on the cheek before walking through the doorway. The small fan patted Izuku's chest and offered a warm response. Aizawa gave a slight nod, knocked on the door, and it opened a moment after Izuku closed the portal behind him. He grabbed his coat and was about to leave to find the mug when his mother stopped him and advised him to cover his face and hair as she sat on the couch. He asked what was wrong with his face and hair, patting his hair and face with a worried tone. She laughed and handed him her phone, showing him a video of the Nomu swarming him. He watched it, then checked the view counter and felt uneasy at how many views it had gained in just 2 days. He thought he would be recognized immediately and probably have to run. He cursed under his breath and went to look for a mask and a hat. Once ready, he left for the store and found exactly what he wanted, a comically large mug with a matching oversized thermos. The only problem was that the mug said, "Number 1 Dad," instead of something like, "Teacher" or "Hero." Fortunately, he found permanent markers and left the store with a great gift for his teacher. A gust of wind blew his hat into the air. And it was gone. He muttered that he had liked that hat and stood long enough for people to notice his now visible hair. A little girl of about 10 reached up and tapped his arm, asking if he was Izuku Midoriya without any hint of fear. He confirmed he was Izuku Midoriya and took off his mask, crouching down as people murmured around them. He noticed the girl's hair was like tentacles with barbs and thought it was pretty cool. She excitedly recalled the sports festival, how he had defeated Stain, and how he had fought monsters, then asked to take a picture. She snapped a cheek-to-cheek photo, hugged him, and thanked him repeatedly before running back to a woman with the same hairstyle in a ponytail, who smiled gratefully and left with her child. More people soon gathered, asking for pictures and questions about him and his armor. He kept personal details to a minimum. After 15 minutes he tried to escape the crowd. One woman flung herself at him. He declined, telling her he had a girlfriend, and gently set her back on her feet. Showing his strength only attracted more attention. Eventually he slipped into an alleyway, hid, and opened a portal to his safe house. Inko watched her son walk through the portal. His hair was disheveled, his jacket hung loosely, and he looked shaken. She feared the worst and hugged him before sitting him down. He explained that there had been so many people, first one, then another, and he had not expected such a reaction. She reassured him that some people behaved that way and urged him to stay strong. He described how it had started with a little girl asking for a picture and how each happy departure seemed to be replaced by another eager person. Inko paused, then unexpectedly burst into laughter at how the situation had unfolded. She laughed so hard she dropped to the floor, wheezing and wiping tears from her eyes, and Izuku worried she might faint. He protested that it had been fine at first but then became awkward with people hanging off him as he tried to be serious. Inko laughed harder, clutching her stomach, still amused. 10 minutes later she was still chuckling on the floor while Izuku sat at the kitchen table grumbling as he crossed out "Dad" on the mug and thermos and wrote "Teacher" above it with a Sharpie. Once he finished the gift for Aizawa, he sat down and read the hero news. Most coverage focused on Kamino and All Might's reduced form, along with discussions about All Might's retirement after 40 years as the #1 hero. Various theories about his quirk and its effects circulated, and Izuku noted the most interesting in his notebook. At some point he had opened a portal for Ochako to come through. He only realized it when he found her on his lap, playing on her phone while he used her as a surface to write in his notebook. Time passed until there was a knock at the door. Inko opened it to find Small Might and Aizawa. They were welcomed in and sat down in the living room with tea. Explained that new dorms were being built and that, if Izuku wanted to attend UA, he would need to stay in them. Inko listened and already intended to sign the papers. All that remained was to pack and move their things into the dorms. After they finished, Yagi stood and addressed Izuku. He said his friend, the detective, had told him about Izuku's actions and offered thanks from the deepest part of his heart. He recalled a moment when he had feared he could not win and felt the burden of having someone else fight weighed on him, but Izuku's quick thinking had allowed him to win the fight once and for all. Small Might bowed respectfully. Izuku shook his head slightly at the beginning of the speech. Ochako, who had been silent until then, asked Izuku what Yagi had meant by that. Inko was curious about what Yagi was talking about. Izuku admitted that he may have left out a part of the fight between All Might and the main villain, and he did so without looking at them. He described how he had driven his hand into the villain's back to turn the tides. During the fight he was struck in the ribs, which he expected and parried. He laughed to himself, then failed to block the next blow and the hit landed. Izuku ended up on the floor and told Yagi to look at what had happened. Ochako and Inko loomed over him and Ochako asked why he had not mentioned it sooner. Izuku replied that he had simply forgotten. Ochako, less angry now, pulled him up and warned him not to leave important things out again. Aizawa handed Izuku an envelope containing a handwritten thank you from Koda and letters of gratitude from the Pussycats. Izuku opened them, teared up while reading, and showed the notes to Ochako and Inko. He then wiped his face and offered Aizawa a boxed gift as a thank you for taking care of him and for what Aizawa had said in the interview. Aizawa looked at the mug and thermos, turned his back to hide the smallest sniff, and then accepted the gift with his usual reserved expression, promising to put it to good use. They all headed out. The two teens began to pack their rooms. They boxed everything they needed and used a portal to send their belongings to UA, with movers going through the portal to ease the transition. Izuku was even offered a job because of his quirk if hero life did not suit him. Once everything was sent, Izuku hugged his mother goodbye. Inko urged him to visit and reminded him not to forget her. Izuku promised he would not. Inko teased that she wanted grandchildren someday but did not want the two of them to have to abandon their careers over a careless mistake. Izuku protested, and Inko hushed him fondly. Ochako handled her own goodbyes similarly, with Izuku opening a portal for her to see her parents off. It was easier for her since she had lived alone earlier in the year before moving in with her boyfriend. After her parents insisted she stay as long as she wanted, she stepped through the portal to rejoin Izuku and wiped away her tears. Izuku finished his farewells, and Inko gave Ochako a warm hug, already seeing her as a daughter. They left together through the portal to the UA dorms. They arrived to a raucous welcome. Kirishima called out that Izuku was famous now and proudly produced a poster he had made, a frozen image of Izuku standing triumphant among defeated Nomu. Jiro admired the poster and asked where Kirishima had it made, expressing a desire to have one herself because it fit her style. Yaoyorozu examined the image and produced a print from her device for Jiro. Tokoyami, Mina, and Todoroki also requested posters and traded favors for them. Izuku felt embarrassed by the attention and tried to ignore Ochako slipping away to get one for herself. The class buzzed happily at being together again. Many students asked Izuku about joining the Kamino raid. He answered them directly and truthfully. Kaminari pressed for the full story and Izuku was about to recount it when Aizawa approached the gate holding the gifted mug. Aizawa announced that before they had free reign of the building, there was an announcement. A new student, Shinso Hitoshi, would be joining the hero course and would train extra with Aizawa until he was caught up. Aizawa asked the class to treat him as one of their own while he took a long drink from the mug. Shinso stepped forward, appearing somewhat nervous at being the center of attention, with a bit more muscle and confidence than before. He bowed slightly in greeting. Several students complained playfully that Aizawa had dropped Shinso into their chaotic class without warning. Yaoyorozu defended them as capable of order when they wanted, while Mina noted that with everything that had happened, something was bound to go wrong, which was part of the course. Hagakure agreed with Yaoyorozu about order, and Tsuyu pointed out that they had faced the same group of villains multiple times. Sato asked Izuku how many times he had encountered a villain since the beginning of the year. Izuku counted and answered that it had been 5, including the Kamino raid and internships. Siro called Izuku their leader in a joking way and waved frantically, prompting Izuku to protest good-naturedly. Shinso watched the exchange with quiet, observant eyes, noting Izuku drinking from the mug that playfully read "Best Dad" crossed out with "Teacher" written above it. He wondered briefly if he had made a mistake signing up for this class, thinking it was a chaotic group. When the argument settled, Izuku stepped forward to welcome Shinso and offered his support if Shinso needed anything. Shinso accepted the gesture with a nod, still wary of what lay ahead. Behind the class president, a chant began to build. One of us, one of us. Mina, Kaminari, Siro, Hagakure, and Dark Shadow raised their arms and chanted that they were one of them, waving like participants in a dark ritual. Aizawa moved past his chaotic class, murmuring as he walked and showing them around the room. He pointed out, where the utilities and food were, explained that anyone who wanted something specific should write it down for a class shopping trip, and handed out a card for groceries and necessities. Izuku took the card and put it away before any classmates could get too shop-happy. Once Aizawa left them to their own devices, everyone split up to organize their rooms and settle into the dorm. Shinso ended up across the hall from Izuku, which meant the class president would be close by if any issues arose. Izuku arranged his things exactly as he liked, lay down on his new bed for a moment, then got up and walked over to Shinso's open door and knocked. Shinso looked up from finishing his unpacking. Izuku asked what he thought of the new class so far. Shinso said it was a bit loud for his tastes and used the moment to apologize for his earlier behavior at the sports festival. He explained that using his quirk on others once had been a way to make it work, but that it came from resentment toward hero students. People in middle school had treated his quirk as villainous and he had been angry. He sounded earnest as he apologized. Izuku met the apology with understanding, saying his own quirk had been weak at first and that others had made fun of him when he tried to show it. He brushed past wrongs and said there were no hard feelings. Shinso then asked about Izuku's quirk, noting it seemed like two different abilities. Izuku explained that his power let him rip and tear anything he touched, no extra strength, just the ability to tear things apart, and that his portals were him tearing space to another location. He demonstrated by opening a small green tear near Shinso. Shinso called that pretty hardcore and stuck a finger through the portal. Izuku offered his phone so Shinso could join the class chat and find everyone's numbers. When Shinso asked what would happen if the portal closed while something was still passing through, Izuku said it would be interrupted and that could be dangerous. Shinso joked darkly about testing that on a person. Izuku looked away and did not answer. Shinso pulled back from the tear in space, thinking it must be a joke. Izuku said he was hungry and opened a new portal to the living room instead of answering. He marked the floor where he usually opened portals with green tape so no one would place anything there. Tsuyu was already downstairs and watched him place the tape. When she asked what he was doing, Izuku explained that at home there was always a clear spot for portals and they didn't put anything there. He closed and reopened the portal in the marked place, then grabbed Shinso and pulled him through, patting him on the shoulder and saying there had been no harm done. Kaminari asked where Yaoruzo was because he needed something to patch a hole in his wall. Izuku scolded him for punching a hole so soon after moving in. Shinso muttered that the class was pure chaos. Tsuyu, sitting on the couch and eating a sandwich, remarked that they were truly one of them. After asking around the dorm for help patching the wall, Izuku found a video tutorial and, with Yaoruzo's help, fixed it before dinner. The class agreed on a simple stew for the meal. Shinso remained quiet, trying to get a feel for his new classmates. Kirishima approached Shinso during dinner and asked if he was all right. Shinso said he had never been in this kind of situation before and lowered his voice to ask a question about the class president. He said that earlier Midoriya had shown him portals and, when he had joked about whether Midoriya had ever used the power on someone, Midoriya had not answered. Kirishima asked directly if Midoriya had actually used his ability on anyone. When Shinso answered seriously, Kirishima smirked and pulled out his phone. He explained that he avoided rumors and the news but had seen footage. He showed Shinso a clip of Midoriya confronting Stain and another of Midoriya taking decisive action against a dangerous Nomu. Shinso watched the screens, eyes glued to the footage and paying little attention to the small scuffle breaking out a few feet away as Izuku tried to intervene. Izuku urged them not to push Shinso too hard and pleaded when Sato and Shoji started to hold him back. Sato said it was better to get it over with, and Mina insisted it was best to rip the bandage off, watching for Shinso's reaction. Izuku surged forward to break up the small confrontation, and the others had to hold him back with effort. Kirishima continued showing clips, and Shinso remained focused on the footage as the room around him hummed with nervous energy. At the same time, Tsuyu was being pulled forward as well. Kaminari stared at the display of strength and exclaimed in disbelief at how powerful Izuku seemed. The final video played, a televised interview with UA after the attack at the camp. The rest of the class watched as Izuku steadily moved closer to his objective. A reporter had leaked information on live television and accused Izuku of being responsible for Muscular's death, asking whether the school approved of those actions. Izuku stopped fighting, and the force of everyone pushing back sent the group crashing to the floor in a tangled pile. Shinso pushed himself up and pointed at the sprawled class president, reacting with stunned recognition that the student known by the nickname Rip N Tier was the same person. Izuku rose and admitted that he had wanted to ease the others into seeing how destructive his power could be in combat so they would not be frightened. Shinso considered that for a moment and accepted it, then asked whether Izuku ever used that level of force in class battles. Izuku smiled with relief that it would not cause trouble, and checked that everyone still had all their limbs. The students waved their arms to confirm. A chant started around them, one of us, and most of the class joined in, their voices low and unified. Shinso thought they were all a little insane, but he felt closer to the class than he ever had to any other group. After dinner, Kaminari had to clean the dishes as punishment for breaking a wall while the rest of the class relaxed in the common room and watched television. Once he finished and joined them, Mina suggested as a game that everyone show each other their rooms to get comfortable in the new building. Most agreed. Tokoyami reluctantly allowed his turn when it came. The idea livened the group and helped everyone feel more at ease. Curious about Izuku's ability, Shinso asked whether he could open a portal to any place he wanted. Izuku responded that he was curious himself and explained that his quirk allowed him to open a portal to any location he had been to personally or any place within his line of sight. Shinso admitted he liked the game Portal and found the quirk similar. When another student asked whether Izuku could return home whenever he wanted or open a portal into someone else's room, the class turned to him with sudden attention. Izuku firmly stated that he would never invade someone's privacy and would only use such a thing in an emergency. Ochako shot him a warning look to drive the point home. Kirishima backed Izuku, calling him trustworthy, and the rest of the class agreed. Mina tried to tease about a late-night visit, but Ochako's glare made her backtrack and apologize, insisting she had only been joking. Because the training camp had been cut short, Aizawa decided their training would continue on campus. Izuku and Ochako went to bed as usual, sharing the routines of roommates. Sometime in the middle of the night, Izuku woke thirsty and padded downstairs to the kitchen, still half asleep and adjusting to the unfamiliar layout of their new home. He became fully alert when something moved in the dark common room and instinctively moved his hand toward the noise. He almost struck the figure on the couch before Shinso identified himself, and both boys felt the jolt of a close call. Izuku apologized awkwardly for the near miss. Shinso slowly calmed and thanked him for stopping in time. After getting a glass of water, Izuku returned to his room and fell asleep again. In the morning, Ochako woke first to get ready for school and, with a quick affectionate gesture, left the room. Shinso, leaving his own room across the hall, saw Ochako exit wearing one of Izuku's oversized shirts and felt awkward about the scene. Ochako explained plainly that Izuku was her boyfriend and that they were comfortable living together, and she decided to be more careful about changing in private in the future. Shinso thought to himself that the class truly was an unpredictable, chaotic bunch. Most of the students gathered in the kitchen for breakfast, where Sato had decided to make pancakes for their first morning together. Izuku's signature messy tie was straightened by Ochako as if it were a ritual. Yayaruzo suggested that Midoriya learn to tie a tie because it was not that difficult. Izuku shrugged and said it was an excuse for Ochako to be close to him as he accepted a bat from her. Ochako, blushing slightly at everyone's attention, told him he did not need an excuse. Shinso raised his hand like a student and asked whether they were the only couple in the class. Everyone but one person agreed. Sato, the class cook, shook his head and pointed out that they had simply never asked. Sato explained that his girlfriend had been working at his parents' bakery since last year and showed a picture on his phone of himself with flour on his face beside a petite orange-haired girl, which drew a crowd of curious classmates. Mina called out for anyone else with a secret lover, but no one answered. Izuku warned that Aizawa would be furious if they did not leave in 5 minutes as he checked the clock. The class froze, finished breakfast as quickly as they could, and then sprinted to the classroom. Izuku said he would have opened a portal for everyone but they had run off, earning dirty looks as they took their seats. He and Ochako were already there. Aizawa rose from his sleeping bag and surveyed the class without speaking, sipping from his mug as he watched them. He announced that the brats' camp had been cut short due to a few villains, But that did not mean they could slack off. The training would continue and the students would be pushed toward taking their provisional licenses early, moving their year forward. He filled his mug from his thermos, and when someone snorted at that he asked if something was funny. No one replied. He muttered a harsh word under his breath softly enough that only Jiro and Shoji heard, and he left them to suit up for Gym F, activating the storage cases as he went. On the way, Shinso asked incredulously whether someone had died at the training camp, shocked by how casually the others treated the danger. Siro joked that being around Midoriya long enough was bound to result in someone getting seriously hurt. Shino, his voice rising at the memory, said he had almost been seriously injured the previous night because of Midoriya. The class turned to Izuku for an explanation. Izuku said that Shino had startled him. Jiro advised not to startle the green disaster magnet and things would be fine, while Kaminari teased that Shinso had been indoctrinated the previous night and was now part of Midoriya's crew, with Ochako at his side. Shinso admitted to himself that Midoriya had been right, he should have been eased into the chaotic class, but he had instead been thrown into the deep end with the upperclassmen and he followed the others to the locker rooms. Izuku's armor, battered during the Kamino raid, showed dents and scratches from encounters with the Nomu. The helmet needed a new visor and had its sharp edges rounded. The chest piece had taken the worst of the damage. The support department had reinforced the interior with a metal-like web to prevent collapse, which made the suit heavier but far more protective. Once he was fully suited, helmet in hand, he looked battle-worn, like someone who had been through hell and back. After everyone changed into their suits, they met Aizawa with ectoplasm and Cementos beside him. Aizawa explained that they would be working on ultimate moves techniques designed to turn the tide of a fight, not necessarily offensive ones, and asked Izuku if he had anything to demonstrate as an example. Izuku tossed his heavy helmet toward Kaminari, who fumbled it and complained about how unexpectedly heavy it was. Izuku then glanced up at the gym roof and noted that he could not open a tear to the moon like before. Aizawa and Shinso immediately ruled out any moonbound portals. Izuku approached a person-shaped concrete pillar that Cementos had prepared. He mentioned that the move needed a name, then opened a small portal to the pillar's back and pushed his hand through the portal into the pillar to demonstrate how the technique worked. He gave the move a dramatic, non-graphic name, something along the lines of Rift of Justice, and then removed his hand as the portal closed. The realism of the demonstration made many classmates flinch. Some tried not to laugh at the theatrical title while others tried not to imagine the move used on an actual opponent. Ectoplasm found the name amusing, while Cementos merely stared at the hole in the pillar. Aizawa thanked Izuku and instructed everyone to develop similar concepts with far less lethality, muttering to himself about what to expect from the class. The students spread out across the gym to experiment with their quirks and to develop their own ultimate moves. Shinso trained intensively with Aizawa, who pushed him hard. Ectoplasm split into numerous clones to assist as targets and to offer advice, while Cementos moved through the gym repairing and reinforcing anything that needed it. Kirishima called Izuku over for a sparring session, and the two prepared to test ideas and strategies together. They were in a sunken arena designated for fights, with an ectoplasm clone observing from above. Kirishima asked whether they had ever fought each other before. Midoriya replied that they had not and asked to test something first, requesting Kirishima to raise and harden his arm as much as he could. He did not want to go overboard and injure his classmate. Kirishima shrugged and did as asked, focusing into his forearm until a rigid shell formed. Midoriya approached and poked the hardened surface with a fingertip. He felt solid resistance, similar to a past experience, and the shell cracked, sending small fissures across the armor. Kirishima recoiled and complained that Midoriya was overpowered. They separated and squared off, then charged at the same time. Kirishima threw a heavy right hook, which Midoriya avoided, and answered with a punch to Kirishima's hardened midsection. Kirishima grunted, surprised by how much force the hit carried, and noticed scuffs on Midoriya's knuckles. Midoriya resolved not to throw that kind of blow again. Kirishima pressed a barrage of punches. Midoriya dodged what he could and absorbed the rest against his armor. To simulate damage without causing real harm, Midoriya used his quirk with precise, light pokes and a measured palm strike aimed where Kirishima would have landed his blows. Kirishima showed impressive endurance, but by the end Midoriya emerged the clearer victor. Kirishima's hardened shell bore many cracks and he was thoroughly winded. He panted that the match had been awesome. After catching his breath and drinking some water, Kirishima thanked Midoriya and asked for another spar, this time with someone else. Many classmates had gathered above the ring to watch. After he climbed out, Yaoyorozu called Midoriya over and handed him a piece of metal that was heavier than it looked. She asked him to use his quirk to test different metals and see how they held up. Midoriya concentrated, feeling resistance similar to what he had felt against Kirishima but stronger, and then pulled the metal apart. She then gave him a lighter piece, which he tore through much more easily. When she asked which had been tougher, Midoriya said the first required more focus and the second felt like steel, but he was unsure about the first piece. Yaoyorozu identified the first piece as tungsten, the hardest natural metal, and admitted she had been curious whether there was anything he could not sink his hands into. She sounded a little disappointed. Midoriya explained that he had trained his quirk on materials ranging from wood to scrap metal and steel. The toughest recent challenge he recalled was his fight with All Might during the midterms. He could not say for certain how much the quirk could do in that context, as it had been difficult to test. Yaoyorozu teased him for sounding a little morbid, and Midoriya joked that he should keep interviews short before people misunderstood him. As he rubbed his face, he accidentally banged his helmet. They split up again to test concepts for an ultimate move. Midoriya ran through ideas he already had, redirecting an attack with a portal, creating an opening to subdue an opponent, and a spear-like strike to the back, though he was terrible at naming techniques. By the end of the day, Midoriya focused on physical training. Without tougher materials around, improving his speed and strength would make his quirk more effective. Everyone else left the arena exhausted. Shinso nearly needed to be coaxed into the locker room after Aizawa's demanding training. Since classes technically had not started, they returned to the dorms, where training was already treated as mandatory by habit. Midoriya and Uraraka flopped onto the couch as usual. Kaminari grabbed the remote first and happily switched on cartoons, but Azui snagged the remote with her tongue and flipped to the news instead. Kaminari pouted. The broadcast showed a phone video of Midoriya helping a little girl and being surrounded by admirers. The anchor noted how he had become a talked-about figure. Before the segment went further, Midoriya created a small portal to Azui, snatched the remote back, and returned to a kids' show they all used to watch. Hagakure teased Midoriya about his sudden fame, and Mina chimed in playfully while perching on the back of the couch and leaning on him. Uraraka leaned against him and offered that she was glad he had become someone others could look up to. She then used her quirk to gently lift Mina off him so everyone could relax. Uraraka floated and grabbed the couch to steady herself. Todoroki, sitting on the floor watching the show, commented that if people could look up to his father, they could certainly look up to Midoriya, and he said that Midoriya was far better in his view. In the background, Siro tried to lasso Mina down from the ceiling without getting tape stuck to it. The rest of the week unfolded in much the same way. The class trained, then returned to the dorms for food, more practice, or rest. The last day of their training was almost over when Vlad King interrupted them, announcing that it was his class's turn. Aizawa reminded everyone that there were still 10 minutes left and told them to wait. Monoma started to complain, but Kendo silenced him by covering his mouth and dragging him back into the room. Among the students was someone who had seen Midoriya's ferocity against Muscular and admitted to being frightened. If Midoriya had a bad day and someone provoked him, the consequences could be severe. Izuku did not see the group, but he heard the blonde voice and muttered to himself that someone had finally learned, slightly louder than intended. The students of Class 1B were terrified of Class 1A's president after hearing the news reports and rumors about what he had done. Vlad King, however, stared at Izuku as if he wanted to take him to task. His disapproval was obvious. Izuku suspected Vlad was speaking against him to his class. They faced each other across the training area, roughly 20 feet apart. Without his helmet, Vlad met Izuku's eyes without a hint of remorse. Izuku shrugged as if it did not matter and returned to his training, which only annoyed Vlad further. Vlad demanded that he show his teachers some respect. Izuku refused. Vlad moved closer and warned that he might have to teach him why respect mattered. Aizawa started to step in, but the tension shifted when Monoma excitedly suggested a spar, mentioning Mirko and prompting Vlad to hesitate for a moment at the reference. Vlad accepted the challenge, eager to put some fear back into the student who had terrified others. Aizawa considered stopping the match but was undecided until a message from his boss made it clear they should observe. Both classes crowded the edge of the ring. The 3 homeroom teachers stayed close in case they needed to intervene. None wished to step in. Izuku clapped his hands to start, but Vlad charged with a weapon formed from his blood quirk. Izuku dodged an overhead strike and disarmed the weapon by tearing it apart, then countered with a rapid blow that sent Vlad stumbling backward. Vlad, surprised at Izuku's speed and timing, readied another attack, forming claw-like constructs. He slashed at Izuku, who evaded the blow. Vlad seized Izuku by the chest plate, attempting to lift him, but his grip faltered and Izuku used the momentum to deliver a head-on counter that forced Vlad to pause. Vlad recovered with a spear of hardened blood and lunged. Izuku activated his ultimate technique and redirected the spear, striking Vlad's leg and forcing him off balance before neutralizing the construct. As Vlad steadied himself in obvious pain, Izuku reached out, touched his head in a gesture that ended the confrontation, and then suggested that Aizawa might be the next opponent. Aizawa kept his composure while Ochako applauded, praising Izuku's performance. With the immediate situation resolved, Izuku and Ectoplasm moved toward a portal to Recovery Girl's office. Recovery Girl appeared at the portal and stepped through to examine Vlad, who was escorted in by Ectoplasm. Izuku explained that they had deliberately stopped before allowing serious harm. Recovery Girl sighed and began to assess Vlad's condition. When Izuku insisted he was fine, Recovery Girl remained skeptical and asked him to cooperate. He removed his helmet and upper armor so she could inspect him, and she confirmed that he had no significant injuries. Her expression suggested she still wondered if he had held back, but she accepted the outcome and urged him to put his gear back on. Back in the gym, the students were stunned by the result. Class 1B feared Izuku for showing he could overcome a trained pro, and Class 1A recognized that his strength and speed had reached a new level. One of the students asked Aizawa about the match. Aizawa turned his back, told Izuku to get dressed, and then left the gym, calling him problem child on his way out. Later, Izuku counted heads on the bus and realized one classmate was missing before remembering the roster had returned to 20. He took a seat beside Shinso, who was already asleep. They arrived at a large venue filled with many buses from other schools. Aizawa instructed the students to change into their suits, then group up in the meeting area to receive the proctor's instructions, and reminded them not to embarrass Yue. The class answered in unison, and Izuku gave a brief motivational reminder that they had trained hard and would face new challenges together, just as they had before. Izuku rallied the group, insisting that this was just one more day and they would get through it one way or another. He told them they would make their mark, and the absurdity of his rally call drew surprised laughter and cheers. Izuku saw the tension leave their shoulders and felt satisfied. Aizawa approached, and when he demanded to be taken somewhere immediately, Izuku obeyed without alarm. He opened a portal to the beach. Before Aizawa could step through, a seafoam green-haired woman tackled him in an overenthusiastic embrace. The woman announced how happy she was to see him and even joked about marriage. Mina reacted with a delighted squeal. Aizawa searched for help with his dead-eyed expression, and Izuku intervened. Izuku then pretended to accuse Aizawa of infidelity, asking rhetorically what the boy's mother would think. The class froze, hiding giggles, and Izuku exaggerated the scenario further, prompting the woman to panic and step back. Aizawa responded by clarifying that he was not married and that Izuku was not his child, introducing the woman as Ms. Joke. Ms. Joke recognized him and laughed nervously, masking her unease. A gray-uniformed group from Ketsubutsu Academy approached. A boy with a resemblance to Izuku introduced himself as Yo Shindo and said he had heard of Izuku Midoriya. Izuku refused the offered handshake and critiqued Shindo's smile, advising him to show more emotion in his eyes. Ms. Joke watched with unease. Shindo's expression shifted from contorted to neutral. Izuku waited for responses from his own classmates, but when none came he turned his back. Yaoruzo suggested they should try to make allies, but Izuku dismissed the idea, saying he did not want alliances with people who hid their intentions. He waved away her concern, and Yaoruzo reluctantly agreed. A taller student with a shaved head interrupted enthusiastically, declaring his fondness for Yue. He introduced himself as Inasa Yurashi from Shiketsu High School. A blonde woman named Kami approached Izuku playfully, commenting on his appearance and mentioning she was single. Izuku responded that he was not single and stepped between them to maintain distance. Ochako observed him warily. Izuku noted Inasa's glare toward Todoroki and later asked Todoroki about it while changing into his gear. Todoroki explained that Inasa had been expected to top the entrance exam but had chosen Shiketsu instead. Izuku told Todoroki to keep an eye on him and grabbed his helmet. When the whole class gathered, Izuku pulled them into an alcove to speak. He pointed out that UA's sports festival was televised every year and that other schools would have watched to learn what they could do. He reminded them that once they were professionals, everyone would be watching and trying to challenge them. He asked if they would let others make it easy, challenging them to stand firm and give their best. A weak agreement turned into a louder, unified affirmation when Izuku smiled fiercely and urged them to go out and show what they were made of. He put on his helmet, and the class followed with renewed confidence. They entered the designated room with their heads held high, Rip and Tear leading them in an imposing formation that impressed the other groups. The proctor, noticeably exhausted, explained that the exam would be more selective this year, with only a 10% passing rate instead of the usual 50% because of the need for higher quality after All Might's retirement. Despite murmurs of complaint, Izuku's class remained composed. The exam itself was a form of dodgeball. Competitors carried 3 targets on their bodies, and a participant was eliminated if all 3 targets were struck by the ball. To pass, Izuku decided each student needed to get 2 others out. His class picked target points and placed them where they wanted. Izuku chose vital locations on the body, the heart, the head, and where the femoral artery would be. Yaoruzo looked at him with a bemused expression, and Izuku shrugged, explaining that he was training to avoid getting hit there. The arena opened and it was enormous, larger than the sports festival stadium, with varied terrain to give different teams home advantage. A forest, an urban area, industrial sections, and open plains. Class 1A stuck together and moved to a high stone mound in the plains. Izuku asked Yaoruzo to make communication devices while they still had time to set up before the exam began. Yaoruzo agreed but warned that their position would make them a target as she handed out earpieces. Izuku said his position was intentional, they would be in the open so everyone who had been briefed about them would come after them. As those teams moved forward, he planned to open portals and send teams behind the attackers while they acted like they were taking cover on the mound. He proposed 2 teams but welcomed other ideas. The plan earned approval from most of the class. Todoroki and Shinso were the exceptions. Todoroki explained that he preferred environments like plains and worried his attacks might strike a teammate, and Shinso said he trained more for cities or industrial zones and favored sneak attacks. Izuku agreed to open portals to their chosen locations, 1 to a distant water tower for Shinso and 1 to an open plain for Todoroki. Izuku led Ochako, Ida, Kirishima, Jiru, Hagakure, Mineta, Kaminari, and Tokoyami. Yaoruzo led Mina, Aoyama, Siro, Shoji, Koji, Ojiro, and Sato. They divided roles to keep teams balanced. Capture duties went to Mineta, Tsuyu, Siro, and Ochako. Recon was handled by Shoji, Jiru, Hagakure, and Koji with his animals. Heavy hitters were Midoriya, Shoji, Sato, and Tokoyami. Mobility relied mainly on Ida and Mina. Damage over time roles fell to Kaminari, Yaoruzo, Ojiro, Aoyama, and Kirishima. They settled into position and waited. Jiru and Shoji listened and pinpointed where the other schools planned to attack from. Yaoruzo constructed defensive barriers and prepared smoke grenades to cover their exit. From the stands, Aizawa watched his class from a distance and recognized how precarious their chosen position was. He knew, and his students knew, that they were deliberately courting chaos. He acknowledged that Midoriya had become a capable leader in such moments. Midoriya had rallied the class with a stirring speech when they arrived. Aizawa felt proud and he relaxed with his thermos as he watched events unfold. Miss Joke sat beside him and laughed, teasing him about his role in letting the students learn on their own. Aizawa admitted with a dry smile that he rarely intervened, letting them find their way. As the exam began, 4 different schools converged on UA. The mound filled with smoke, obscuring UA's movements. Attacks came from multiple directions, and within moments one class in the stands was eliminated, followed by another. The combat was fast and relentless but non-graphic. Rip and Tear fought with brutal efficiency, incapacitating opponents in a flurry of intense exchanges. By the end of his encounter, he stood with his teammates and all their targets were registered as passes. He had carried an unconscious student to a target and tapped it to mark success, then walked off the field with his classmates. Ms. Joke watched in stunned silence as Aizawa observed that the students had learned a great deal on their own. Izuku instructed his classmates to focus on incapacitating opponents rather than damaging targets first. Once they neutralized threats, they were to tap the targets to register a pass. At the buzzer, all the schools attacked. Yaoyuruzo's defenses held long enough for a planned withdrawal, and smoke covered their exit. Izuku opened a portal behind one school and sent Yaoyuruzo's team through to ambush the unsuspecting class. He then opened another portal behind Ketsubutsu Academy's team, partly out of petty revenge over a past slight, and his team passed through to engage them. The engagements were swift and tactical, more like a coordinated sweep than a prolonged battle. Jiraiya began by using her quirk to disorient opponents, then Kaminari delivered a controlled shock to stun a group. The team worked methodically to knock out opponents without inflicting lasting harm. The last opponent standing was Yo Shindo. Izuku moved in, grabbed him, and rendered him unconscious with a single, precise strike. With no further threats remaining, Izuku tapped the targets and set the unconscious student down. The team regrouped, elated after a successful ambush. They met up with Yaoyuruzo's team and exchanged congratulations for keeping everyone safe. There were a few bumps and bruises, but nothing serious. Ochako was thrilled to have been able to fight openly alongside her classmates. She held Izuku's hand on their way to the exit, a tender, supportive moment between friends. Tsuyu commented bluntly that Izuku had been a bad influence, reminding them of the bold actions taken during the exam. She mentioned having seen Kirishima perform a forceful counter while using his hardening ability. Jiraiya twirled her earplugs and said that she was sure she had seen a tooth fly. Yaoyuruzo asked nervously if they would be disqualified for excessive force. Izuku thought for a moment and then shook his head, explaining that excessive force would mean kicking someone while they were down or taking a limb off, and he joked around by asking if anyone had taken any limbs. Ojiro retorted that Izuku would surely remember if he had. The class laughed at the dark humor and were among the first to head for the exit. Izuku called for Shinso and Todoroki, saying that if they could hear him, the whole class had already passed and would be waiting in the exit room. Todoroki acknowledged, and Shinso sounded surprised that the process had been so quick. Izuku sat on the bench as it creaked under his weight and snacked on the treats Ochako had gathered from the snack table. He unlocked his helmet with a hiss and rested until the next part of the exam. The whole class sat together, munching on the proctor's snacks and watching more students come in until Todoroki entered with Shinso, who bore some burn marks. Izuku asked what had happened, snorting at the singed purple hair. Todoroki admitted that Shinso had startled him and his quirk had reacted because Shinso had been too close, and he sounded a little ashamed. Shinso insisted that the burns were natural. Kaminari joked that they might need to put a bell on Todoroki and teased that Midoriya had almost taken Todoroki's head off. The class laughed, though those around them appeared horrified at the implication. Considering the challenge's name, the comment had a darker edge. Todoroki apologized for the burned hair and offered to buy hair dye when it grew back, prompting more laughter. Shinso, slightly flushed, called out that it was natural. Izuku kept the banter going by prompting the class with light teasing, and Mina outed Kaminari for painting a black lightning-shaped patch in his hair, causing him to protest and blush. No one else admitted to dyeing their hair, and the group continued to joke and laugh until the room filled and other students watched the lively chaos coming from Class 1A. Inasa, observing them from a distance, felt relieved that the young man the news had mentioned was not anything like a murderous villain but someone who joked and laughed with his classmates. He also noticed the son of Endeavor joining in the laughter, showing a different side from the one Inasa had met at the entrance exam. The buzzer rang and the intercom announced that the first phase of the exam was over and that the second phase would test them as first responders after a simulated attack. The monitors showed explosions in the empty arena, and someone exclaimed in alarm at the apparent bombs. The proctors explained that workers would act as victims and that the students' job was to get them to safety. The screen switched to actors applying stage makeup to simulate injuries, then the walls of the exam room opened to reveal ruined structures. Izuku sealed his helmet and organized his classmates. He instructed Shoji and Jiraiya to search for hidden people and asked Ochako, Siro, Todoroki, and Mineta to help stabilize structures. He directed everyone to do what they did best. Students from other schools joined where they could, and a triage area was set up. Izuku set a waypoint for it. Every school worked together to evacuate people from the simulated aftermath. Izuku pried away debris and bent rebar with focused force to clear passages. A distressed young actor ran up to him with tears and stage makeup on his hands. He was upset and nearly incoherent. Izuku knelt and told the boy to take deep breaths to calm down so he could understand him. Once the boy composed himself, he explained that his uncle was trapped behind some metal bars and needed help. Izuku told the boy to stay close and followed him to an older actor kneeling behind a lattice of rebar. The older man advised that they would need something stronger to free him and urged the boy to get to safety, but he also looked to Izuku for help. Izuku pried the rebar open and freed the man in a quick, practiced maneuver. He checked the man briefly, wrapped a bandage around an injured limb, and prepared to open a portal to the triage area. The boy protested at first, fearful of being separated, and Izuku reassured him that he would take both of them directly to the triage. He transported them there, set the man down for assessment, and walked away smiling at the man's half-joking comment about introductions, realizing he had forgotten to introduce himself. Before he could leave, an explosion signaled the arrival of villains. Izuku cursed under his breath that the timing villains always seemed to show up whenever he stepped away from school. Izuku ranted that he was only a first year and had faced more villains in the past 6 months than in his whole life as he tore a portal to UA like before. He ordered everyone to evacuate and said he would send more threats that way soon. He saw a person in a gray bodysuit aiming a gun at him in the triage area. He ripped rubble from the ground and hurled it at the attacker. Because a portal was in use, he improvised. The rubble struck the actor and the gun clattered to the ground. Izuku was on him when he turned back and with a hard blow to the side of the head the actor went down. The old man he had helped a moment earlier called out that it was part of the exam and not a real villain. Izuku looked at the man and then at the fallen actor and, realizing the truth, asked over his communicator whether the villains were fake since he had hit one so hard. Yaoyuruzo responded over the comms in a panicked voice, confirming it was part of the exam and asking if the actor was still all right. While running back to the victims, Izuku closed the portal and opened a new one to move the triage team farther away. He told them the actor was probably still alive and asked about the situation. The group stared at him in shock as he ran toward the sounds of fighting. It turned out Gang Orca was staging the attack with his goons. Izuku, excited and determined at the prospect of facing one of his favorite heroes, moved in. On the way he ambushed 2 goons, disarmed one with a quick maneuver and used the other as a temporary shield to close the distance to another. He took a hit to avoid striking an ally but managed to incapacitate the opposition and kept pushing toward the louder commotion. When he arrived, the scene was chaotic. Students were holding their own against an army of goons that fired cement-like globs to trap people, leaving several students frozen in place. Todoroki was using fire on Gang Orca, but Inasa's wind was disrupting his efforts. Izuku shouted at Todoroki to stop escalating and to focus on slowing Gang with ice while he handled the goons. He barreled into a goon and used him as a shield while charging the next threat. Todoroki listened and began to send waves of ice spikes at Gang Orca. Returning to the task, Izuku ripped guns away and neutralized opponents with decisive, non-graphic takedowns, hard blows, and tactical moves that left enemies unable to continue. The goo that trapped students hardened, but he tore it away and freed many as he advanced. Though he took a few hits, he pushed through and began to enjoy the momentum of the fight. While handling one of the weapons, he heard Shoji over the comms say that he had been the last through Izuku's portal and that Izuku was cleared to close it. Izuku grinned and closed the portal. With most goons dealt with, it was time to face the main opponent. Gang Orca was slowed by the ice but not defeated. Inasa had been knocked down by Gang's quirk and Todoroki was shielding him from further sonic attacks. Izuku charged at Gang. He opened a portal behind Gang to spring into action, but Gang turned and grabbed him before he could land. Gang explained that he had been watching and that the portal trick would not work on him, then threw Izuku into a pile of rubble harder than Izuku expected. Buried and disoriented for a moment, Izuku dug himself out to see Gang looming over a downed Todoroki. Todoroki ignited flames and Inasa helped fan them into a cone that began to overwhelm Gang, but a powerful sonic attack from Gang snuffed the flames and stunned the two students. Gang pronounced their effort insufficient. Izuku then dropped from a great height onto Gang's head. His heavy armor and a feet-first impact forced Gang to his knees. Izuku struck twice more, grabbed Gang's arm and prepared to hold him until he surrendered. Many professional heroes watching rose, ready to step in to prevent anyone from being harmed. Gang Orca, suddenly shaken, bowed his head in SBMson. The proctor announced that the exam was over when the buzzer sounded and asked everyone to stop fighting. Izuku remembered it was an exam, lowered his arms and stretched. He praised the match and, laughing with excitement, asked Gang Orca for an autograph. He opened a portal to his dorm, retrieved his notebook filled with Gang Orca notes, flipped to the right page and presented it. Gang Orca laughed and agreed to sign, complimenting Izuku on taking out his men and expressing hope that they would be all right. Chisanin handed the notebook back. Izuku closed the portal, thanked him for the fight and the autograph, removed his helmet and bowed. He helped Todoroki to his feet. They changed and headed to the room where results would be announced. While waiting, Ochako approached and loudly asked if he had thought the attack was real, tilting her head. Izuku said that of course he had believed it was real and that he had expected trouble, venting about how villains seemed to appear every time they left school at the USJ, the mall, and even a remote training camp. The class agreed and laughed at their usually level-headed leader being comforted by his girlfriend. Ochako hugged him and patted his head, offering a warm, affectionate reassurance. Observers found the moment both sweet and a little humorous because of the playful nickname she used. The screen lit up and a voice announced that the passing grade was over 50 and that anyone who failed could retake the test later. The scores were posted and Izuku found his name with a score of 92. He cheered and embraced Ochako. She had also passed, and the whole class had succeeded. Todoroki was the closest to failing with a 60. After their provisional licenses were printed, the students walked out to meet their teacher. Izuku photographed his license and sent it to Rumi and his mother, elated at this step toward becoming a hero. His mother replied with congratulations. Many other students did the same, phones in hand, talking to people. Aizawa emerged from the exam center with Ms. Joke close behind, surveyed the group, and after a moment praised them and told Midoriya to return to the dorms, a small proud smile hidden behind his scarf. The class beamed at the praise. Izuku opened a portal so everyone could pass through. Once they had, he counted heads and noticed someone missing. He called out and the common room looked around. Mina's phone rang. It was Kaminari, who had gone to the bathroom and been left behind in the exam center. Mina laughed and put him on speaker for the class. Izuku opened another portal and Kaminari walked through, upset and teary that he had been left behind. Izuku scolded him for not telling anyone he was going to the bathroom. Rumi messaged that she had just gotten off work and asked for a portal. Izuku opened one. Rumi ran through and tried to kick him. He dodged and grabbed one of her legs before a second kick sent him tumbling. Rumi teased that he was getting slow and that they would need to remedy that soon. Shinso reacted in disbelief that someone had Mirko on speed dial. Rumi hugged Ochako and presented her with Uravity's provisional license. Ochako and Izuku celebrated that they could act as heroes now without getting into trouble. Aizawa announced he would nap and warned them not to burn the dorms down as he left, indifferent to Mirko's presence. Mirko spent time with the class, chatting and goofing around, discussing notable villains she had faced and the students' exams. It was a pleasant end to the day. Rumi left as it grew dark, and everyone was happy to have met a pro and chatted casually. They were too tired to cook, so they ordered pizza and picked it up when it was ready. Aizawa appeared from the shadows, took a pizza for himself, and disappeared again. No one was surprised. It was the start of the weekend and they all welcomed some time off. After a movie or two in the common room, the group called it a night. Everyone went to their separate rooms, including Ochako. Izuku found it odd but did not question it, though he felt a little worried. After settling into bed, he received a message from Ochako requesting a portal to his room. He obliged. She walked through carrying a small duffel bag of clothes and necessities. Ochako explained that she would change in his room so she would not have to run back to her own room before classes, sounding apprehensive. Izuku was relieved she was not upset with him. He said it was not much different from living together at the apartment and that he did not mind. He hugged her and lifted her, and they lay down with her in his arms, sharing a quiet, affectionate moment before drifting to sleep. The next morning the class searched the kitchen for food. Izuku stood at the entrance and watched Kirishima and Sato bicker over the last protein bar while Yaoruzo stood beside him observing. Yaoruzo reminded him they needed to go grocery shopping without looking at him. Izuku grimaced and pointed out that with this class they might face a villain attack or, worse, be banned from a grocery store. She asked why being banned would be worse. He replied that since they could now fight villains legally and villain attacks were unpredictable, being banned would mean Aizawa would hear about it and punish them for being irresponsible. Meanwhile, Sato bit into the bar, wrapper and all. Yaoruzo considered and agreed that they still needed food. Kirishima swallowed the rest of the bar, wrapper included. Izuku sighed and offered to take a small group to get groceries, asking everyone to make a list. Yaoruzo prepared a notepad and asked who would go. Izuku named Todoroki, Tsuyu, Shinso, Ochako, and Shoji for the shopping group. When she asked why he had chosen them, Izuku explained his reasons. Tsuyu cared for younger siblings and was responsible. Shinso would help keep the trip efficient. Ochako was thrifty and her quirk would help with moving items. Shoji's extra arms would carry groceries. And Todoroki had likely never shopped before, so Izuku was curious to see how he would handle it. She flatly suggested that she or Ida should go instead because they were the most responsible in the class. Izuku said they needed to prevent chaos in the dorms while they were out, and that next time she would be in the grocery group because she was just as, if not more, sheltered than Todoroki. She blushed and asked how he could say that. He replied that the brands on her list would make the bill much higher and that they would have to adjust items for everyone's tastes. Certainly not everyone would want the same cereal. She conceded. He told her to call everyone to the common room. Soon the whole class was gathered and Izuku sat down with his notepad and began to speak. He announced in a commanding voice that they were out of food and that he would take requests in an orderly fashion, accommodating everyone as best he could. If more than one person wanted a specific cereal, they would get it. If only one person wanted an item and there were already several similar choices, they would skip it. He knew that if he was casual about it, it would turn into a mess. The class fell quiet for a moment. Ochako murmured something to Jiro and blushed while looking at him, and he took the silence as affirmation. He began with Yaoruzo's list and worked through the rest. It took 2 hours and multiple arguments between classmates before the list was finished. Aizawa walked into the dorms in the middle of the dispute over Frosted Flakes versus Cocoa Puffs, lingered for a moment, and then left again. The list contained many specific requests. Koda asked for more rabbit food for his pet, Shoji requested squid ink for a recipe, Sato needed about 20 pounds of flour and 10 pounds of sugar for himself, and Tokoyami asked for particular nuts to help keep his beak well-rounded. The toiletries list was as long as the food list, with many classmates requesting specific shampoos and soaps. He slumped into his chair with a sigh and looked at the longest grocery list he had ever seen. He then declared who would go. Chaos erupted. Izuku brought down a makeshift gavel and called for order, and Kaminari immediately asked for a cheeseburger, earning a mock rap on the head for his foolishness. He announced that the shopping group had already been decided. Tsu, Todoroki, Shoji, Shinso, and Ochako would accompany him to get groceries. Shinso groaned from the floor, having been there for over an hour, and protested why he had to go. The class president stood and pulled out his phone to call his favorite teacher. The phone rang until he grew tired of waiting and opened a portal to the teacher's lounge. 2 other teachers were in the lounge besides Aizawa. Nijire and Midnight sat at their desks working on paperwork. He approached Aizawa and poked at him until Aizawa opened his eyes and stared with his usual deadpan expression. He remarked that he had been trying to reach him and that they needed transportation to the grocery store for 6 people and a large truck. He called out to Aizawa by name, and Aizawa rolled over again. Midnight had heard everything and filmed him calling Aizawa Dad, but she restrained herself from laughing. She told him not to worry and promised to take care of transportation, asking him to return to the dorms and saying she would meet them there in 10 minutes. He shrugged and opened a portal back to the dorms. 10 minutes later, a small bus with a trailer hitched to it pulled up in front of the dorms. Midnight changed out of her hero suit and took the wheel. She waved and cheerfully told them to get on the bus because they were going shopping. They rode together, with most of the conversation happening between Ochako, Tsuyu, and Midnight. The trip was only 20 minutes, though Shinso managed to fall asleep on the way. The grocery store was large. Izuku had never been to a place like it before, and Ochako looked around with similar awe. He instructed everyone to grab a cart and form a single shopping train so they would not separate and risk something going wrong. Kayama, as she had asked them to call her, stayed with the bus while they shopped, leaving the 6 on their own. He made copies of the list and handed them out in case he missed something. With teamwork and growing efficiency, they finished in about 2 hours. The 6 attracted odd looks from other customers. Some recognized them and waved, while others watched with amusement at teenagers shopping for dozens of people. At checkout, the total made Izuku flinch and almost caused Ochako to faint. They rolled the carts out to the bus where Kayama was doing paperwork in the driver's seat. She looked at the 6 carts of food and then at the trailer and admitted that the items would probably fit. They loaded everything into the trailer in a tight squeeze, then sat back as the bus drove to the dorms. Izuku messaged Yaoyorozu that they were returning and asked everyone to be ready to help. After that, he relaxed and put an arm around Ochako. They arrived back at the dorms without incident. Izuku opened a portal next to the trailer to the kitchen and called into it that they were home. The portal filled with classmates moving to and from the trailer and kitchen, and everyone pitched in to unload. Shinso tried to slip away, but Izuku caught him by the hood and asked where he was going. Shinso said he needed to drop something off in his room. A small meow came from under his sweatshirt, and a gray kitten popped out and meowed again. Izuku's shoulders sagged, and he asked Shinso not to tell him the kitten was stolen. Shinso explained that he had found her in the parking lot without a collar or a mother and had taken her in. Izuku said it should not be a problem since Koda already had a rabbit and offered to take Shinso later to get supplies for the kitten. He petted the cat as she purred and pushed up against his hand. It was adorable. The class finished putting away the kitchen items. Izuku called out bathroom necessities and handed them to the people who asked, preferring order to chaos. When that was done, Izuku went up to Shinso's room and knocked to get cat food and other supplies. Shinso thanked Midoriya with appreciation and let him in. Izuku opened a portal to the grocery store near Shinso's apartment. The store owner, familiar with Izuku, greeted him warmly. It took about 15 minutes, and they left the store with a few more. Bags then seemed necessary for 1 kitten, all charged to Yue's card. Back in the common room, Izuku finally sat down with the others, everyone drained from the day's activity. Ochako rested her head in Izuku's lap and soon fell asleep. Izuku lasted only a few minutes longer before dozing off upright on the couch. The class let them rest while they went about their day. In the middle of the night, Izuku woke with Ochako still in his lap. He rose quietly, opened a portal to his room, picked her up, and carried her through. He set her on his bed without waking her and joined her. They fell asleep again. They did not wake until a knock on the door. Mina announced through the wood that it was time to wake the 2, and Shoji shuffled into the hallway carrying plates of food and asked them to let the couple sleep a little longer since it was only 10 in the morning. Ochako tried to get up and answer the door, but Izuku held her gently. She giggled and relaxed. The promise of warm food changed the mood. Ochako whined about the food, and Izuku, still comfortable, gave in partially. He let go of one hand and opened a portal above Shoji's arms where the food sat. Ochako reached forward, grabbed a plate, sat up, and began eating bacon. Mina complained that it was unfair and demanded they open the door and show themselves. Ochako sighed and opened the door to Mina, who had been about to kick it while Shoji tried to stop her. Izuku rose, stretched, and noticed his shirt was missing. Ochako covered Mina's eyes with her hand while Izuku put on a shirt and ate a breakfast sausage. Shoji left after delivering the food. Mina begged for a peek, struggling with Ochako's hands. Izuku watched them wrestle while Shinso opened his door from across the hallway, holding his cat, glanced at the scene, and closed the door without comment. Izuku pointed out that part of the plate was getting cold and then gently put Mina in a playful hold so she could reach the food. Mina, curious, turned to see if Izuku was still shirtless but found he was dressed. Mina explained that they had all noticed the two had not come downstairs and that she and Shoji had brought food. She insisted there was no real issue, though she admitted she wanted to snoop. Izuku said there was nothing interesting in his room and then opened a portal to show a hidden place containing notebooks, papers, and personal mementos. Mina lunged toward the portal in curiosity. Ochako confessed she had been curious too, with a smear of egg on her cheek that Izuku wiped away and ate. Izuku agreed to let them look. Mina promised not to tell anyone. Izuku gave a look that made her hesitate before he relaxed and nodded. She sat on his bed next to Ochako and peered into the portal at his stash. Some time ago, Izuku had taken an old, large safe from the beach and made it his own. He had dug a deep hole in the forest, transported the safe there through a portal, and pried it open. Inside he had found old papers and, unexpectedly, an old firearm. He panicked at first, then decided it would be better to turn it over to the authorities. The discovery was unsettling but ultimately resolved. He had kept the safe out of curiosity rather than for anything dangerous. As a teenager, he had kept the double-barreled shotgun he had found in the sealed safe at the beach, along with some ammunition. He had taught himself the basics of handling and safety from online videos but had never fired it, worried that the noise might draw attention. He did not want to get rid of the gun, and over time he began to collect other items and hide them in that same safe buried 6 feet under the woods. When Mina and Ochako went through the safe and his belongings, they immediately pulled out Izuku's hero notebooks and his quirk notes. Izuku explained that he found quirks fascinating and wrote down anything he noticed, sometimes asking the owners about them when he could. He flipped through and showed them a quirk entry he found interesting. The girls returned the notebooks and continued to search his stash. They discovered a set of clothes, some food, and money, which drew raised eyebrows from both of them. Izuku explained that he kept those items just in case of an emergency. Mina took a granola bar and ate it while continuing to look. They found his wallet, phone, pens, pencils, eating utensils, and pans, and Mina remarked that he seemed to have a whole survival kit. Ochako nodded in agreement. More unusual items followed: road flares, an axe, and a collection of knives, one of which looked old and worn. Then Mina froze when she spotted the firearm. Ochako stepped forward, wide-eyed, and covered Mina's mouth to muffle her reaction so they would not draw attention to themselves. Izuku assured them that he had found the gun in the sealed safe at the beach and had kept it because it was in good condition. He showed them the piece and, after making sure it was safe, set it aside in his stash. Ochako examined it with curiosity, clearly unused to the object in her hands. Ochako asked why he still kept it if he had found it in the safe. Izuku admitted, embarrassed, that he had thought it was cool and had kept it. Both girls looked exasperated, and Mina decided that they had seen enough for one day. As Mina stood to leave, a portal opened beside the door and she prepared to step through. Izuku asked her to keep everything about the safe to herself because he did not want to risk expulsion, and he said he hoped she would not break her promise. Mina reassured him that she would keep the secret, gave his head a friendly pat through the portal, and left. Ochako hugged Izuku from behind before she left, promising that his stash would remain safe with her. He turned to embrace her, feeling lucky to have met her. Izuku suggested another date since they had not had time since their first one. Ochako agreed and requested another picnic, saying she had liked their first outing. He began considering. where to go, and looking out toward the forest surrounding the dorms, asked whether they should return there. They chose the forest, and Ochako went to get ready. Izuku, still in his sleep clothes and with messy bed hair, prepared the picnic. Sato offered a small cake he had made and encouraged Izuku to take it, which Izuku gratefully accepted and added to the basket. With more food packed, Izuku created a portal to his room to change, took a quick shower, and put on shorts and a comfortable shirt. Then he used his ability to scout a spot by opening a portal to the roof and scanning for a good clearing. After 10 minutes he found one and teleported there, clearing brush and sticks before returning to make a trail for Ochako to follow. When Izuku returned, Ochako was waiting in a light yellow sundress and a sun hat, and he was struck by how stunning she looked. He briefly imagined a future with her and then dismissed the thought as premature. Ochako laughed at his reaction as she twirled, and Izuku told her she looked gorgeous. She hooked her arm through his and leaned on him as they walked into the forest, already enjoying their second date. Izuku led her along the trail he had prepared. The trees formed a cool canopy overhead on the warm day. They reached the clearing, and Izuku opened a portal to retrieve the picnic basket and a thick blanket to spread out. They sat and began to eat what he had packed, chatting about small pleasures and their plans for the future. The conversation flowed easily, and the afternoon felt like one of the best times they could have together. Izuku shared a story about a childhood mishap, explaining that he had once resolved to live in the woods because he thought he was lost, only to discover he had been no more than 20 feet from the edge the whole time. The memory made them both laugh, and the picnic settled into a gentle, comfortable closeness. Ochako returned the favor with an embarrassing story about getting trapped inside the ceiling rafters when her quirk reached its limits. She had clung to the rafters and thrown up, the mess falling to the floor below, and in the end the fire department helped her down with an extending ladder. They laughed about it and stayed close until it grew dark and the stars showed through the canopy. As Izuku lay holding Ochako, he admitted that he loved her for the first time. They exchanged their feelings quietly. Ochako had loved him for a while but had waited for him to speak first. After the Kamino raid she had realized she could not see a future without him. They spent more time stargazing and keeping each other warm. The date was one Izuku would remember for the rest of his life. When Ochako and Izuku returned to the dorms and to bed, they both dreamed of it. The next morning the classroom held everyone in their seats. Aizawa entered with his familiar mug and explained that they would be discussing future plans now that everyone held provisional licenses. They could apply for internships with heroes, and it did not have to be with the same heroes from the last internship. He shrugged and warned that some heroes might not want them back, so they should be prepared to branch out. He introduced 3 third-year students at the front of the room as top-ranked heroes, then gestured to the doorway where the trio appeared. A blonde, beady-eyed student led a periwinkle-haired girl and a shy, elf-eared boy. They introduced themselves as Mirio Togata, Nijire Heido, and Tamaki Amajiki. Nijire, distracted, immediately called out and asked bluntly where the UA monster was, scanning the boys to find him. The class reacted with surprise at her first question. All eyes turned to Izuku. He pointed to Mineta behind him and blamed him, earning stifled laughter around the room. Mineta protested angrily and demanded people leave him alone. Izuku chuckled and asked why he had been called the UA monster. The class responded with deadpan looks.